It was past midnight and almost dawn. The very quiet time of the night where staying up late and getting up early melded together. That exact thing was happening in the offices of the Okonoki gardeners. There were only 2 people on guard duty, and they were playing cards. They weren't sentries, so they didn't really need to be on guard all the time. However, they weren't allowed to fall asleep either. After the TV broadcast went off the air a little past midnight, they usually ended up playing cards. Imagine if they would have had like a Super Nintendo, or just a Nintendo during this time. They're just playing Dragon Quest or some shit, like Dragon Quest 1, taking turns after every boss or after every death. Instead of playing cards. Or they're playing strip mahjong on the arcade. Like one of the mini games. Anyway, suddenly the phone rang. The phone was right nearby, so one of them answered immediately.
毎度おこのぎ造園でございます。はい。
Suddenly, the man taking the call stood up with a jolt. He even hit his knee against his desk, but he was too panicked to care. Takano dashed into the underground security room in a hurry.
お休みのところ申し訳ございません。さんさん。
コーヒーは後よ。状況を。本当なの？
はい。午前4時15分。沖宮署内で身元不明死体が R であるということが確認されたという情報が入りました。
そんなわけないでしょ。だって R は風邪で寝込んでいるんでしょ。それをあんたたちが監視してたんでしょ。
そのさんさ、話に続きがありまして、沖宮署の諜報員によると死後48時間が経過しているとか。
Takano could feel her blood freezing, starting from her feet. She just couldn't believe what was happening. At least 48 hours? At least 48 hours since the death of the Queen Carrier? Takano just couldn't understand.
そんなことありえない。だって。じゃあ村人はどうして平然としてるの？早ければ36時間の段階で、つまり夕べの時点で。
しかし諜報員によると、これはかなり確実性の高い情報とのことで、村への進行上の影響を危惧して、現在署内に強い箝口令が敷かれているということです。
Right, they can't even tell anyone about this.
確実性が高いって言うなら、あんたたちが見張ってたあの家のフルでリカは誰なのよ。
さんさ、監視体制は完璧です。フルでリカは間違いなく現在あの家です。監視体制が敷かれて以来、彼女が外出したことはただの一度もありません。中にいたことも入江署長が確認なさっています。絶対にありえません。
ならどういうことよ。
Right.
警察が死体はリカで48時間前に死んだって言ってるのよ。それがデマだっていうの？デマ？そうよ。勘違いかもしれない。だって私の作戦なら、今日の夜私は岐阜県警内の工作員を使ってこれは偽装よ。いやデマよ。何かの勘違いに違いない。
Takano wasn't confused because she was still half asleep. No. Takano was afraid. I was wondering how they were going to handle this. Because, like, they were observing the home the entire time. They know Rika is in there, quote unquote, right? We've got Schrodinger's Rika at the moment. Because she's either alive or dead. We've gotten a report that she's dead, but they know that she's alive because she's in there. And Idia-sensei has confirmed it. Because in the past 48 hours, he's been going in there. Her grandfather wrote in his article that within 48 hours of the Queen Carrier's death, everyone in the village would develop terminal stage symptoms. This would mean that he had been wrong. What about everyone who believed in his words? What would they think?
失礼します。さんさ、東京の野村様よりお電話です。
どこで鍵つけてるのよ、あの女は。私が電話をしている間に大至急沖宮署の死体を調べさせなさい。
現在は非常に困難です。協力員が明朝に出勤すれば沖宮署へアプローチをかけさせ、確実に状況を確認できます。
その早朝というのは何時？
Like 6 in the morning.
午前5時 ?6 時
8 a.m.
大至急よ。急がせなさい。おはようございます。
She looked like a pit bull, and then she's like, good morning.
高野です。
All the unit members were gathered in the office of the Okonogi gardeners, which served as a garrison for the mountain dogs in Okinomiya.
ああ、わかった。
Also, that looks like the Shin Megami Tensei 1 protagonist in the background. A little bit. This is super off topic. I'm sorry. Actually, shit. I have to set up... I can't screen capture it. But right next to Okonogi's head, you can see like an orange poster that looks a little bit like the protagonist of SMT 1. God, I need to fucking set up that plugin again for OBS. God damn it. But at least I know now, so I can do that for next stream. Anyway.
沖宮署の方が分かり次第、俺とサンサに連絡しろ。それより。
Oh. And here he is, angry as fuck. Who even is this?
R 宅の監視体制だが、R の在宅確認をなぜ怠った？
風邪だったということで受話器を取らなかったものと思いました。その後入江所長が訪問し在宅を確認したため、それをもって在宅確認としておりました。
あめえぜ。R 宅に少なくとも誰かがいるのは間違いないんだな。
はい、それは間違いなく。隊長、R 宅に突入してはまだギリギリ可能な時間帯です。
そいつはサンサの許可がなけりゃできん。サンサも沖宮署の件が判明するまで突入許可は出すまい。突入命令に備えて R 宅監視を増員。8人体制に増やせ。
We're gonna see Aksaka fight 8 people, unarmed. He's gonna bust out the CQC strats, like Snake. He's gonna be sneaking around the mountains of Okinomiya and eating the wild, like, fauna. He's gonna grab a fork and stab a snake from a tree and eat it immediately.
隊長、今日は境内で祭りがある日です。監視はできるでしょうが、突入はおそらく本日深夜まで不可能です。
Ah, Rika, I can't let them know I'm here.
うまいタイミングだ。うますぎる。うますぎるんじゃねえのかこいつは。
It's too much of a coincidence. Okonogi's rusty yet wild instincts were sounding an alarm. He sensed that someone was attacking them. He sensed that his enemy had begun to attack. He realized that the enemy had taken the initiative. People usually take a deep breath before they attack. That moment right before they strike is their most vulnerable. Okonogi assumed that whoever his enemy was, they were led by an excellent commander. A 16-year-old girl.
そういや富武に、先日の診療所での会合に欠席したってな。
でしたでしょうか。確認させます。
サンサ、俺に奴がどこに行ったか知らないかとか聞いたよな。
まさか富武にが
ウグイスで富武の寝床を確認しろ。こいつは一杯食わされたかもしらんぞ。
さて、もう後戻りはできんぞい。
さて、これで大山明堂して何が出るっすかね。
Kumagai was trembling with excitement.
クマちゃん、私は通信センターの方へ様子を見てきます。ここは絶対に死守してください。
よっしゃ、死んでも誰も通さないです。
あとのわしの役目はかかってくる電話をごまかすことだの。わしもわしの持ち場へ戻るぞい。熊谷、ここは頼むぞ。
任してください。
Kumagai closed the door quietly and stood in front of it. This was his chance to show Oishi what he was made of. Oishi was on his way to the communication center. All radio communications and phone calls pass through there first. During business hours, each section answers its own phone calls, but when they aren't open, the communication center answers them instead.
どうですかこちらは。
はい。ついさっき外線経由が鑑識課の直通番号に1本。
相手は
県警本部大高警部です。
おお、大高くんか。へえ。
So he's the mole. Oishi grinned. The enemy had started to move. They must have bribed someone inside the police department to be their spy. And he had started to move, just as they planned. Oishi was surprised to learn that it had been Otaka. Oishi had never liked Otaka because he constantly boasted about his academic background and always opposed Oishi, who believes in relying on experience. They didn't get along at all when they worked together at the prefectural police department. I'm trying to remember, did they ever mention Otaka in the past? I think I vaguely remember a disagreement between Oishi and someone, specifically about something along these lines. I think it was like 5 years ago in-game, where Oishi was like, we should do this. I've experienced something like it before, and then someone was like, that doesn't make any sense. That's not what it's like in the books, or some shit like that. I think I remember a scene that went somewhere along those lines. Anyway.
通話が終わったようです。
じいさまに聞いてみよう。ピッポッパッと。あ、もしもし。
He made those noises while dialing the buttons. He's like ping pong, which is, you know, that's so fucking stupid.
大丈夫。私です。いかがでした？
青に才が生きがりをってからに鼻であしらってやったわ。やっこさん、トサカに来とる。
It's so
所
funny.
長の出勤を待って朝一でこっちに直接踏み込んでくるぞ。
相変わらずことを派手にしたがる性分だな。てめえの体一つで喧嘩もできないんですかね。
わしもますますに面白くなってきたぞい。今の電話で眠気が飛んだわ。やはりいるな。お前の言う怪しげな連中がゾロゾロと這い出してくるのを感じるぞい。
Well, things are getting interesting now. What's up next? Hey, ogres, over here. Come further in.
もしもし、富武です。
Tomidake. They're gonna...
おはようございます。富武に早朝にすみません。山犬に動きがありましたのでご連絡します。つい先ほど山犬の全隊員に非常招集がかけられました。目的は不明です。
そうですか。動きがありましたか。
Tomidake turned on the light next to his bed and put on his glasses as he
それ
answered.
からそちらの警察内で妙な情報が流れています。まだ裏付けが取れませんが、女王感染者であるフルデリカの死体が発見されたというのです。
詳しい話を。
収容されていた身元不明死体の身元がフルデリカだったというものです。死後48時間を経過しているとか。緊急マニュアル第34号の発令基準を超えた事態ですが、現在のところひなみ沢地区は平穏が保たれているとのことです。そちらでは何か情報が入っていませんか。
いえ、私は沖宮にいますので分かりませんが、それはありえないでしょう。多分女王感染者の死亡は何かの誤報だと思います。
こちらも誤報を疑っていますが、分析では情報の精度は極めて高く、未確認ですが鑑識課職員複数が証言していると。
しかし
Tomidake realized something. He realized that the Okinomiya police station was Oishi's territory. He also realized that this must be the work of Rika and her friends. Tomidake tried to think calmly. Even if they didn't know who their enemy was, it's obvious the emergency manual was a signal for an explosion, so they must have come up with the idea to destroy that signal. The foundation of the emergency manual is that unless something is done about it within 48 hours after the Queen Carrier's death, all the villagers will develop terminal stage symptoms. So if nothing happens after 48 hours, there is no need for the emergency manual. And with that, the mountain dogs have been called in.
もしもし、富武に。
はい、失礼。どうやら現状を考えると、入江機関に不穏な動きがないと断言することは難しいようです。一切に入江機関を緊急査察されるよう進言をお願いします。また、最悪の事態に備え、番犬部隊への
Yeah, I was about to
進
say.
言します。
Hold on. I need to look something up real quick. 1 second. So they're called the Banken in Japanese. We know that they're called, you know, the Bloodhounds, but yeah, it'd be Banken. I believe they call them like the Ban ones or something. Or I think they just said one ones, which just means like, you know, it's that's the onomatopoeia for a bark. Or at least Rika was like calling them, you know, like the blood doggies. So here they come.
了解しました。
We're gonna see the Banken fight the what is it? God, I already what the fuck was the word for mountain again? Kuma? No. Jeez, no, that's bear. Yama. The Yama Inu. The Banken versus the Yama Inu. Jeez.
9
Anyway.
時になればもっとまとまった連絡が入ってくると思います。山犬造反となれば、
And then here they say it again anyways.
十分ご注意を。
もちろん用心してます。
では次の定期連絡は9時に。
It was 6 a.m. Oh boy. Tomitake would get another call in 3 hours.
ウグイス1より前衛。富武は406号室だ。屋外監視、問題ないか。
ウグイス4、野外監視問題なし。
ウグイス5、フロア問題なし。ウグイス3、室内は無音。多分、就寝してます。
There was a do not disturb sign on Tomitake's door. Perhaps he stayed up very late last night and was planning to sleep in. It was a great chance for the
いいか、
Nightingales.
生かして捉えろ。三叉のオーダーだぞ。始めろ。
They tried to break into Tomitake's room very quietly. Obviously, it was a simple job for them to pick a hotel room's lock. The two members of the door communicated with each other using sign language. Even knowing he was asleep, it would be a good idea not to barge in. They opened the door very cautiously and very quietly. The room's interior was organized but tasteless, typical of cheap hotels. The only furnishings were a bed, a small desk, and a coin-operated TV. What? Hold on. Are those a thing? God, I wish I could show you if I do find them. Coin-operated televisions. Yep. Telemeters. Yeah, these were a thing. Okay. Oh, I didn't know. Holy shit! I did not know this was a thing. I've never heard of telemeters before. So, you know how like toll booths if you're walking on foot, or sometimes if you needed to like pay for like a car wash or something. You know how they have those black boxes, and they'll have a coin slot. And then below it, it'll like, you know, give you change or whatever, or it's got the slot for you to insert a bill. Imagine imagine a CRT TV with one of those black boxes next to it, meaning that I assume you push a coin in, and then you can change the channel or do whatever it is that you want. That's really interesting. So again, I would show you, but the plugin reset from on OBS. But look up telemeter. So TLEMETER. So telemeter, and then you'll see what I mean. That's very interesting. Clearly, only one person could stay in this room, and there in the bed, Tomitake was missing.
どうしたウグイス3、応答しろ。
そう、もぬけの殻です。
It was still early in the morning, but the room was empty.
どういうことでしょう。
I thought he was gonna be like, "Nani?"
富武には野鳥撮影と散策の趣味がありました。まさか早朝からどこかへ出かけているのでは。
Negative. His briefcase isn't here.
こいつは多分やられたぞ。
The do not disturb sign was on the door. With that sign there, the housekeepers wouldn't come into the room, so they wouldn't know if it was empty or not. The sign had probably been on there since at least the day before. Knowing that Tomitake was planning to stay for a long period, the hotel hadn't really paid much attention. In other words, the room had been empty since then.
多分、奴は襲撃を予見して宿を変えたんだ。そうか。それでしばらく姿を現さなかったのか。三叉に緊急連絡。しかしこっちの作戦が漏れているぞ。
Okonogi realized that he had been beaten to the punch. The foundation of the emergency manual had collapsed, and with that, the basis of the final operation was shaky. Okonogi felt that the major had panicked and rushed into confirming what was going on too hastily. If Tomitake suspected us and went into hiding, then after caught wind of that, he was sure to come grab us by our tails.
すべてが出来すぎだぞ。くそ、向こうの計略に綺麗に決まっちまったみたいだぞ。
Okonogi tried to calm himself. If he was going to investigate in secret, he could assume that Tomitake was still nearby. Department in Tokyo must be the one conducting the investigation, so he must be waiting somewhere for a report from that department. Tomitake was probably at a new hotel, probably somewhere in Okinomiya.
東京班のカラスに連絡を取れ。おそらく
カラス。
調査部が定期連絡してる相手がいるはずだ。その相手の番号を調べさせろ。そいつがシシボネ市内の番号だったらビンゴだ。
Okonogi was confident about his hunch. But if what he was thinking is correct, that meant his identity was about to be exposed. It also meant his operation had failed before it even started. But it wasn't a checkmate quite yet. If he could prove that the dead body at the Okinomiya Police Department station was an R, then everything would go back to square one. All he had to do was capture Tomitake and then check the body at the station. That was all.
隊長、カラスに連絡が取れました。通話内容は確認不能ですが、電話番号だけなら何とかできると。ただし、時間が欲しいそうです。
どの程度？
ほんの数時間ほどだそうです。
ほんのときたもんか。
We don't have a few hours.
せかしゃしねえが、可能な限り急げと伝えろ。
It was a little past 6 a.m. There was already light outside, but it's still too early for the cicadas to start their morning chorus. They had ended the first wave. It was now a matter of how quickly they could recover. Okonogi just hoped that the major didn't throw a fit. It's funny though. It's like they were planning to kill an entire village, and now they're mad that somehow their plans got leaked so that they cannot commit genocide. Like Okonogi's pissed about this shit.
隊長、カラスより連絡です。電話番号は調査中。なお調査部は9時を定時連絡時刻に定めているようです。
Mm-hmm. So 9 a.m.
3時間か。
He looked up at the clock. Even the little things were beginning to bother Okonogi. Every time the second hand moved, he became more impatient, realizing that the check-in time was getting closer and closer.
調査部長の岡一佐が番犬に対し予備命令を発令しました。任務は示されていないとのことです。
ってことは、引っ込みがつくような招集ってわけだな。大事でなけりゃ訓練ってことにしてごまかそうってらしい。大丈夫だ。まだ時間があるってことだ。
Ah, they're bringing in the diamond dogs.
続報です。調査部長が幕僚長の自宅へ電話しています。内容は不明。
大丈夫だ。大丈夫。まだギリギリ大丈夫だ。
The Bloodhound's standby orders meant that they saw a very high chance of the Idiot Institute revolting. The people on site must be practically certain of it. Although it's not as difficult to execute the emergency manual, ordering out the Bloodhounds isn't that easy. They only did so because they've realized that some kind of trouble is afoot. Okonogi was sure that the people who wanted to conclude matters peacefully were trying to settle things down by saying it was just a mistake, and ordered to the Bloodhounds to stand by without clarifying a mission is like a middle ground in that sense. But the head of the research division called the chief of staff. This is a very dangerous situation for the mountain dogs. In other words, the higher ranks of the SDF, or people even higher than them, have decided the Bloodhounds could take the field. The uniforms are hot-blooded, but suits always push for peaceful resolutions. They still hadn't decided which way they wanted to go yet. Our loss wasn't certain yet. Win or tie, everything was riding on the same table. If that was the case, the call coming in at 9 a.m. from the research division didn't bode well. Okonogi couldn't say why, but he had that impression. It was just his wild instinct doing its job. He could guess that the people in Tokyo were going to ask Tomitake about the situation in detail, and then decide what to do based on that. It was possible that the head of the division, or even the chief of staff himself, might come to the phone. Then the Bloodhounds might get an order as soon as 9 a.m. as soon as the 9 a.m. phone conversation was over, which would result in his defeat. Tokyo was still unsure. Some were still thinking it was some kind of mistake, or that they wanted to think it was some kind of a mistake. If Tomitake didn't answer his phone, they might send some people immediately, but they wouldn't order out the Bloodhounds. There was a chance it could end in the draw. If they found out that the body didn't actually belong to Rika, then it would corner them. Then, although it would corner them, they still had a good chance of winning, but they'd lose the possibility of a complete victory. Okonogi knew that Takano's clients hadn't ordered anything else but exactly that. He didn't want to admit it, but the enemy surprise attack had succeeded.
隊長。
やかましいね、落ち着けや。連中はまだ確信してない。疑っちゃいるが、バレちゃいない。まだギリギリ大丈夫なんだ。とにかく、先に情報を得た方が勝つ。連中が尻尾をつかむか、俺たちが尻尾をつかむか。確かに初戦の奇襲で徹底的にやられたが、だから白旗を上げるんじゃねえ。とにかく待つんだ。カラスが富武の潜伏先を暴く。警察の協力員が R の死亡の真偽を暴く。とにかく今は待つんだ。耐えるんだ。
失礼します。高野三佐からです。相当ご立腹の様子です。
Takano's on the line, by the way. She sounds super fucking pissed.
ク 。ふしてチャンスを待とうって時に、俺はお姫様。あ、もしもし、おこのぎです。まあそう焦らずに。まだそう決まったわけじゃありませんね。
Yeah, forget about it. It ain't no biggie.
まずは落ち着いてコーヒーでも。
Okonogi, you never tell a woman to calm down. Okonogi tried to change the subject while pretending to laugh, but all he could hear was Takano's frantic voice. He couldn't even understand what she was trying to say. The second hand on the clock ticked on. Who was going to be able to smile at the end of it all? Today was going to be a long battle. Konogi's instincts told him so. Oh boy.
お疲れさんです。今のは誰から？
今度はうちの花垂所長じゃわい。だんだんと手強くなってきた。だがわしの敵じゃないな。事務や風情が技術屋に勝てると思ったか。しかし所長が今日所長会のゴルフでよかったわい。直接来られたらちと面倒だったぞ。
ゴルフ場から電話とは仕事してんだかしてないんだか。大高くんめ、所長と一緒に乗り込みたかったろうに。今頃悔しがってるぞ。
Now, I don't golf, but do people normally play golf at 6 a.m.? I don't think they would. I think maybe at 8 in the morning. Anyway.
間接攻撃でダメなら次は直接攻撃ですかね。乗り込んできますか、大高のやつ。
所長が捕まらないんじゃ自分で乗り込むしかないと踏むでしょう。ああ、もうじか8時半か。
Oh, okay. It's almost 8:30, so that makes sense. Okay, it's fine if he's playing golf at this
下の
hour.
窓口が開く頃だ。
Morning had finally arrived. The chorus of cicadas had begun. That familiar sound would make one think it was just another day, but it was hardly going to be normal. It wasn't just an ordinary Sunday. Oishi and his men had already realized they were grazing the tip of a huge conspiracy. What a...
大高くんの性分だと多分堂々と胸を張って正面からやってくるでしょう。
What incredible wording.
自分だけが正義だと思ってるやつにありがちっすね。
わしはここで電話を耐える。お前らはそいつを頼むぞ。
よし、お出迎えで行きましょうかね。クマちゃんはここを頼みます。
Hi. The lobby of the Okinomiya police was just like that of any other police station. It could hardly be said to have a welcoming atmosphere. Some of the tiles on the floor were broken and cracked, so sometimes people tripped on them. Those spots were covered up by pieces of cardboard, and there was a sign that said, "Caution, watch your step." I don't think we've seen this background before. I don't remember off the top of my head if we have, but if we haven't, just in case, here it is. And here's the console version. I don't think we've seen this one. Some of the background images here are really funny, though. Let's see. What does this say real quick? Let's see if I can get that translated. 1 sec. So this says... Oh, okay. It's just a poster reminding people to work together. Okay. Anyway, let's move on. Back to original backgrounds. There was also a pot with a dead plant in it. It was far from a friendly lobby. Unlike hospitals and banks, there wasn't a line of people at the counters of the police station, but there were a few sitting on the sofa waiting for the counters to open. And they would open soon. Some workers were standing by on the other side of the counters. Otaka was snobbish enough that Oishi didn't want to deal with him at first thing in the morning. If only he was a pretty young woman with big tits. Oishi and his men were on a very important job. If Otaka found out that Rika Furuda's death had been faked, the operation was finished. They were only able to shake up the enemy now, while Rika Furuda's death is still on the books. They had to stall for every minute, every second they could, so Tomidage could seize hold of the tail that was popping out. So if the truth about Rika Furuda's death was exposed before Tomidage had that chance, the enemy would recover. The emergency manual would regain its credibility, and although the enemy would enact it immediately, they would try again for sure. Rika Furuda had detected the conspiracy ahead of time, but that was a miracle. The divine winds. Japan had prevented Mongol invasions twice in the past with such miracles. Right, with the typhoons. But nothing like that had happened during World War II. They might not be so lucky next time. They might not get another chance. There might be no next time at all. Unless they defeat them this time, they would never win again. While it was possible to do some serious damage, a tied game would inevitably lead to the enemy's victory. They had to completely expose what the enemy was up to, allowing Tomitake to call in a suppression unit to defeat them. That was why Oishi had to stop their vanguard here. His job, therefore, was an extremely important one. If the enemy's conspiracy succeeded, Hinamizawa would be destroyed, and more than 2,000 villagers would be executed in the gas disaster. Either way, the incident would never go public, but people's lives depended on him. Oishi was violating his professional duties. However, he had to do what was right. Oishi thought back to when the old man taught him that. Someone who, despite the hot weather, was wearing a suit, came in through the automatic sliding door. He had 2 of his colleagues with him. He was showing off his authority like he always did.
Yo! Ohayou gozaimasu, Otaka-kun.
これはおはようございます大石さん。それから私のことは君と呼ばないでください。もうあなたに君で呼ばれるような立場ではありません。
Hold on. That voice sounds familiar. Give me 1 second. That voice sounds really familiar. Hold on. I don't think his voice is credited. Or maybe. We'll see, hold on. Oh, here it is. His voice actor is Koji Ishii. What has he worked on? 1 sec. He's appeared in Under Night in Birth. Okay, well that's something. Here we go. He's Kotaro Taiga from Gao Gaigar, I think. Because he plays the voice actor for SRW. Let me just double check. He's also Yamazaki's voice in King of Fighters. Yeah, no wonder his voice. Dude, they got this guy. They got this guy for this dub. Holy shit! Yeah, no, and he also voices Taiga from fucking Gao Geiger of all things. Insane. He's also Mojo Jojo. Oh, and he's Kimura from Azumanga Daioh. What? They got this guy for this? That is fucking crazy. That is really fucking cool. I'm trying to see if there's anyone else besides like Yamazaki. Because yeah, it's still Gao Gaigar. Anyone else that I might recognize? He was in Sailor Moon at some point. Yeah. No, that's fucking awesome. Oh, and he's of course in Legend of the Galactic Heroes, because why not? And he was a pilot in the Brave Express, Mike Guine. That is crazy. Anyway, back to this. I can't believe they got him in this. Holy fuck. Perfect voice. Otaka seemed disgusted to hear that. He used to boast about being a good mahjong player, but Oishi once beat him badly in front of many people, which hurt his pride.
あなたとゆっくり休校を温めたいところですが、今日は急ぎの用事がありますので、失礼させていただきます。
まあまあそう言わずに、交流剣道大会で少女の筆行委託を忘れちまったと。あんたが私に泣きついてきたんで、こっそりステージ裏で書いてあげたから、無事表彰式ができたんじゃないの。
Well, honestly, his voice doesn't sound that close to the character that he plays in Gao Gaigar. Because that dude is a lot more energetic. Here he just sounds like a smug bastard. But I thought I was confusing him for someone else. But it just so happens that, oh, okay. He happens to be in a lot of shit that I recognize him from.
その件については感謝していますが、今は関係ないことです。
God, imagine going up to him like during an anime convention or some shit where they're doing like voice panels or something from like, you know, I think he was an Overlord or something recently as well. I ignored all of the like current shit. But imagine you go up to him and you're like, oh, you were Okonogi in Higurashi. I loved your voice. And then he's like, huh? Oh yeah, I did play that role, didn't I? And then he goes home and plays Silent Hill F. He's like, oh man, that Yukishi guy wrote some cool shit.
ありゃ、感謝してくれてましたのな、そりゃ失礼。そういう話はとんと聞いたことがなかったもので。県警では、私が書きたいとわがまま言ったから、執行委託を断って、わざわざ書かせてやったんだって話で通ってましたよ。症状の字があまりにうまくないので、どういうことなんだと、本部長に聞かれて以来のあなたの言い訳のはずですが。
さあ、どうなんでしょうね。誰かが誤解してるんじゃないですか。私はそんなこと言ってませんよ。
It's just like with some of the enunciation and the way he like raises his voice and lowers his pitch in certain words. It really does sound a lot like the I forget the name of the dude who voices Dio, but that guy, because he also voices what's his fucking name? Koyasu Takehito, or Takehito Koyasu. Yeah, this dude. He also sounds a lot like the dude from Turn A Gundam, whose name I forget, but you get what I mean.
県警本部はあなたの島だろうが、あいにくここは沖宮署でね。あんたの思い通りにはそうそうならんってこってす。
ほう。それはどういう意味ですか、大石さん。
あんたがここへ何しに来たかは知らんが、あんたの島はゴグラだ。沖宮じゃない。おとなしく引き上げてもらいましょう。
Get the fuck out of here.
何の権限があってだね。
そちらこそ何の権限があってですかな。
県警本部で現在捜査中のある秘匿捜査事件についてだ。その件に関連があると思われる身元不明死体がこちらにあると聞いてね。
なら電話でお問い合わせを。
Okinomiya is in a rich neighborhood. This isn't a place where someone in a custom-made suit should be.
なるほど。どうやら鑑識課の連中とつるんでいるようですね。所長から検視報告をすべて県警本部に引き渡すよう命令が来ているはずです。
Oh boy.
その件については鑑識から所長に説明が入っているはずです。まだ検視中でね。ちょいとうちのミスで身元が特定されたような情報が内部に流れちまったようですが、ですので報告書を出すにはちょいとお時間をいただかないとならないわけです。
ならその検視に我々も立ち会わせてもらおう。
嫌です。
はあ、私は県警本部の秘匿事件担当として。
それが本当なら私はあんたの刑事魂を疑わない。刑事魂は高潔だ。そりゃお給料がもらえなかったらこんな商売誰だってやりゃしないです。ですがね、それだけじゃ測れない魂がなきゃ、あんたにその魂があるってんなら私はここを譲りますよ。
The look on Oishi's eyes made clear the anger that was roiling within him. As he looked into those eyes, Otaka recalled all kinds of frightening memories. Did I call him Okonogi a while ago? If so, that was a mistake. Otaka didn't want Oishi. Their names are so fucking similar. Otaka, Okonagi, Oishi. Holy shit. Otaka didn't want Oishi to sense his fear, but he couldn't prevent himself from loudly swallowing.
ならそこを譲ってもらいましょう。私も刑事魂でここに来ています。
Hey, no worries. Witch, thanks so much for stopping by for a little bit. I hope you're able to catch up on the VODs. At least, I think 6 is up on YouTube right now. So that's gonna be a little while before you catch up, but we are at the finale of Matsuribayashi.
そこをどいてください。
I need to see your policeman spirit. Well, I'm here because of that. Now let me through, please.
なら私をその刑事魂で押してどかしてみなさい。
His tamashi, his soul, his policeman's soul.
なんですって。
Well, it also means spirit, but you get what I mean.
あんたの刑事魂が私の刑事魂に負けないくらいに重いものなら 私なんか簡単にどかせちゃうはずですよ。ほれ試してみなさい。
Oishi was obviously saying that he had no intention of letting Otaka through. How could he do this? Otaka was confused. Otaka was an elite policeman at the prefectural police headquarters. He believed academic background and performance records were enough to earn trust. He had been working hard under that belief, but Oishi doesn't acknowledge that, and he doesn't even respect him. He's a scumbag. He was the worst type of person, one who tried to establish their meaning and purpose only through rough means, refusing to acknowledge everything about their superiors in order to protect their own pride, as uncivilized people often did. Otaka had been thinking ever since they worked together, why do people trust in someone like Oishi? Why do people respect someone like him? Why do people appreciate someone like Oishi more than they did Otaka?
どきたまえ。今すぐどかなければ捜査妨害で君を告発することもできるんだぞ。
ほう、そりゃどんな捜査ですかな。話してくれりゃ協力もしますよ。
It's a super duper secret one. I can't tell you.
だから君もわからない人だな。秘匿捜査だから君ごとき田舎署の刑事には話せんのだ。
なるほど。全部話せないなら一部でもいい。あんたはその仕事に何を背負ってますか？
背負う？何を言ってるんだ。
私はね、背負ってますよ。私の後ろには村の住民の命運2000人分があります。あんたを通せば2000人、いや、その親戚やご家族も含めればもっと大勢の人が悲しむこと。あんた分かってますよね。
何の話かさっぱりだ。
腹を割ってやる。あんたの飼い主は恐ろしいことを企んでいる。あんたはそこまで想像がついちゃいないだろうが、何千人もの人が不幸になる恐ろしい陰謀を企んでいる。
They're having this argument in the middle of the fucking police office, like the reception room.
そいつがくじかれる里屋だってんで、多分就寝中だったあんたを叩き起こしてすぐに調べろと命じたんだ。いくらの小遣いで頼まれてるかは知らんが、それがあんたの刑事魂より重いってんなら。
Oishi stopped talking there, but his eyes continued to speak after that.
何を言っているのかさっぱりわからないですよ。とにかくそこを通してください。
Otaka's baffled behavior confirmed what Oishi had just said. He had been bought off by someone shady. Though maybe he didn't think that that he was bought. He probably thought he was just filling the request to confirm Nikafuru's body as a favor for someone in the information network he assumed he built himself. Of course, that part about it being classified investigation was a lie, but when an elite policeman from the prefectural headquarters said it was a classified investigation, everyone would growl and salute him. But, Oishi didn't salute him at all.
話になりません。このことは後日必ず所長に抗議させていただきます。
おう、まだんかい。話はまだ終わってません。
I thought he tripped over the piece of cardboard. As Otaka tried to walk away, Oishi grabbed him by the arm. Otaka tried to make him let go, but Oishi was just too strong.
話してください、大石さん。
ありゃ、大して力を入れてるつもりはないんですがね。あんたに真の刑事魂があったらこんなのに屈しない。あんたの揺るぎない正義が私なんかあっさり打ち倒して踏み越えていくでしょう。だがあんたはこの程度の腕も剥がせない。なんでかわかりますか？
話せ！
てめえには刑事魂がないからだよ。
Oishi let go of his shoulder, and Otaka tumbled onto the floor, sliding from... What?!
これは捜査妨害だ。
I guess he was trying to, like, force him to let go, and then Oishi let go at the right time, and he fucking tripped. But the fact that he slipped 2 meters is like, that doesn't make sense. Who waxed the floors this morning?
公務執行妨害、いや、傷害の現行犯だぞ。緊急逮捕しろ。
Otaka ordered his 2 colleagues around, but they didn't know what to do. Oishi was also a policeman, and obviously there was something more going on between them. Besides, they could sense one thing. Their instincts were telling them that Oishi was far stronger than them. They were no match at all.
どうしましたか、大石さん。
Some officers were gathering in the lobby. They all looked puzzled.
いえいえ、 県警の青二歳が筋の通らんことを言い出したもので、ちょいと先輩として指導したまでです。
The officers alternately looked between Oishi and Otaka. They knew something was going on, but they didn't know the circumstances, so they didn't know which one to stop. Oishi was respected by the policemen in the Okinamiya station. Everyone respected him. If Oishi said that Otaka was being selfish, then he must be at fault. Oishi was generally seen as sensible. All of them thought that Oishi would only do this in a public place like a lobby, if it was something major. Otaka was feeling humiliated to get such attention. He stood up calmly, hiding his humiliation with anger.
なるほど。あなたの言い分は分かりました。私も子供の使いでここに来ているわけじゃない。
いい根性です。胸を貸しますよ。かかってこい、青二歳が。
かかってこい。
お前はそんなもんか。くそー。お前の刑事魂はそんなもんか。俺はひなみ沢2000人を背負ってる。諸葛管内2000人の命を預かってる。ならば2000人を押し退ける気迫で今回や。
It was like watching a match between a sumo wrestler and a small child. No matter how many times Otaka tried to tackle Oishi, he simply crumbled against him. Oishi stood firm as his feet were rooted to the earth. By the third time Otaka tumbled to the floor, he finally realized that he had been provoked. He caught his breath and fixed his hair.
わかりました。ならばお教えしましょう。私が担当している事件は、あなたもご存知の S 号絡みです。その経由で、とある方面から真偽を確かめてほしいと依頼されたのです。
Okay, what else?
回りくどい言い方じゃわかりませんな。もうちょいわかるようにお願いします。
何しろ疑われているのは、ひなみ沢地区では信仰上のマスコットともいえる少女の死なのです。それが事実かどうか、
Holy shit.
すぐに確かめなければなりません。
What a way to word that. Like, yeah, we know that she's like a village mascot for the most part, right? But imagine being like a policeman and going to like another police station and being like, yeah, I'm here to check up on, you know, the body of the village mascot, instead of, you know, I'm here to check up on the body of the head priestess of the village. That's like calling the Pope the mascot of Rome. Or Vatican City, I mean.
だから電話で説明したでしょ。現在調査中。まだまだお時間がかかります。
いや、言いたくなかったんですがね。この依頼はもう隠すのはやめましょう。あなたの大の苦手の園崎議員からです。
はあ、紋付き袴の怖い人ね。確かに苦手ですね。あの人に凄まれたら私も道理を引っ込めて無理を通すしかありません。
そうでしょう、そうでしょう。その園崎議員から大至急本当にフルで理科の死体なのかどうか確かめてほしいと依頼されたのです。住民の依頼ですからね。住民のための警察です。引き受けるのは当然ですよ。何しろフルで理科はひなみ沢ではただの少女じゃない。特別な意味を持つ少女。その少女の死体が出たなんて話が未確認情報でも流れれば、それを確かめたいと思うのは至極当然です。そうでしょう。
He just called her the mascot, and then he's like, she's a very special little girl, you know? Imagine Oishi snaps his finger, points to the receptionist, and is like, hey, call the head of the Sorozaki family. Call this guy from the Sorozaki family. Let's confirm real quick.
あんた、そういうのは一般の方の耳に入らないところで言った方がいいですよ。ここ、ロビーですから。
これは失礼。
Otaka suddenly realized his mistake. Some people were even whispering behind him. One of them spoke to Otaka hesitantly.
フルでのリカちゃまが亡くなったってのは本当なのか？
ご安心を奥さん。まだそうと決まったわけではありません。それを確認するために県警から参上。
We haven't. Oh my god. An old lady is like, is it true that Rika died? Don't worry, we don't know yet.
そうです。 まだそうと決まったわけではありません。現在それを確認中なので、お待ちをと申し上げているだけなのです。
その確認に立ち会わせろと言っているのです。いいんですか？私は園崎議員の依頼でここに来ているんです。その私にここまでの邪魔をしてくれたというなら、それは全て議員に話します。困ったことになるのは大石さん。そろそろ降参した方がいいんじゃありませんか？
Representative Sonozaki was well known in this area as an extremely tough congressman. The people who knew about him continued to whisper. Otaka grinned while he heard them whispering. He realized then that in Okinomiya, his threat was more effective than he thought it would be.
あらやだ、三郎さん、そんなこと頼んだのかい？
そこの県警さんや。それ、園崎議員さんが本当に頼んだんですかいの？
Bro's right behind him.
ええ、そうです。私が議員から直接依頼されたのです。どうです？大石さん。さすがに降参では？
People continue to whisper. Representative Sonozaki's a big name around here, Otaka thought. Even gangsters give way if someone mentions his name here in Okinomiya.
さあ、議員が怖かったらそこを開けてもらいましょうか、大石さん。
ああ、反則切符の再交付は8番の窓口でご相談を。
はあ？私がいつ反則切符など。
Oishi suddenly started to talk about something completely different. In fact, Oishi was looking at something behind Otaka. Huh? Who was he talking to? Otaka wondered. An old-fashioned elderly man and a lady in a kimono were standing behind him. When Otaka's eyes met with hers, she smiled at him. She's definitely my type, Otaka thought.
なあ、お前さん、本当に園崎議員に直接依頼されたんだね。秘書とかそういうのじゃなく。
そうですとも。こう見えても園崎議員とは懇意な関係でしてね。直接お電話をいただくこともあるのです。
Ah. The elderly man continued to listen with a puzzled
お
expression.
前誰じゃい？
は？名乗るほどではありません。県警本部に勤める一警官に過ぎませんよ。
あまりにもできすぎたシチュエーションです。その笑うしかないですな。
なんだ、やっぱりこれは笑ってもいいところなのかい？
She laughs just like her daughters as well.
それは私も気づかなかったわ。
Or I should say that her daughters laugh just like her. Yeah, see? Otaka couldn't understand why Oishi and this lady were laughing.
どうしたんですか？今日はご一緒でお越しになって。
いやー、それがね、例の切符なんだけどさ、左折禁止の看板が茂った葉っぱで見えなかったんだよ。その出口に白バイが待ってるってのはちょいとやり口が汚いんじゃないかいって言ったらさ、三郎さんがそれは抗議した方がいいって言ってこうしてついてきてくれたわけなんだよ。
Who?
ああ、行動の樹木は市役所の管轄ですからね。よくそういうのうちに来るんですが、なんともしがたいんですよね。
それを知りながら出口で待ち伏せとるっちゅうがけしからんと思うてな。こうして抗議に来たんじゃ。
わかりました。そいつは市役所と交通課に私の方から行ってきますんで、今日は一つ穏便に済ませちゃもらえませんかね。
あんたがそう言うなら今日は引き上げるとしよう。
When Otaka realized they were Oishi's guests, he fixed his tie and spoke
で
up.
も違反切符はちゃんと支払うんですよ。規則です。
カチンとくるお人だね。
カチンとくるお人でしょ。お茶目な一面もたまにあるんですがね。
私は今そこの大石刑事と重要な話をしている最中なんです。さあ、お二人とも用が済んだらお帰りを。そして良い一日を、奥さん。
grab.
良い一日をね、県警の旦那も。
The two of them grabbed Otaka's shoulders from behind. The lady grabbed his right shoulder and the elderly man grabbed his left.
県警の旦那、私は生まれてこの方、何かわかるかい？
は？
一つはしいたけ。生まれた時からこいつだけは苦手でね。食うのもダメだし、出汁を取ったのもダメさ。もう一つは嘘。食わされるのもダメだし、出汁に使われるのも気に入らない。ここまでコケにされちゃいけないね。石骨の鬼姫、園崎茜。
Oh. Oh boy. And real quick. Because it is different. He fucked up so badly. Ah.
売られた喧嘩は値引かないのだけが自慢さ。
園崎家のあんたが言うな。あと鬼姫って部分を一市民に置き換えれば完璧です。
The police officers, the citizens in the lobby, and Otaka's colleagues didn't know what was going on.
ご説明します。こちらは園崎茜さん、鹿骨市婦人権友会の副会長さんです。こちらは園崎三郎さん、県剣道連盟の名誉理事さんです。それより前に肩書きがありますね。鹿骨肉選出の県議。いやー、お二人とも県警剣道部師範代の大高君に稽古をつけるために本日はお越しくださったんですよね。なははは、朝から本当に申し訳ございません。さあさあ、先生方を道場にお通ししてください。
銀さん。
なんじゃい、お前さんとは恋の仲じゃな。今日はとことん付き合ってもらうぞ。
私も久々に燃えてきた。
The two of them were still clinging to his shoulders and laughing meaningfully. Otaka laughed along with them. It's like they're walking to the dojo, and while he's nervously laughing, and they're just chuckling. That's pretty funny. Alright, it's been 1 hour. There's still 6 more to go. At least.
確かですわよね。確かに昨日の時点で入江所長は女王感染者が在宅しているのを確認したんですわよね。
在宅を確認なんてひどい。夏風邪をひいたというので様子を見に行ったんです。ですからリカさんの死体が見つかるなんてありえるわけがないじゃないですか。
そうですわよ。ありえるわけがないんですわ。でもそれを確認しないと信じてしまって誤解する人もいますので。
誰が何の誤解をするんですか？
古出リカが死んだなどと村に知れたら大変な騒ぎになりますし。
Now I'm certain that she's lying. I don't even need to wait to hear from Tomitake. Takano's objective is the execution of the emergency manual. Its premise is about to be destroyed, and that's why she's panicking. She finally found someone who showed an interest in her research, which made her feel better about herself. Yet that someone is about to cut her off, and that's why she's panicking. She's as pitiful as can be. If it were possible, if there was a way to reach out to her, I would reach out to save her from drowning. But my hand will never reach. It won't reach her unless she reaches out. She's drowning, but as long as she refuses to seek help, I'll never reach her. Until she realizes it herself, no matter how much I reach out, she'll refuse my helping hand. However, My selfish imagination will have to stop there for now. Is Rika home or not? If she's going into the details, she'll become suspicious of me, since I told her I saw Rika at home. That will put me in a very dangerous position. A man who had been on the phone for some time put down the receiver.
サンサ、電話に出ません。不在のようです。
監視班は何と言ってるの？
いえ、監視体制に入った17日以降、外出の形跡はなく、電話の一本もありません。
ねえ、入江所長。ということは、まだ中にリカちゃんたちはいるということですわよね。
She should be.
そういうことだと思いますな。どうでしょう。もうだいぶ治りかけて元気になってますからね。うまく抜け出して遊びに行ってるのかもしれません。ほら、今日は綿流しのお祭りじゃありませんか。リカさんの家の近くには確か模擬店部会の水場が設けられていたはずです。人の出入りも多いですから、監視の方が見逃してしまった可能性も。
Impossible, idiot. We have 5 snipers at our fucking door. We could have not missed her.
どうなの？そんなことはあり得るの？
入江所長が出られた後には必ずシールしています。まさか窓から出たのでもない限りありえないでしょう。
山犬はあくまでも R は家を出ていないと、そういう。
そうです。間違いありません。R は R 宅内です。そして17日以降、一度たりとも外出していません。絶対に在宅しています。
それを確認したのが入江所長だけで、山犬の誰一人確認していないのに、そうだ。
One of the mountain dogs looked at me. I swallowed and then nodded to him.
ならどうして沖宮署で R の死体が出てきたりするの？
ですからそれは誤報の可能性も。その後の情報では身元不明死体の検視はまだ終わっておらず、フルで理科であるというのは何者かの憶測に過ぎない可能性が高いと。
もうその話は聞き飽きたわ。その怪情報が流れて東京にまで伝わってからもう何時間が経過してる。このままでは東京に。
Takano realized that I was standing next to her and shut her mouth. I could already tell what she wanted to say, though.
さんさ、東京の野村様よりお電話です。
Also, Taiko, thanks so much for following over on the Twitch side. I appreciate it.
だからしばらく待てと言ってるのに。
We are on chapter 8. This is the finale of the last chapter. Matsuribayashi. Takano usually has a lot of self-control, but she's not doing so well right now. Even her body language makes it clear how irritated she is. Does she have a habit of scratching herself? As she folded her arms, I could see marks where her nails touched her skin. She's clearly not doing well. Unless you mean the actual chapter number, this is chapter 10. Yeah, you might wanna tune out. This is like spoilers for like past the mystery and everything, so I would recommend you sitting this one out. I'm sorry.
高野さんはお忙しいようですね。私が出ましょう。野村さんですか？初めてお電話いただく方ですね。
いえ、サンサー邸ですので。
Right. That is God, I already forget the name of chapter 3. We're on chapter like 8. We're on Matsuribayashi, like the final. So this is like, again, like we're already in the answers arc. So this is like right before everything wraps up. This is the literal final day of everything. The mountain dogs looked alternately between Takano and my faces.
入江所長、今ちょっと立て込んでおりますの。大変申し訳ございませんけど、所長室にお戻り。
そうですか。そうですね。入江機関の運営はあなたに任せています。私が口を出すことではありませんね。
誰か所長室までお送りして、早く。
She's basically telling me to get out. I left the security room quietly.
もしもし高野です。お待たせして申し訳ございませんわ。
何度もお電話して申し訳ございません。いかがですか？沖宮署の情報については確認できましたか？
申し訳ございません。今急ぐように指示をしているところです。すでに内部協力員を沖宮署に向かわせましたので、その連絡を待つだけなのですが。
そうですか。ではもうじきですね。では何時頃までにこちらにご連絡をいただけますか？
もちろん分かり次第すぐにご連絡ただそれがいつになるかはお約束が難しいのですが、大至急、急がせておりますので。
サンサ、飛行機に乗ったことは終わりですか？
もちろんですわ。
飛行機が離陸するために加速するとき、この時に大きな出力を得るためエンジントラブルを起こすことがあるのだそうです。その時まだ大して速度が出ていないならブレーキをかけ離陸を断念するそうですが、もしすでに十分な速度が出ていた場合はブレーキはかえって危険なためそのまま離陸をしてしまうのだそうです。4発の旅客機ならうち1つのエンジンが壊れていても飛行は可能ですから。それはもちろんこの度の作戦も同じです。エンジンは一つではありませんから、十分な速度が出ていれば離陸に踏み切るでしょう。後のことはどうとでもなります。ですがこの度の作戦という飛行機はまだ十分な速度どころかこれから離陸しようという段階です。お分かりですね。
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Again, it would be better to hear if you really want to hear my opinions on the chapters, or like as I was playing through them, they're all up on YouTube, especially with the post-chapter discussions, which is when I go like, I provide whatever theories I had and so on. So maybe listen to those when you're done with chapter 3, or if you want to hear my opinions on chapter 2 and 1, they're both up there. Once we're done with this as well, I will be doing another post-chapter discussion for it. But anyway, the first step of the operation was Tomitake's assassination. That hasn't even happened yet. So what Nomura was saying was correct.
もしあなたが乗った旅客機が離陸前からエンジンが故障していると分かったらどうしますか？降りるでしょ？同じことです。離陸前からエンジンに故障が見つかったため、乗客であるクライアントたちが飛行機を降りたがっています。
If they were already at the point of no return, then the little mistake wouldn't matter that much. But since they're still before that point, they're overly cautious about even a tiny mistake.
それが本当に故障なのか、今点検させているところなのです。
Just talking in metaphors.
存じています。あなたは管制塔の管制官。私は彼らをなだめる添乗員。離陸の見込みの薄くなる飛行機から降りたいと言い出すクライアントたち。そんなこれ以上事態の改善が遅れるとこの飛行プラン自体がなかったことになります。高野さんさ。
Oh man, that means your grandfather's work will forever be known as a madman's nonsense.
それはつまりあなたの祖父の論文が世まいごとの打分俗文であった。一人の少女が死ぬと村人が全員錯乱する。バカみたい。何を根拠にそんな世まいごとを。この分厚い研究結果は全てそんな空想論文だ。なんておかしい。高野ひふみと高野美代って何なのかしら。おかしいおかしいおかしい。
Nakano ground her teeth. She squeezed the receiver so tightly her knuckles went white.
となってしまいます。お分かりですか？これはあなたとあなたの尊敬してやまないおじいちゃんの名誉を守るためでもあるんですよ。
ええ、お気遣いをありがとうございますわ。
安心してください。私はあなたの唯一の味方です。あなたにとって一番幸せに報われる結末になるよう最後までお手伝いします。ですので どうか私の顔も立てて沖宮署の動向を確かめてください。私も努力してますけど、機嫌を損ねるクライアントの皆さんのお相手は楽ではないもので。
ご迷惑をおかけしますわ。もうしばらくだけご猶予を。ええ、はい、失礼いたします。
We don't know exactly who the chick on the phone is. We just know that she's like a sponsor of some kind. Like she met up with Takano and quote unquote like talked to her while she was feeling down and is like, hey, I can help you like achieve your dream. And like that's all we know. Takano made sure that Nomura hung up first and then hung up herself.
おこのぎから連絡はまだないの？電話して。
三佐、つい10分前に電話したばかりです。情報が入ればすぐに連絡してくることになっています。少しお休みになられては。先ほどのコーヒーも。
The unit member tried to serve a cup of coffee to Takano, but she knocked it aside. The cup fell on the floor, making a black puddle. Everybody in the security room went silent.
何よ。ボケっとしている暇があったら誰かモップでも持ってきなさい。10分前に電話してても構わない。もう一度かけて催促して。沖宮署の死体がフルで理科ではないという裏付けと行方不明の富武の確保よ。
Oh boy. Takano was starting to realize something. By now she could sense that there was something behind Tomitake's disappearance. Tomitake must know something about what was happening at the Okinomiya police station. He might look dumb, but he somehow found out about the plan, and he was trying to mess with Takano. So Tomitake was clearly behind it, all of it. Takano had been intending to let him enjoy the festival that night if he behaved. The quickest way for Takano to be certain of what was happening would be to see Rika Furude's face at her house. But she couldn't leave and she couldn't trust Irie. And because there were too many people around for the festival, the mountain dogs had their hands full. If she would answer the phone, that'd do, but she wouldn't answer. That meant the house was empty, and that Rika Furude's death was real. What went wrong? Who deceived Takano? There was only one person. The only person who claimed that he saw her at her house. Irie was the most suspicious person around. Tomitake had left the hotel and was nowhere to be found. So maybe Rika had left her house and was hiding somewhere else. In other words, Irie betrayed her and was in contact with Tomitake?
入江所長に監視をつけなさい。
まさか所長の在宅確認が。どうして所長が。
富武はいつの段階でかわからないけれど、私たちそして宿を脱出し、R も秘密裏に安全なところへ避難させた。私たちはまんまと騙されて空き家を見張り続けてたのよ。
Also, she didn't say Rika, she referred to her as R instead, which is interesting.
空き家ということはありえません。人影が確かに。
それが R だという保証はあるの？ R じゃない。監視する山犬を騙すために誰かがあそこに身代わりとして留守をしている。そうおこのぎに R 宅への強行突入を命じなさい。誰がいるんだか知らないけど、そいつは富武や理科に通じている。
It's starting.
そいつを締め上げるのよ。
しかし R 宅への突入は本日は不可能です。 R 宅前は水場になっており、祭りの関係者が常にごった返しています。今日の祭りが終わる深夜までは不可能です。
それを何とかするのが山犬でしょうが。なんとかしなさい。なんとか。なんで私が言うことじゃ聞いてくれないの？
She's not thinking straight.
私の言うことは聞けないっていうの？私の上の保護者の言うことじゃなきゃ聞けないっていうの？
The unit members could only watch in silence. They knew that nothing could comfort her. The noise of the phone suddenly broke the silence. Takano practically jumped.
はい。三佐、朗報です。カラスが東京調査部の定期連絡先の電話番号特定に成功したとのことです。電話番号は獅子骨市内。山犬が住所の特定作業に入りました。
富武だ。間違いない。ひばり、腕利きを集めろ。奴は用心してるぞ。抜かるんじゃねえ。白鷺はバックアップしろ。
了解。ひばり湾より全範囲へ。突入先が特定され次第出動するぞ。全員登場しろ。
くそ、電話会社の協力員はまだか。
調べさせてます。5分です。
It was 8:45 a.m. Oh, I thought it was 9 already. They didn't know where in Shishibune he was staying, but depending on where it was, it might be too far to get there before 9 a.m. They would have to depend on luck.
バカ野郎5分じゃねえ50秒だ何やってやがんだ端末に番号を打つだけだろうが
来ました。住所は市内平坂1丁目のホテルモデラート。交換機を経由しているため部屋番号は不明。
聞こえたなひばり
了解出動
Luckily, Hirasaka Block 1 was close enough. Okonogi had been right. Tomitake was hiding nearby. The garage doors of Okonogi Gardeners opened one after another, and the white van sped off in a hurry.
やら今度はこっちの番だまさか調査部に俺の子飼いが混じってるとは思わなかったろうよこっちが今度は貴様を奇襲してやるぜ
What if he was call bouncing? Oh, hold on. Was call bouncing a thing in the 80s? No, that's not thing. I'm thinking of something else. No, I'm confusing that with I think it was used in Uplink, which is an old PC title where you play as a hacker, and there you use what they call call bouncing, which is basically like you connect from one VPN to another in order to hack something. So let's say you're in Japan, you connect to a VPN in Russia, then one in the Middle East, then one in Europe, then one in like Africa, then one in the UK, then one in America, then one in Canada, then one in Mexico, then back to like wherever you started. And then like if someone tries to trace your location, they have to go through all those VPNs basically. And that's called call bouncing. So I was thinking like, what if he had something set up similar to that where he calls from a hotel room while being connected somewhere else? Yeah, the game Uplink is what I was referring to. But anyway, Hotel Moderato. Despite its name, it had a cheap stained sign out front. A dilapidated business hotel on the outskirts of town, the perfect place for someone to lay low in. They might draw in some guests if they renovated the building into a more modern love hotel, but it was clearly that they didn't have the capital for renovations and could go under any minute. That's the kind of hotel it was. Tomitake was staying in one of the rooms on the second floor. The interior of the room was worse than his previous hotel. It only had a bed and a phone. But that phone was what he needed the most at the moment. If he didn't have to receive regular reports, he would keep changing hotels, which was safer. But he needed up-to-date information on the research division, and his course of action would change according to that information. Moving about unnecessarily might cause miscommunication in case of an emergency. Tomitake never suspected that there was a spy in the research division. The ticking sound from the clock echoed through the room. It was almost 9 a.m., but the phone might not ring at 9 on the dot. Tomitake waited in front of the phone patiently. He tried to organize the information in his head so he could answer questions more calmly. At the same time, he kept in mind the possibility of an attack. At that time, he heard a woman scream in the distance. It happened again. He heard another scream. Tomitake got the sense that something was happening inside the hotel. His intuition told him that someone was checking every single room with a master key. Tomitake opened the curtain a little. He saw several mountain dogs who were blocking all the ways out of the hotel. How long had they been there? Finally, they had finally found where he was. Tomitake could hear their loud footsteps. He heard voices too. This cheap hotel wouldn't have chains on the door. They had no means to fend off the master key. Tomitake could tell there were around 20 of them. No, maybe there were more. It would be no use trying to fight with them. All he could do was hide. Under the bed? Or in the bathroom? At the very least, the ceiling wouldn't open up like in the movies. Should he jump out the window? It was the second floor after all. It was perfectly possible to survive a jump. They would be expecting that, however. Yet this was right on city grounds. If he was confident in his legs, it wouldn't be impossible to outrun them. Tomitake soon heard footsteps outside his door. This was it. He jumped from the window. Of course, there were mountain dogs on the ground waiting for him. They pointed, and about 6 of them started running after him. Tomitake shot off right from the position he landed in. This took the mountain dogs by surprise. He started to dash right after he jumped out of the second floor window. Tomitake was prepared to do something like that. He had been training in case of an emergency just like this one.
ひばり10よりひばり1標的発見追跡中応援求む
ひばり1より白崎 標的は裏通りを西に向かい逃走。制圧しろ。
白鷺了解。白鷺234、そっちへ行くぞ。来たぞ。やつだ。
Three members of the mountain dogs jumped out from behind the streetlight and stood in Tomitake's way. They prepared to stop him, but Tomitake kept running at full speed. They quickly realized he wasn't running towards them to knock them down. He was trying to run past them. There was no point in them taking a fighting position. They lowered themselves and tried to tackle him simultaneously. Tomitake jumped over them. He jumped over them like an Olympic athlete leaping over a hurdle. But he wasn't an Olympic athlete, and they weren't hurdles. Tomitake's heel struck one of the dogs. The two flanking Tomitake thought they'd seized hold of him. However, as he flew over them easily, he grabbed onto the two of their heads and smashed them against each other. Tomitake knew that this wouldn't stop them, but at least he'd gain a little time to run.
標的、西側阻止線を突破。追跡中。バカ野郎、何やってんだ。白鷺10、車両で回り込め。2つ先のブロックを左折で9時方向に奴を捉える。大丈夫か。くそ、逃がすな。の野郎、なんてバカ力だ。くそ、話が止まらねえ。
Tomitake saw a van with its door wide open ahead of him. It couldn't stop him in time and it hit the wall. As soon as it stopped, several mountain dogs jumped out of the van. Tomitake saw 5 men ahead of him, but he didn't think even those 5 could stop him. Why do trains sound their horn at people on the rails? It's not it's not because the train will get damaged, it's because the people will get hurt. Oh boy. He yelled at them like a horn on the train. He wasn't warning them because they were in his way. He was warning them to move so that they wouldn't get hurt.
こっちはこれだけ人数がいるんだ。体重だけ見たって奴の5倍だぞ。それで押しかけてもなお奴を止められないってのか。ありえない。ありえねえ。絶対ここで止めろ。かかれー。
Tomitake didn't grin. After all, trains don't grin. They're doing a lot of zooms this time. It's like they're playing with the engine pretty nicely.
富武の確保に成功しました。
本当？あっさりだったわね。いろいろと聞きたいことがあるわ。殺しちゃダメよ。こっちへ連行して。どうせ殺すけど、彼には似合いの死がすでに用意してあるんだからね。
Is she gonna like Watanagashi him? Oh boy. The phone continued to ring inside of Tomitake's empty hotel room. Within 30 minutes, Tomitake was dragged through the back door of the Idiot Institute wearing a gag and handcuffs. Tomitake didn't even move as he was already as though he was sedated. The mountain dog members had carried him out of the van. Idiot saw Tomitake from his window and came outside his office in a hurry. Takano was already there.
これは何事ですか、高野さん。
The mountain dog silently glared at Idia. He realized that he shouldn't have left his room.
二郎さんの姿が見えないと思ったら、なんと末期発症をしていたのですわ。
Oh boy.
不審に思い、山犬たちに探させていて正解でした。
末期発症、富武さんがですか？
Of course, Tomitake didn't reply. Idia decided not to say any more.
そうですか。それはとても不幸なことです。すぐに治療薬を投与してください。
もちろんですわ。投与の間に合う段階だといいのですが。
Idia already knew. The mountain dogs had tracked him down. Idia wasn't sure if Tomitake was able to arrange something with Tokyo. He wasn't even sure if the bloodhounds had been called in. He guessed that Tomitake didn't have time. If the bloodhounds were called in, the mountain dogs would catch that information. And if that was the case, they would likely drop everything and run. But Tomitake was captured, and they brought him back to the Institute. That meant it hadn't gotten that far, and they were still trying to fix the damage. In other words, Tomitake wasn't able to do what they had hoped for. What were they going to do to Tomitake? Since they brought him back alive, were they planning to torture a confession out of him? That would be very dangerous for him. He'd likely end up dead. Idia realized that he had to do something in Tomitake's place. The main reason why Idia had to rescue Tomitake was because he had no way of contacting Tokyo on his own. Takano wanted Idia to be useless. so she never told him about how to get in touch with Tokyo. Irie could receive phone calls from Tokyo, but he could only call him through Takano. Therefore, Tomitake was the key. Unless Irie rescued him, they couldn't possibly win. But Irie wasn't like the mountain dogs. He was simply a researcher. There was no way Irie could rescue Tomitake from such a high-security area. There were 8 mountain dogs in the building. There were usually only 2, but Takano had called in more. Of course, the basement was a highly secured area, and one needed an access card to get in. That card was only given to people in Irie's position. In addition to the access card, one would need a fingerprint match as well. The access card alone wouldn't do it. I didn't know we had fingerprint technology back in the 80s. Therefore, the only person who could rescue Tomitake from that high-security basement was Irie. And so, even if it was impossible, Irie had to do it. Irie bunched up his hands into fists and held them tight to encourage himself, but he only noticed that his fists were shaking. Irie, did you forget? Irie remembered what Akasaka had told him.
自らの危機を測るのはとても難しいことです。まだ大丈夫、多分大丈夫などと思っているうちに少しでも嫌な予感がしたら緊急時と判断していいでしょう。陰謀の度合いから考えて敵は私たちを生かしはしません。くれぐれもご用心を。
Irie felt the cold spot pulling on his back. Was this the emergency Akasaka was talking about? He shouldn't think that it was still okay. He shouldn't think that it was still okay. He might lose the chance to run. He realized that trying to do something by himself was foolish. He had a security access card, true, but that didn't mean he had to rescue Tomitake by himself. Just like how everyone else was trying to combine their efforts, he should also ask for help. Also, Tomitake was in their hands, which meant the mountain dogs had realized that they were under attack and were preparing to counter. It was very possible that they were suspicious of Irie too. Once they broke into Rika's house, Irie's life would be exposed. Indeed, this was the emergency Akasaka was talking about. Irie had realized that he was already in danger. He needed to leave immediately. The Sonozuki residence was their gathering spot in case of an emergency. His allies were congregating at the Sonozuki residence. He should explain the situation to them and think about how to rescue Tomitake. Takano probably wouldn't kill Tomitake immediately. She was intending to kill him that night, as the 5th year's curse. So there was still a little time left. He had allies, and with a security access card, there was still a chance to rescue him. Irie had to let Akasaka know that he was escaping. If they became suspicious of Irie, they would check the house and Akasaka would be in danger too. In other words, it could cause a chain reaction. Irie didn't miss his last chance to escape, but he still had to do his final job. Irie picked up the phone at his desk, called Rika's home number, and left. It would continue to ring like that, sounding the emergency signal. Irie thought back to when he wondered how long he was going to stay in this director's room. He never knew this day would come so suddenly. He noticed a framed picture of his parents on his desk. Irie had become a doctor so he could clear up the misunderstanding between his parents and regain his family's lives. But how did he get involved in something like this? No, he would return. He would return and continue to fight against Hinamizawa syndrome. He vowed to himself that he would never abandon that responsibility.
必ず戻ってくるよ、父さん、母さん。
Irie said his final goodbyes and left the director's office.
サンサ、所長室の内線から外線へ通話中です。電話番号は
I knew it.
R 卓です。
Because his his phone is tapped in his office, and of course they also have Rika's phone tapped as well.
え？どういうことそれは？盗聴できるの？
もちろんです。ここでもモニターできます。
One of the members flipped the switch. There was the sound of a ringtone.
このタイミングで入江所長は何をあの家に電話しようというの？
やはり R は在宅していて、富武を捕らえたことを連絡しようとしているのでは。
ありえないことじゃないわ。聞かれてるとも知らずに。
What was Irie going to talk about? Takano waited patiently to eavesdrop on a conversation. And there was nothing but a ringtone. It had been over 30 seconds. There was no answer. Nobody was home.
所長も根気がありますね。必ずいるはずだという強い確信があるのでしょうか。サンサ、裏口のモニターカメラに所長の姿が。
The black and white quad display monitor showed Irie running out the back door.
じゃあ、誰が所長室から電話をしているの？
Takano became utterly confused, but the ringing tone continued. It couldn't be. Takano finally realized what was going on.
罠よ。奴は私たちが監視しているのを知ってて、わざと空電話をかけて入江は裏切り者の仲間よ。捕らえて。
Catch him.
一回保安室。入江所長を制圧せよ。標的は裏口から職員駐車場へ。
The two mountain dogs who were playing cards in the security room on the first floor jumped into action. The security room was located next to the back door, so Idia was still within reach. Idia had made a serious mistake. Oh no. He could have left the clinic during the 30 seconds Takano and her men were listening to the ringtone, but when he got to the parking lot, he realized he forgot his car key on his desk at the director's office, so he had to go back and get it. It was only at this point that he realized that he shouldn't have gone back. He should have just escaped on foot. But Idia wasn't used to emergencies, unlike Aksaka. It was a typical mistake any normal person who had never gone through anything dangerous would make. Although he made mistakes, he didn't forget to call Aksaka. Yeah, at least. People usually become extremely clumsy when they're in a rush. All he had to do was turn the key, but he couldn't even do that smoothly. He kept turning the key, and finally the engine started. Idia still thought that he was alright. Even if one of them questioned him, all he would have to do would be to say that he's going out to get something. When he released a handbrake with his sweaty left hand, he saw two of the mountain dogs dashing out the back door. As the two of them looked around, Idia's eyes met with one of theirs in the rearview mirror. He pointed at Idia's car, and the two of them started running towards it. The two of them looked extremely serious, and certainly not like they were chasing after him to return a dropped pen. Idia's body was soaked with sweat. Before the two of them could jump on the car, Idia stomped the gas pedal and took the car off after spinning its wheels. Of course, the dogs didn't give up. They got into their own car and started the chase after Idia.
保安より本部。所長は車両で逃走中。強制停車させますか。三佐。
高野よ。おそらく行き先は古出神社。神社に行かれたら今日は人だらけ。多少の怪我も構わない。行かせてはダメ。強引に停車させなさい。
保安了解。
They shoot his wheels.
これより強制停車に移る。念のためバックアップを送れ。どうぞ。本部了解。ウグイスをバックアップに送る。だがバックアップは待つな。直ちに制圧せよ。
Mountain dogs had Idia's car in their rear view as it ran away at full speed. They have to find a perfect spot and timing to stop him. It's not easy to drive a car when you're in a rush. Of course, the more you step on the gas pedal, the more speed you gain. But when you're in a hurry, you can't control the steering wheel well enough to escape quickly. Idia could see his pursuers in his rearview mirror and was completely distracted by that. He was driving carelessly. His driving was so reckless that he could easily get into an accident on his own. As the fear was driving him into confusion, he made a wrong turn, and that mistake made him even more confused and panicked.
所長、そんな運転じゃ危ねえぞ。一発で免停だぜ。
Although the two guys were ordered to stop him, they were starting to think Idia was going to get into an accident without them doing anything. They'd rather not drag this into a car chase if they didn't have to.
追跡中の保安車両へ。こちら大鳥1。
隊長だ。こちら保安車両。現在追跡中。現在地は5丁目付近林道。詳細な位置は不明。
本部要請につきバックアップに向かってる。到達予定は15分後。こっちは当てにするな。俺だって間に合うわけねえと思ってんだ。
Okorogi grumbled. He had to leave Okinomiya in a hurry to respond to Major Princess, but because of the distance, there was no way he could get there in time. Even so, he was still ordered to provide backup. He could have explained, but the princess wouldn't have listened to him anyway. The mountain dogs who were with Okonogi smiled bitterly.
追跡の方角は
最悪の場合、町の方へ抜けます。
そいつは許すな。山狩りはしてやる。足を破壊しろ。そこに人目は？武装は？
両脇は深い森林です。人目はなし。武装は保安車両常備の短機関銃が1。
They have a submachine gun with them? The guy in the passenger seat reclined it and climbed into the back. He lifted one of the seats and took out a black machine gun. The paint on one corner was coming off and the shiny silver metal was exposed. It was a machine gun, but it didn't look as powerful as an ordinary one. However, once the dog extended a shoulder stock and set it into place, the weapon looked far more... Is it a scorpion?
保安常備は MP5
No, it's an MP5, okay.
A5 か SD3 か
The man in the backseat looked at the uniquely shaped gun barrel. It was thick and long. And a silencer? What the fuck? Hold on. Is it a fucking scorpion? It sounds like it a little bit. No, this is something completely fucking different. Yeah, no, this is a literal machine gun. Yeah. I don't know why I thought of a scorpion. The scorpions have what is it? Hold on. It was a shoulder stock, essentially. But you kind of pull it upwards. Anyway, because those are normally the ones that, you know, units within cars would use as like a method of self-defense, but at least in Russia. I've had MGS Delta in my fucking head for the past week or so. So that's why I immediately thought of Scorpion. The guy in the back seat opened up the driver's side back window and leaned out of the car. His sharp eyes aimed at one of the tires on Idia's vehicle. It was a straight road. Idia's car was weaving, but not enough to avoid a shot. The pursuers had his car in their sights. They were trying to get as close to Idia's car as possible, but they were afraid that they might get caught up if overturned. They soon decided that this was as close as they were going to get.
3, 2, 1.
The sound the machine gun made was a lot quieter than what people would imagine, but its power was unimaginable. One of the tires on the Idia's car was cut to shreds and collapsed in a puff of white smoke. Because one tire collapsed all of a sudden, Idia lost control of his car. He tried to steer away, but that made things even worse. As it spun, Idia's car drove off the shoulder of the road and slid down the slope into the forest. Oh no. The sound of trees breaking and the car being battered from every direction disappeared down the slope. The pursuers stopped their car and looked down after it, but plants were growing so high it was impossible to check from there.
標的車両は斜面を転落、死亡の可能性もあり、これより徒歩で追跡。
大鳥湾了解。ウグイスが周囲を探し回ってるぞ。運が良ければ合流するだろう。こっちは相変わらず間に合わん。お前らが頼りだ。頼むぞ。
了解。更新を終わる。行くぞ。
The mountain dogs left their car and headed into the woods without hesitation. Idiot. You have to sneak through the forest now. Your camo is going to be at a negative 50% because you're wearing a white lab coat. You need to cover your face in mud. Akasaka had received the phone signal from Idia. The phone rang for over 3 minutes. The signal told Akasaka that Idia was in some kind of an emergency and that Akasaka himself was in danger now. Takano made a mistake. She didn't realize that the ringtone itself was the signal. She assumed someone was staying at the house and would pick up the phone eventually. Her error allowed Akasaka to perceive that extremely important forewarning. Akasaka waited for exactly 3 minutes, then ran down the stairs quickly. He had already put his shoes on while listening to the phone ringing. Akasaka had memorized the layout of the town from the map he'd kept near the phone. He knew the shortest route to the Sonosuke residence, as well as a number of alternative routes just in case the shortest was already blocked. People would be surprised to see a stranger coming out of the house, but Akasaka didn't care about that at the moment. He had to get to the Sonosuke residence immediately. However, the observers would see him, and that was a problem. They'd soon come after him. Upon finding the house empty, they'd assume the man who ran from it knew something. Once Akasaka left Rika's house, he had to be prepared to fight. He relaxed his shoulders and reached for the doorknob.
サンサ、R宅の監視班からです。R宅から不審な男が飛び出しました。
男？何者？どうでもいいわ。追って捕らえて。
監視班了解。
Oh god. It was only 10 a.m. It was a lively morning. Many people were already ready for the festival. Akasaka weaved through the people going in the opposite direction and ran down the stairs leading from the shrine. The mountain dogs were already chasing after him. There was a significant gulf between the happy faces on the village and the serious face on Akasaka and his pursuers. He could hear them coming up behind him. He didn't even need to turn around to check. Akasaka held his breath, focusing all of his senses to their limits, as he sprinted even faster than he usually could with all his might. The success rate of an escape depends on the distance between the pursuers and the pursued. Even the little distance makes a difference. Akasaka ran down the bottom of the stairs like the wind, then he headed in the opposite direction, away from the Sonosuke residence. Of course, this wasn't a mistake of his. He just wanted to lose them.
やろう。なんてスピードだ。やつは。伊達天かよ。
The observers weren't ready for this chase. They never expected a fast, fully grown man to run out of the house. They assumed it would be a little girl. That assumption was their mistake. Besides, Akasaka's locomotive-like power was nothing like that of normal people. There was no way they could catch him. The mountain dogs fell for Akasaka's trick. They called HQ and told him that he was headed in the opposite direction and followed him that way. Akasaka was confident that he could have them completely confused if he had a little more time. Not only that, he could have attacked them individually. Were there 3 pursuers? No. There were probably 4 of them. His mind, body, and skills were all in top condition. So it should be impossible. Sorry, all I keep thinking of is like Akasaka stopping to fight them, taking like 2 of them down with CQC or whatever, and getting the 3rd one and just being like, speak. He's like, you'll never get a word out of me, you fetty, or whatever. And then Akasaka like slicing his throat with a knife. Or them being like, HQ, come in, HQ. We're under attack. We can't see the attacker, but we're on pursuit. Usually overrating oneself is dangerous, but Akasaka was above such an immature level. Resisting violently at a place other than his destination might prompt him to waste manpower and time, but Akasaka wasn't sure of the real meaning of Idia's phone signal. They were at a severe level of emergency. Akasaka had no time to waste, so he had to get to the Sonozuki residence. As Akasaka ran as fast as he could, he tried to think about the situation calmly. Could he attack them first and then head to the Sonozuki residence? The pursuers were scattered about, running out of breath. It would not be easy to fight 4 men at the same time, but it would be different to take them on one-on-one. When Akasaka decided he had a high enough chance of winning, he took a deep breath and made a U-turn around a streetlight. The mountain dogs were surprised to see that the man who was running away from them was now running towards them. They prepared themselves to fight, but before Akasaka even reached them, he already had everything all planned out in his head. He had calculated how many blows it would be required to take them all out. But his calculations were wrong. Without even needing a second blow, the first pursuer dropped after one of Akasaka's legendary armor-piercing punches connected with his face. And while the first was still in the air, his second armor-piercing punch took out the second pursuer. Holy fuck. Akasaka, remember the basics of CQC. There was a chorus of cicadas, which woke Idia up. He needed a little time to realize what had just happened. His seatbelt had saved him from serious injury. However, it was sheer luck that the metal parts of the seatbelt didn't get tangled and that the door didn't become warped. It got really fucking lucky. He was on the bottom of the slope near a different forest road. Idia endured the pain and removed the seatbelt. He got out of his car soon after. He heard someone walking towards him through the bushes. A pursuer. He couldn't get caught just yet. If he was captured, it would be impossible to rescue Tomitake. Not only that, but nobody would ever know that Tomitake was captured in the basement of the clinic. Even though Idia knew he was helpless, he couldn't falter here. The only thing he could do was resist him and run for as long as he could. But as soon as he started to run, Idia realized it. He had no strength. His legs were shaking and he couldn't even see straight. He had only been stepping on the gas pedal, but his lungs were about to explode, and his brain was lacking in oxygen. It had to be that certain type of exhaustion that came immediately after hyperarousal. Idia understood that intellectually, but he still couldn't get his body moving. He tried to run, albeit in a wobbly way. He heard a noise coming down the slope behind him. This was it. But Idia still tried to run as far as he could. Idia heard the voice of his pursuers. Shit, he thought. What can I do? To run, I have to. Is he still wearing the coat? Idia, you have to drop it.
進むと見せかけ引いては粘る
シオンさん、さっきから歌ってるその歌は何ですか?
Don't you know? It's really popular nowadays.
すみません。音楽には疎いもんで。
Oh, Idia, you're about to get your ass fucking saved. There was a wrecked car ahead. White smoke was still visible, so the accident must have just happened. Hasai slowed down.
やっちゃったですね。あれ、監督じゃない?
Their car stopped. The sound of the brakes startled Idia and he fell on his behind. Idia was obviously the one who had been in the accident.
ハロロン、監督。まさかあれ、監督の車ですか?
シオンさん。大丈夫ですか、入江先生。すぐ医者へ行かれた方がいい。
Are you okay, doctor? You should see a doctor.
監督を診療所に連れてって監督が自分で診察するわけですね。
さあ立てますか。診療所までお連れしましょう。
診療所は困ります。園崎家に行かな。
監督ちょっとどういうことよ。まずいんじゃない？
Kasai looked at Idia's car, then looked around the area. Then he whispered to Shion.
シオンさん、訳ありのようです。
We're being hunted.
どうしたの？
入江先生の車に弾痕が。しかも拳銃とは思えません。
マジ？そっち持って。ひとまず本家に連れて行こう。
The two of them loaded Idia into the back seat and got in the car and left in a hurry.
監督に話を聞かないと状況が。診療所は困る。どういうことだろう。
診療所の何者かに追われたと見るのが今は妥当でしょうが、話を聞くまで分かりません。ただ相当のヤバいことに巻き込まれたのは間違いないようです。
あれ？どこ行くの？
Shion was confused as to why Kasai suddenly made a wrong turn.
敵は先生のタイヤを狙ってました。生かして捕らえるつもりです。私たちのすぐ近くに追っ手が迫っていたかもしれません。
ってことは追ってきてる？後方に遮影なし、上空に機影なし。この地形じゃ密着尾行以外は不可能でしょ。
念のためです。もう一度だけ左折したら本家へ直行します。申し訳ありませんが、シオンさんは後方監視をお願いします。
了解です。
保安より本部、標的は民間車両に拾われた模様。車両ナンバーと車種を送る。
本部了解。捜索中のウグイスは民間車両に標的を変更、至急捜索せよ。入江所長は極力生きたままで確保、接触民間人も制圧せよ。ただし生死は問わない。
大丈夫なの？すぐに見つかるの？
ご安心を。所長の白衣には発信機が、ウグイスの応援車両には測定器が積まれていますので、三角測定法で位置を検知できます。
I knew his coat was fucking tracked or something. It was bugged. Idia was lying on in the back seat, wearing his white coat. There was a device on his collar. The security department put it there just in case. So no matter how hard Shion tried to look for anyone following them, the enemy already knew exactly where they were. There was a map of Hinamizawa on the table in the security room. The path by the watermill led to a certain private property. It belonged to the Sonozaki family, and the Sonozaki residence was the only building on it.
Sansa!
あらあら、袋のネズミね。
こちら大鳥ワン。ウグイス、まだ突入するな。もうじき大鳥が合流する。合流してから一度に突入するぞ。
ウグイスワン了解。
黒木、ウグイスにさっさと突入させないと相手に無駄な時間を与えるわよ。
感度あるし。
誰も私の言うことなんか聞かないんだから。
It looks like Takano is like experiencing, or sorry, not experiencing, but demonstrating symptoms of, you know, Hinamizawa syndrome. She's probably like at L3 right now. She's like downing everyone, no one's listening to her, she's throwing a bitch fit, right? The Sonozaki family's basement had a security system which displayed images captured from the various security cameras on the property. Of course, it wasn't as high-tech as the one at the Idia Institute. It was in the room on the second floor of a gasho house, a Japanese-style room where you had to kneel to avoid hitting your head. With bundles of wire snaking away from the monitors, it felt like a hidden chamber. There was electricity and a phone nearby, and although it was a basement, it had all the basic amenities of the Sonozaki residence. At first, all the club members had watched the monitor cautiously, but after a while it got too hot in such a tiny room. Mion and Rena stayed in the room to observe the monitor.
みーちゃん、なんだろう。車が入ってきたよ。これは笠井さんの車だ。多分シオンでしょ。今日の祭りに合わせて遊びに来たってことだろうね。たくなんでこんな日に。空気の読めないやつ。
Their granny had been at the shrine since early morning, so there was nobody upstairs to answer the door, and if Mion didn't answer, Shion would think that nobody was home. Mion wondered if she should tell Shion what was going on. Shion could be helpful sometimes. Kasai's car stopped in front of the gate. Someone was getting out of it.
あれ？みー ちゃん、あれ監督だよ。
They saw Shion and Kasai holding Irie on the monitor. Obviously something serious had happened.
行ってみよう。レナにケイちゃん、一緒に来て。サトコたちはここでモニターの監視。リカちゃんは表に出ちゃダメ。羽生はそれでも出てかないようリカちゃんの監視。お任せですわ。
And you point again at Rika, don't let her move.
なのです。ひどいのですわ。
Maybe Okonogi had made the right decision. If he had let Nightingale go in as Takano ordered, it would have been on the monitor. But Okonogi ordered them to stand by until another unit arrived, so they waited. So Mion didn't notice that the enemy was about to attack. By this time, there were many vehicles belonging to the mountain dogs parked by the windmill. Okonogi and Phoenix 1 had joined with Nightingale, and they were getting ready to head in. However, it had been a good idea to leave Satoko to watch the monitor. And if Mion hadn't gone out, Irie would have been killed. Mion didn't know it yet, but Irie was their only hope of rescuing Tomitake. So as a result, entirely by circumstance, they did everything correctly.
おねえ、もう神社の方かな。シオン、お姉たちどっから来てんですか。さては地下にいましたね。あそこで遊んでるって鬼ババに言いつけますよ。んなことはどうでもいい。監督は監督。
まさかやられたのか。
ってことはお姉たちも訳ありのようですね。何が起こってるんです？しーちゃん、話すからよく聞いて。実はね。
監督、何があったんですか。
すみません。富武さんが山犬に捕まりました。診療所の地下区画に囚われているようです。私は逃げる時に奴らに追われて事故を起こしてしまい。
Edie explained everything he could while enduring the pain. Everyone was happy to see him safe, but Mion's expression quickly grew stern. Then she asked Shion a question.
追われてる。尾行はなかったよ。
とにかく中へ。良くない雲行きです。
They heard the sound of a car approaching, and it wasn't alone. Who could it be at this time of day? It was a waste of precious seconds to even think that.
つけられてんじゃん、シオンのバカ。つけられてないもん、お姉のバカ。
Kasai picked up both sisters and ran through the gate.
地下へ急ぎましょう。あそこなら安全です。
ミオンさん、変な車がいっぱい来ますわよ。分かってる。地下に戻って。扉を閉めるよ。リカちゃんは？羽生さんと一緒に隠し部屋に入りましたわ。
ウグイス6標的を発見。 R の友人数人も一緒です。
間違いないわ。 R はそうよね、ジローさん。
Tomitake was lying on the floor of the security room. His hands and legs were cuffed, and there was another pair of handcuffs connecting them, leaving him bent backwards on the floor. He couldn't get up or even turn around. Takano laughed and poked at Tomitake's side with the toe of her shoe. The mountain dogs climbed over the fence easily. There was no need for anyone to explain at this point. It was obvious that they were the enemy and that they were the mountain dogs that Erika had spoken about many times. They went through the grove of trees and headed for the entrance of the underground storehouse. The first 5 mountain dogs were supposed to capture them all, but they fell one after another. Just as one of the mountain dogs started to wonder why they fell, he felt something on his leg. The next moment, he went flying through the air. As he stood up, his leg got pulled again. He realized that then and there that there was a rope around his leg. Because of the way he fell, the rope was wrapped tightly around it and it wouldn't come off easily. Satoko had set up traps in the bushes. After all, she wouldn't just sit around all day on an empty property. The club members headed into the underground storehouse one after another. The mountain dogs couldn't do anything, although they did see them. It was a heavy door, but when they put their strength together, it closed easily. Mion locked the door quickly, putting on the deadbolt for good measure.
これ大丈夫かな？破られないかな？テレビには5台、6台、いえ、もっと映ってたかもしれませんわ。全部ワゴン車で、中には変な男たちがいっぱい。
簡単には破られないでしょうが、荒ごとに慣れている連中です。 過信しない方がいいでしょう。
Before you could even finish speaking, someone pounded on the door. The second group of mountain dogs had arrived. Although the heavy door was separating them, it wasn't at all comforting to know that the enemy was just on the other side.
私の失態ですみません。
監督は何も失敗してないですよ。とにかく奥へ行こう。
そうだな。監視カメラの様子で敵の人数を探ろうぜ。
ああ、はいはい。私はのけ者で事情もわからずいきなりクライマックスですよ。はい。あ、もう。あんたには5分時間ができたら全部説明するから。
ウグイス1より大鳥1。標的は防空壕のようなところへ逃げ込んだ。扉は鋼鉄製、突破できない。
大鳥1了解。この園崎家ってやつはとんでもない金持ちだな。敷地が広すぎて包囲は不可能だ。包囲は断念。俺たちも突入に加わるぞ。ウグイスはその辺の倒木を探せ。大筒にして扉をぶち破る。
大鳥7より大鳥1。インドア用のプラ爆があります。
What?
準備しますか？
We have C4? Plastic explosives are explosives for military use. There are various different kinds, but he was talking about those specifically made to break down doors. Okonogi momentarily thought it was a good idea, but changed his mind right away. This is a small village. If there was an explosion, everyone would hear. It was daytime, and they were on the surface. It was the worst time and place for mountain dogs to do their job.
さすがに爆破は無理だな。ああ？いや待て。今何時だ？
もうじき10時です。
使えるぞ。
お
大鳥7、やるぞ。新艦を準備しろ。
は？隊長、どうして10時だと爆破が可能なんですか？
Okonogi's mind was working sharper than ever. He was sure that this would work. Everyone gathered in the secret room.
みんな大丈夫なのですか？監視カメラを見てましたのです。敵は多分30人くらいいますのです。
そんなにかよ。やってくれるぜ。
ちょっとスイッチをいじるよ。連中立ち往生してるよ。
When Mion touched the switch, the screen switched to the view of the entrance to the basement. Some of the mountain dogs were checking out the door. They didn't appear to be trying to force it open. They were simply at a loss for what to do.
向こうはどう打って出るでしょう。こっちを袋のネズミと思ってますもの。多分大勢で体当たりでもして無理やり破る気ですわ。
なんだこいつら、丸太なんか持ってきて。
どうやらあれで扉を打ち破ろうとしているようです。
今サトコが袋のネズミだと言いました。なら相手が扉を開けようと苦闘している間にここを脱出するべきだと思います。
同感です。それに富武さんも助け出さないと。
そうだね。いくらここの壁が厚くても敵に見つかったら価値はないと思う。レナも脱出する時だと思うな。おねえ、この状況ならもうとっくに警察に電話できる段階じゃありません？だね。一番最初の市民の権利を忘れてたよ。仮に警察のスパイに電話を聞かれたとしても、もうこの段階ではバレバレだしね。大石さんが駆けつけてくれるはずさ。
Mion picked up the phone. Why hadn't she thought about this earlier? The line is dead?
どうした？
Mion panicked as she tried to listen for a dial tone.
電話がなんで？うんともすんとも言わない。
ケーブルが切られたかもしれません。
Suddenly, everything went dark.
なんだろう？停電？
No. Kasai lit a cigarette lighter, and Mion turned her emergency flashlight on.
地下の弱点を突かれたね。でもこれだけ暗ければ敵だって簡単には。
Technically, Hanyu has been wearing these clothes ever since she's like anytime she's hanging out with him. She's wearing the shirt and like the skirt.
わかんないけど、多分暗闇でも見える機械とかあるんじゃない？持ってそうよね、あの連中。
ミオさん、どうして敵は電気を切断しましたの？ただの嫌がらせ？
嫌がらせ以上の意味があるとすれば、ここのセキュリティを殺すこと。
あいつら扉を撫でてましたの。諦めたんじゃない。あっという間に壊す方法を持ってて、それを気づかれないためにカメラを壊そうと、それで電気を切ったんじゃ。
まさか爆破する気？
ってことは扉は一瞬で破られて、ここにもう砦の価値はねえってことじゃねえのか？
みーちゃん、今すぐにここを脱出しよう。さっき言ってた核シードの脱出口を教えて。こっちです、みんな。
Mion was getting confused amidst all the chaos. She hadn't underestimated the mountain dogs. She even considered that they would have some explosives, but she didn't think they would use them in Hinamizawa in broad daylight. Somebody will hear the explosion. Is there even such a thing as a silent explosive?
荒っぽい連中なんだろ。多少の危険は顧みないのかもしれないぜ。
確かにこんな時代ですが、山犬は非常に慎重な奴らです。こんな真っ昼間に爆弾なんて、高野さんならともかく、あのお好みさんが許可するはずがない。
それでもぶち抜こうってのかい。いい度胸だよ。
レナはわかんないんだけど、音がしない鉄砲があるように、音がしない爆弾ってあるの？
Imagine.
ないです。どんな爆弾もみんな似たような音がします。
Right.
そうか、わかりましたわ。監督は綿流しの本部役員ですわよね。今日のお祭り、雨天延期の判断は？
確か今日の10時に決まって。あ、
まさか運動会と同じで。
木を隠すには森ってことね。
Rika knew Okonogi well. He would always complain about how he had to guard her like she was a princess. Rika had never expected Okonogi to be so sharp. That's why she was more frustrated than anyone else. Mountain dogs had quickly set explosives on the basement door. Long wires were connected to the explosives, and the mountain dogs were waiting at the other end, lying flat on the ground. One of the members was holding a detonation switch. All the wires were linked to it.
もうじき10時です。今朝連中に先生を撃たれた時はよ、よりによって今日かよと思ったよ。だが今は今日で助かったぜって思ってるぜ。
Okonogi had realized that he could use the festival effectively. He was going to make sure his enemies got what they deserved. On the morning of the village event, they used fireworks to let everyone know that an event is going to take place that day. This method is often used for track and field days at school. Since Watanagashi starts in the evening, the fireworks go up at 10 a.m. The fireworks, of course, make loud, explosive noises. Since Hinamizawa is located in a ravine, the sound echoes, making it hard to figure out where it's coming from. And that was an advantage for the mountain dogs. A loud noise and a shock shook the ground like an earthquake. The explosion must have warped support beams everywhere. There was a discomforting squeaky noise and dust fell from the ceiling. It certainly was powerful. The explosion must have blown the door wide open. An explosion that took place without anyone noticing it. Mion led everyone into one of the rocky caves. There was a well-hidden shaft in there. They called it a hidden well, but it was actually a very eerie vertical tunnel. They didn't have enough flashlights for everyone, so there was no way for them to see the entirety of this ominous hidden well, which is good. Because at the very bottom of this well, you'll find the corpses and bodies of the previous victims of the Sonozaki family.
どこまで続いてるんだ？
だいぶ降りると途中に横穴があるの。そこを抜ければ山中の古井戸に抜けられるようになってる。
ってことは、それについて一番詳しいお姉が先頭、お先にどうぞ。
私がトップ？他の誰がトップなんです？しんがりは私と葛西が務めます。早く行って。
わかった。
Mion was going to volunteer to take the rear, but Mion and Shion knew instinctively. Because there were so many of them, the rear might not make it in time. Unlike the iron door at the entrance, once the enemies were inside, all they'd have to do was go through the inner doors, which were easily breakable. The route was basically a straight line. They probably won't get lost on their way. That's why Shion took the rear guard position before Mion did. After all, she was actually the older sister. Shion wanted to protect her younger sister, who was playing the older sister in this real emergency. Mion intuitively knew what Shion was thinking. Mion understood well the relationship between her sister and herself. She wasn't the only one who felt guilty for taking the older sister's position. Shion felt guilty for making Mion take on the responsibility of the family head. And here finally was a chance for Shion to atone.
Mion-san, 武器庫の鍵を。
To the armory?
今は開けるべき時です。
God, imagine they used the torture weapons on them. Mion silently threw over the key. Kasai and Shion took it and ran deep into the rock tunnel.
みんな聞いて。横穴まではだいたい30メートルちょっと。落ちたら底なしだよ。しかも真っ暗なんだからね。慎重に降りて。待機してる人はちゃんとはしごを照らしてあげること。一度にせいぜい1人か2人しか降りられないね。私が先陣を照らしてて。
ミオンさん、気をつけて。照らす人も落ちないように。
If the lights were on, they could have gone down quickly. There were actually a few light bulbs inside of the well. Of course, Mion had already checked them. It was now certain that the enemy had cut power to the basement. It was extremely dangerous to go down this well with just the light from the flashlights. As one went down, there had to be people lighting the way up. Mion was right. She realized as she went down herself that it was almost impossible to go down the ladder without the weak light from the flashlights. The lights didn't reach all the way down. In the darkness, her feet suddenly became unsteady. Every step she took made her even more nervous. It was about 30 meters to the horizontal tunnel. That's quite deep enough already. But the hidden well went deeper than that. If Mion fell, she wouldn't just injure herself. Hasn't it been 30 meters yet? She thought. She couldn't even remember exactly how long 30 meters was. Had she missed the horizontal tunnel already? At that time, she felt a cool breeze on her body. She could sense a huge hole nearby, so she took out a flashlight to light the surrounding area. She saw the black tunnel yawning before her. Okay, I don't think we've seen this background ever, but here it is. And then the modern console version. Here it's more of a literal tunnel. But in the original version, it's like an emergency tunnel or like an underground tunnel. Like something you'd find in a sewer, maybe.
Okay, いいよ。リカちゃんから降りてきて。
Mion led the way down from below.
よっしゃ。次はリカちゃんだ。その次が監督で、次が羽生、佐藤な。どんどん降りろよ。
Iria wanted to say that he would go last, but Rena gave the order first. They couldn't get into the basement of the clinic without Iria. Without him, they couldn't rescue Tomitake. Their lives were all equally important, but at least for the moment, his was the second most vital after Rika.
気をつけてください。照らしています。
わかってる。みんなも急いで。あ、リカ。
Rika was much shorter than Mion. She couldn't go down the ladder as easily. Her legs were too short and her left foot slipped.
大丈夫。くそ。いつまで経っても成長できない人生なんてごめんよ。私は昭和58年6月を超える。そしてね、もっともっと身長が伸びるのよ。胸だってもっと大きくなる。いつまでもこんな子供の体なんて絶対にごめんなんだから。
That's one of her main worries. Though she had been living for over 100 years, Rika was still afraid of heights. As she fought that fear, she climbed down as quickly as possible. After a while, the light from the top didn't reach her anymore, and Mion's light from below lit her way. Mion's light was enough. The next person could come down.
僕はもう大丈夫です。
That's so
次、
funny.
降りてきて。さあ、次は監督なのです。大人ならキビキリ放り遊ばせ。
わかりました。先に行きます。
The mountain dogs moved forward carefully, wearing special goggles so they could see in the dark. The one in front noticed Satoko's trap and stopped the rest of them.
ウグイス7よりウグイス1へワイヤー感応のトラップを発見。突入は慎重を要す。
ウグイス1了解。大鳥1トラップの痕跡少なからず。通電を検討されては。
バカ野郎。そんなことしたら連中が逃げやすくなっちまうじゃねえか。向こうはこの暗闇で逃げるのもままならねえはずだ。俺たちに有利なフィールドを最大限に使うんだ。この暗闇で追い詰めて捉える。これほどのでかい号だ。別に出口がきっとある。連中は隠れたりしないぞ。必ずそこから逃れ。突入班に火器と防弾盾、スタングレネードを与えろ。
Grenades, why not?
その崎家っていやヤクザの大御所だ。密輸拳銃くらいの反撃は想定しろよ。ってことはそのワイヤートラップもクライモア程度には注意しろってことだ。
Claymores?
全身に1000個も鉛玉食らいたくなかったらな。全身バラバラになるぞ。
What? Nightingale 1, you have to be careful while sneaking into the Sonozaki family mansion. They have claymores and tripwires.
了解。
Nightingale 1, open up the item menu and equip your night vision goggles. If you want to pick up a claymore mine, just climb over it. Just crawl on the floor like a baby, and then crawl over it. You'll automatically collect it. Satoko's traps were effective only because they were professionals. Satoko had assumed any professional would misinterpret her traps as more dangerous ones. That's why she ran wires everywhere. And Satoko was right. Although the mountain dogs were successful at breaking down the iron door, they hadn't even reached the torture room. However, the huge cave in the hidden well was just on the other side of the door to the torture room. It was a matter of time before the enemy caught them.
よっしゃ、次はレナだ。
ケイチ君も急いでね。
ケイちゃん、どんな感じですか？
ああ、今レナが降りてる。割とキリキリ降りられるみたいだぞ。
はいはい、焦って落ちないようにね。その井戸、歴代園崎家に逆らった連中の死体を捨てるのに使ったって噂もある底なしの井戸だそうですから。
シオン、お前なんだよ、その持ってるの。
She gives him a lecture on like the gun. What the heck, Keiichi? Oh, sorry. Shion had returned with a big machine gun in her hands. What the heck, Keiichi thought. It's one of those machine guns that they use in the war movies. Its defining characteristics is the way the magazine is bent forward. What is it called again? An AK-47? I was joking in my head. I was like, Keiichi, this is an AK-47. They were a standard issue for the Russian military during the Cold War. But then she has one. He appeared used to handling machine guns. It almost didn't look real, but it seemed like a natural fit for the surreal world lit only by flashlights. Keiichi felt like the odd one out since he didn't know how to use a gun. Shion and Kasai hid on opposite sides of the cave so they could see the entrance to the torture room. Mind you, it's only been 2 hours. There are still 5 hours left. So whatever the fuck is going on. Not only Kasai, but Shion also seemed to be used to doing things like that.
シオン、その役は俺がやる。だから次はシオンが降りろ。
ケイちゃんの男のプライド、サンキューです。でも、ケイちゃんにカラシニコフの説明をするより、ケイちゃんの番になったらキリキリ降りてくれる方がロスタイムは少ないです。
Hold on, I'm pretty sure Kalashnikovs are literally that. Just double checking. Yes, it's an AK. Yeah, Kalashnikov is an AK.
気にしないで。
Keiichi, here's how you hold the Kalashnikov rifle.
いい女は死なないから。
As Shion winked at Keiichi, they heard a door being knocked down nearby. Immediately, Shion and Kasai's looks turned stern, and they took cover behind the rocks, aiming their guns into the darkness. The enemies had entered the torture room. There was a flashlight next to the door. Kasai had left it there. The mountain dogs seemed to be able to see it in the darkness, even though they couldn't. Oh, sorry, the mountain dogs seemed to be able to see in the darkness. even though they couldn't, so it was an improvised solution. The footsteps of the mountain dogs were growing closer. They were passing through the torture room. In other words, the door was the only thing separating them from their enemies.
シオン、お前が先に降りろ。
シオンさん。
んで、ケイちゃんに譲って私だけ生き残ったら、私はお姉に一生恨まれますって。私の思い人はもういないけど、お姉にはいるもん。
Aww.
は？お前、この忙しい時に何の
Kate, you just go down the fucking
知りたく
hole.
ないけど、シオンに伝えて。私たち。また次の時も双子がいいね。行け！
Shion yelled, telling Keiichi to move on. He didn't understand why Shion set to tell he didn't understand why Shion set to tell Shion, but she asked him, so he had to convey that message. Otherwise, if something terrible really happened, Shion's message would never reach Mion. An explosion shook the air. Something was thrown into the torture room. The explosion from that and the noise from Kasei's machine gun sounded at the same time. The clamor echoed in the cave. All I could do, as those violent flashes of light burned the series of images into my eyes, is shed tears of my own intolerable powerlessness, and climbed down the ladder. Mion quickly screamed from below, as I descended and screamed up to the top too.
ウグイス1、攻撃を受けた。敵は隠し部屋奥の大空洞内で阻止線を展開。マズルフラッシュは2、おそらく AK だ。
集団がうまいぞ、プロだ。大鳥1、指示をこう。
そう来なくっちゃな。相手はプロだぞ。キリングハウスの卒業生以外は突入するな。ウグイス1、2、大鳥7、8、突入準備。火器はいくつある？
MP5 が4、各種グレネード多数。防弾盾は突撃銃には信用できない。放棄する。
入ってすぐ脇に発光した懐中電灯が落ちている。おそらく向こうは暗視装備がないものと推定。
ウグイス1だ。突入は俺たちでやる。合図と同時にスタングレネードを放り込み、突入3回。
While the enemies were quiet, Kasei changed his magazine.
シオンさん、もう十分です。言ってください。
私が抜けたら、葛西が弾倉を変えている間に誰が弾幕張るんです？ツーマンステルが基本でしょ。
There was a contradiction in what Shion just said. According to her theory, the last two can never escape. Mion kept shouting from the tunnel below.
シオンのバカ！早く降りて！
Everyone knows that it wasn't safe to stay, but nobody could stop Mion from screaming.
俺とミオンはここでシオンを待つ。レナはみんなを連れて裏山に逃げてくれ。
わかった。
嫌よ。誰が欠けても嫌。
リカ。
これが最後の世界なのよ。ここで一つ後悔が残ったから、もう一度やり直そうというのはもう、私は嫌よ。シオンが死んだり、葛西が死んだりする未来はごめんよ。もうやり直せないって知ってるから、嫌よ。嫌、絶対嫌。だからシオン、早く降りてきて。
As they looked up to the roof of the well, they saw a violent flash and heard a roar. Then they heard explosive sounds, different from the sounds of machine guns that Shion and Kasei were using. They also heard a tinkling sound, which could have been the sound of bullet shells. They couldn't see anything other than the flashing lights. Only the noise reached them. When everything stopped, after a little silence, footsteps that didn't belong to Shion or Kasei gathered at the top of the well. They could hear hard-soled shoes kicking the bullet shells as they walked. Oh god. That voice echoed down the well, and Mion and the others heard it too. They didn't know how to react. Some became speechless, some started to cry, some let out a wordless scream. They looked up the well as they waited for Shion and Kasei to come down, but there was no sign of them. A bright beam of light shone down from the top of the well. Irie grabbed Mion and Keiichi's collars and pulled them back. But they could see in the dark. They might already know that Keiichi and the others were hiding in the horizontal tunnel. A guy shouted from the top of the well.
入江京介を引き渡せ。君たちは誤解している。我々は特別な風土病を撲滅するためにやってきた。今回の件は所長がある陰謀に加担している可能性があるためだ。君たちには何の関係もない。おとなしく両名を引き渡せ。
They already turned all their flashlights off, so nobody could tell what kind of expressions were on each other's faces. But I could sense Mion's expression distorting. And because of the darkness, nobody knew to stop her from screaming.
この少女のことが、それが問題な。生きている。気絶してるだけだ。
生きてるってよ、みーちゃん。
Mion didn't rest easy at their announcement though, because she knew because she could know Shion's survival wouldn't help resolve the situation.
こっちの男も同じだ。生きてる。だが、両名の引き渡しを無駄に拒むなら、この
何をする気？
As Mion looked up to the top of the well in the dark, it suddenly became very bright, and she saw something unbelievable. Shion was unconscious, and one of the men was holding her. He was basically sticking her body out over the edge of the well. If the man let go of Shion, she would fall to the bottom. They had no idea how far down it went. There was no way she'd survive. Shion didn't reply, but she moved just a little bit. Shion was alive, at least for the moment.
はったりだ。落とすわけねえ。
は？何を根拠に言ってんの？人質ってのはね、2人以上いる時に限りいくらでも殺せるんだよ。上にはシオンと葛西さんがいる。奴はシオンを突き落としてもう一度こっちに同じ選択を迫れる。はったりなんかで言ってるんじゃないんだよ。
Mion lashed out fiercely at Keiji. He regretted saying what he just did.
考える時間が必要なら与える。ただし、60秒経過したら最初の人質を突き落とす。よく考えて素早く決断しろ。
どうしよう。
Mion was half crazed with fear and panic.
敵の狙いは私です。リカさんはすでに脱出に成功したということにして、私だけが行きましょう。それで多分許してもらえるはずです。
The plan sounded like the best idea for minimizing damage, but Rena quietly spoke up.
ダメ。しーちゃんたちがレナたちの逃げ出す時間を稼いでくれたんだもん。監督が言ったら何のためにしーちゃんたちが頑張ってくれたかわかんなくなっちゃう。
じゃあ何？シオンにしないと言うの？レナ、あんたシオンが死んでもいいって言うの？あんたね、シオンは
やめてくださいまし、ミオンさん。私だって胸が張り裂けそうなんですのよ。だってシオンさんは私のねえねえなのに。
Mion started to cry as she held Satoko's head. The mountain dog's beam of light shone into the horizontal tunnel. Their eyes had grown used to the darkness, so even with a little light, they could see one another. They could sort of see one another, but so what? This was a desperate situation, and Mion and Satoko continued to cry. Rena bit her lower lip, trying to hold her feelings in. Iria simply looked down. And as for Rika and Hanyu, they were restless.
どうすればいいの？羽生、どうすればいいのかわからない。
僕にもどうすればいいかわかりませんです。
あんた神様でしょ。なんとかしてよ。なんとかしてよ。
You're a god. What the fuck do we do? I don't know.
実力とかで敵をやっつけてシオンを助けてよ。奇跡でも起こらなきゃ救えない。なら起こしてよ。神様のあなたが起こしてよ。
They all heard a strange sound. Everyone was surprised to see what caused it. Hanyu just slapped Rika in the face.
リカ。
Oh. What the fuck? Who's this? Who's this? She looks better with the classic sprite. This thing looks so fucking dumb. Oh god, I hate the manga gamer art. Give me a sec. God, this thing, that thing looks so terrible. Anyway, we've never seen Hanyu, I don't know, get so mad.
聞きなさい羽生私たちは共にあまたの世界を渡り、ある時はあなたが教えられ、いくつもの大切なことを学び、ようやくこの世界で最も大切なことを学び取りました。私たちが求めてやまず、そしてようやく得たもの、それが何かわかりますか？
It was how to make a miracle happen. A miracle is like a number you get on a die. People think that the result of the roll depends on God's mood. God holds the key to miracles. Humans don't have the right to control them. But although humans don't have the right, they can perceive. They can perceive how to improve their odds and how they can make a miracle happen.
奇跡の起こし方。リカ、あなたはもう知っているはずです。私よりも先に知ったはずです。あなたが本当に大事にしたいこの最後の世界で。
Erika's mouth hung open. That's right, she thought. I had forgotten again how to make miracle happen.
みんなは逃げてください。
Rika stood up. Everyone was surprised to hear what she said.
入江、みんなを頼みますです。高野は入江も僕も殺すでしょうが、だから多分しばらくは殺されないでしょう。
冗談じゃねえ。でも必ず殺されるってことじゃねえか。
僕が出て行かなければ今すぐシーたちは殺されます。なら僕が捕まっても、僕が殺されるまでの時間はきっと反撃のチャンスにもなりますです。リカちゃん、考えてみたらとっても簡単なことだったのです。
What the fuck? Why is the text black? Huh? As she spoke, Rika stepped out of the horizontal tunnel and reached the ladder. The beam of light shone down upon her. In this dark world, her figure seemed almost holy, like someone receiving a divine revelation.
だって僕たちは絶対に勝てるってみんな信じてるから。僕もみんなも、そして神様までも信じてるから。ニパー。
Rika smiled, told them that she trusted them 100%. She believed someone would come rescue her before she got killed. That's why she didn't mind letting the enemy capture her. If it would save Shion and Kasai's lives, then it was nothing.
今上がります。シーを引っ込めるのですよ。
The mountain dogs pulled Shion's body away from the edge of the well.
僕の仲間に指一本触れてみろ。舌を噛んで死んでやりますです。高野は自分の手で僕を殺したがってますから。お前たちは困ったことになりますですよ。
They're like, how does this chick know?
分かった。上がってこい。
僕の仲間をこのまま見逃すのです。どうせお前たちの計画でやがて。
その条件は飲めない。命は保証するが拘束する。
じゃあお気の毒さようなら。舌を噛むよりここで手を離した方が早いわね。この底は深いわよ。私の死体が出てこないと、それもまたお前たちが計画に困るんじゃない？
As long as they captured Rika, the mountain dogs didn't really care about the others. They were ready to kill the rest if they resisted once they had Rika. That's why they wouldn't agree to Rika's request. They started to think that maybe they should just lie to Rika. But that was when they heard something. Hanyu started to speak in a clear voice. It was a voice with a very mysterious tone. It sounded like it was coming from below the surface of the earth, but it also sounded like it was coming from heaven. Hanyu spoke.
この私が取引に応じると言っている。ぐずぐず言わずに言う通りにせよ、ゲロ。フルでリカは上がる。それに対し求めた小さな約束を履行せよ。
天は自ら与えぬものに与えることはない。人の身に過ぎた考えは不要。身に過ぎた偽りの罪に身の程を知れ。
Nightingale 1, the member who had been demanding their surrender, was suddenly overcome by a strange sensation. He had been in such an advantageous position, but somehow it didn't seem that way anymore. In that girl's voice, there was something strange about it. That voice belonged to something both holy and sacred. He instinctively sensed it. Humans can only negotiate with other humans. It's impossible to negotiate with a being greater than all humans.
待て、隊長に相談する。そのままで待て。ウグイスワンより大鳥ワン。
He had been very threatening until just a minute prior, but he had grown completely perplexed. Everyone was stunned by Rika and Hanyu's mysterious auras.
必ずすぐ助け出すからね。
Rena muttered as she tried to hold back her tears.
貴様らの条件を飲もう。この場は見逃す。フルでリカは上がれ。高野サンサがお前に用があると言っている。
では行ってきますですよ。ニパー。
Okay. And Rika went to heaven that day. That's it. That's the end of the chapter.
「探しましたんで、リカさん。あなたは大事な身なんですから、急に姿を消されちゃたまりませんね。こいつはルール違反です。では、リカさんは診療所に来てもらいましょう。お前たちは行け。
The assault unit that let Rika away headed back into the basement. They were about to break the rules too.
約束を破る気ね。
約束？そりゃ何の話ですんで。おほった。つったら本当に舌を噛まれちゃ叶います。おい。
As Rika tried to run, Okonogi grabbed her fragile arm. She fought back, but her resistance meant nothing against him. Once the mountain dogs took out a syringe from a case. One of the mountain dogs took out a syringe from a case. It shouldn't kill her, but it would probably put Rika to sleep. Takano, after all, didn't need a chatty Rika. She just needed a live queen carrier. If Rika got that shot, that will mean the end of this world. Before Rika could scream, the other dog covered her mouth.
さっさと注射しろ。
The dog with the syringe drew closer to Rika's arm. Rika was being grabbed from behind, and her mouth was covered. There was no way for her to fight. I believe. Even if I'm asleep, I believe. Rika kept repeating that in her mind. She believed that someone would wake her up. And that was the first thing she'd see when she opened her eyes would be her beloved friends. It happened all of a sudden. Did you forget? The man with the syringe spun twice in the air and dropped to the ground. Nobody, including Okonogi, could understand this sudden phenomenon. It defied the very laws of physics. Rika couldn't understand either. The man who was holding Rika from behind spoke up. His voice had such a heavy feeling imbued in it.
いつも気づく時には手遅れだった。
お前誰だ？
The others took a few steps back, away from Rika and the man holding her. There are many units within the Mountain Dogs, so often its members don't remember each other's faces. There was just too many units, so nobody really paid attention. All of the Mountain Dogs were more or less well built, but this man had an excellent physique. Even Okonogi noticed that he'd never seen anyone like that in one of his units before. Rather, he actually wanted to recruit it. but
私がずっと一番。リカちゃん、君を助けに来た。
The hands that were holding Rika left her shoulders. They left ever so gently. And as soon as they did, they transformed into a pair of furious fists which implanted themselves in the faces of the men attacking from behind. They flew through the air. Akasaka hit those two without even turning around. 5 members of the mountain dogs surrounded Akasaka. However, he didn't even see them. He could only feel the deep emotion of finally being able to do what he had been longing to do. And the 5 of them sensed it. That maybe, just maybe, he didn't even care that they were there. On Okonogi's signal, the 5 mountain dogs bore down on Akasaka. Rika dropped to the ground and Akasaka was left standing. Akasaka, who came back to keep a promise he made with a girl 5 years ago. But his promise was worth more than 5 years. Rika knew that. Akasaka probably understood it too. The promise went back 100 years. For 100 years, he regretted not being able to save her from the conspiracy. He believed that one day there would be a miracle and he could travel back to this day. That was why he continued to train himself. His strong will and Rika's wish made that miracle happen. That one and only miracle allowed Akasaka to be there in Hinamizawa in June 1983. He does look a little silly. Not gonna lie. But here he is, in his action pose. And then here's the console version of it. It's just him screaming. Ugh. Although, I wish I could zoom in. I wish I could, man, I should have fucking, like, checked OBS before, like, streaming. But if you look closely at his face, you will see that he's got 2, like, angry lines. The first one went down in the time it took Okonogi to blink. Lowering himself to grapple Akasaka had proven fatal. He wasn't so soft as to let such a perfect opening slip by. Jeez. Akasaka's hand smashed into the back of the man's head. His blow was powerful enough to smash a pillar of ice or shatter a mountain of tiles. As it happened, Akasaka was holding back a little so that his target wasn't too injured. The fuck is this, Hokuto no Ken? Akasaka's well-trained fists continued to knock down the mountain dogs, 1 member for every time Okonogi blinked. 1 hit per opponent was all Akasaka needed. This was the true essence of karate. Akasaka's colleagues praised and feared his power. Weapons were useless against him. No matter how hard his victim tried to protect himself, it meant nothing to Akasaka. But he was too strong for the mountain dogs to even understand that. It was as if he was a giant and they had to crane their necks up to see. Akasaka didn't even give them time to think. Someone from the mountain dogs must have called for backup. About a dozen more members had arrived.
大丈夫だ。リカちゃん、私がここにいる限り。君。
僕はお絵かきして待ってますです。
As Rika stayed low to the ground, she picked up a stick and started to cart. Wait, what? She was serious about that? That made Okonogi even angrier, but he calmed himself down. Then, the warrior's intuition resting on Okonogi's blood came to a realization. Numbers didn't matter. Even the full force of the mountain dogs wouldn't be able to defeat this monster. All the combat units were still down in the basement. There was no way they could take him.
ってことはよ、戦闘職の俺しか勝負にならねえってことじゃねえか。それに、お前の顔、こいつは懐かしい顔だ。たくましくなったじゃねえか。
貴様、まさか。
Yeah, he was the Yakuza.
標準語じゃ思い出せねえか。なら鉛で話してやるぜ。
He's the one that shot you in the ear.
つったら懐かしか。 あん時の青二歳がよくもここまで立派になったもんよ。
It had been 5 years. This was the man Aksaka fought when he was investigating the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Aksaka had still been inexperienced then.
あん時は手加減せん指示だった。サービスもしたらった。だがな、今日はそういうわけにはいかんね。あの樽男も助けに来ねえぞ。しかしこの5年でだいぶ鍛えよったんだ。俺は嬉しいんで。俺はこういうのを期待しとってね。お前ら手を出すな。
I was about to say that. Oh god. I literally was about to say he's gonna tell all of his men to step down. And then he was gonna say something like, a mountain dog, a dog never lets his prey escape. And then he was gonna go like woof or something. Just like how Ocelot tells his fucking men not to step in between him and Snake's duel. God. I knew it. Okonogi took off all of his equipment and threw it on the ground. He loosened one button and then positioned himself. Seeing that, Aksaka realized that he was somewhat capable and narrowed his eyes in vigilance. Okonogi took that as an insult. That Aksaka only thought he was somewhat capable. His behavior was telling Okonogi that he viewed him on the same level as the other small fry. Aksaka first moved to take up a stance and avoid getting Rika involved. Aksaka hadn't even moved one bit until just then. Okonogi could easily see that Aksaka was extremely strong, but at the same time he thought that he would be fairly simple to take down. Karate may be a martial art, but nowadays it's just a sport. The army combat Okonogi trained in was completely different. Obviously Aksaka had studied a lot, but it's all just child's play. All he learned were routine moves and forms. Besides, karate moves are fairly straightforward. Okonogi was confident that he could fight any karate pro and win. Okonogi started leaning onto his toes and using his meticulous footwork. In contrast, Aksaka still hadn't moved from his back stance. Aksaka was acting as if Okonogi's footwork was a simple trick, which infuriated Okonogi. Okonogi moved fiercely and nimbly, in a manner completely different from how Aksaka was moving earlier. Aksaka remained calm, but Okonogi saw it differently. He can't react to my movements, so he's prepared to take damage in order to deal more. Aksaka couldn't defend himself from Okonogi's quick jab, and it connected with his face. It was a quick but light attack. Its purpose was to distract Aksaka and create an opening for Okonogi. Okonogi knew that Aksaka would use his arms to guard his face instinctively. Okonogi's real purpose was to attack his abdomen, which would then be unguarded. Right, that's a normal, simple tactic. Of course, Aksaka didn't have enough time to guard himself. It took more than just good kinetic vision to prevent his attack. Only Okonogi, who trained for many years, had perfected the speed of that technique. Normal people would struggle helplessly while vomiting if they were to experience Okonogi's kick. It could even rupture internal organs. So it was pretty amazing that Aksaka was still on his feet.
どうした空手や。相手も同じ流派じゃないと戦えないってのか。
軽い。
何？
Aksaka mumbled something, but Okonogi couldn't hear. Actually, he did hear it, but Okonogi never imagined he could say such a thing in this situation. So he couldn't hear it. He couldn't comprehend it.
軽い。
なんだと。
貴様の一撃は相手を打ち倒すことしか考えていい。だから重さが宿らない。
は？何をバカなこと言ってやがる。
空手は心を養う。人を打つということは自らも打たれることを知るということだ。自らの一撃が相手に何を及ぼすか。人は打つ意味と打たれる意味を知るのだ。だからそれに至らない貴様の一撃には重みが宿らない。
それは俺が未熟だということか。
Okonogi attacked Aksaka again, but this time Aksaka was different. Aksaka blocked Okonogi's fist and legs. Of course, Okonogi was still the only one attacking, but Aksaka had started to become much more aggressive. Now, as Okonogi attacked, his hands and legs were being injured. Okonogi instinctively sensed that he was in trouble. He thought Akusaka was just a police officer, but his movements were too dangerous. He was merciless. He was dangerous. So Akusaka's training and experience must far surpass Okonogi's. Wait, that dynamic heel kick isn't karate, is it? Akusaka's heel kick missed Okonogi's head by a millimeter. Yeah, it's called CQC. I developed that with my boss.
いや、私は空手しかやってない。
嘘つくんじゃねえ。さっきから明らかに空手じゃ見たことねえ技が目立つぞ。
Okonogi was starting to become impatient. The reason Okonogi ridiculed martial arts as a sport was because they were all hard-headed and only used set moves. This is how you strike. This is how you strike in karate. This is how you punch in boxing. This is how you throw in judo. It's easy to learn, and that's why it's easy to win. But Akusaka was different. He said that he only did karate, and he must have spent unthinkable hours training. Yet he was flexible enough not to be confined only by formatted moves. That was understanding at a spiritual level. The spirit of martial arts isn't just forms. One simply learns forms to reach that spiritual level. Therefore, for one who has reached it, there are no forms. Holy shit! What Akusaka had was a philosophical spirit.
貴様の未熟さには落胆した。
Hold on. What does this look like in the other? I guess it glitches out. That's pretty funny. Just normal Akusaka and then console version, and then he's just fucking wide. That is actually really funny. Sorry, I hope this isn't killing the mood too much. Akusaka stepped away from his original spot for the first time. He moved forward. He filled the space between Okonogi and himself with his inescapable conviction. As Akusaka walked closer to Okonogi, Akusaka's assault radius tended to swallow him whole. To be within that radius meant death. Okonogi walked backwards to avoid being in that radius. That was the result of his clear-headed judgment. Not because he was scared.
人を打つ意味のわからない貴様に本当の重さというものを教えてやる。
As Okonogi moved backwards, his back hit the van he came in earlier. He was cornered. Having your back to a wall didn't mean you were at a disadvantage, but the more it was pressed against the wall, the further a disadvantage it became. If Okonogi let Akusaka come any closer, Okonogi wouldn't even be able to take a combat stance. Okonogi decided it immediately. The last chance he had was the moment before Akusaka took his next step. Akusaka's foot left the ground. He was taking another step. Now. No tricks, no feints. Okonogi lowered himself and attacked with everything he had. The attack was powerful enough to break Akusaka's ribcage and rupture his heart. I'm a professional, Okonogi told himself. I can't be defeated by this amateur.
俺が山犬のOkonogiだ。
そりゃよかったな。給料いくらだ?
At that moment, Akusaka's eyes opened wide. And here we get his counterpunch. It even had lightning in it. Or surrounding the fist. Oh my god. All the mountain dogs heard was all the mountain dogs heard a noise. It wasn't the noise of people fighting. It was the noise of a traffic accident. Okonogi's blow missed by a slight amount, and Akusaka's fist struck inches away from Okonogi's face. There was a dent in the sliding door of the van. The windows on both sides had shattered, and it looked like the van was in an accident. Was it even possible for a human fist to do this? Time resumed its flow and Okonogi knelt down, falling to the ground. Aksaka didn't miss on purpose. Aksaka couldn't control his fist because he put everything into one blow. Okonogi should thank Aksaka. If Aksaka had been able to control his attack better, Okonogi's face would have ended up like the van. However, although it didn't hit Okonogi's face, it shattered his spirit. Can you imagine? You're sent to capture like a fucking 10-year-old girl, and her bodyguard is a Fed who was able to like smash a door in. That's fucking hilarious. And then here she is like, oh, you did a good job. Just cheering him on. But he got applauded. But in this situation, it didn't sound like applause. It almost sounded like Aksaka's fighting spirit was popping like firecrackers. Aksaka pulled back his fist, turned around calmly, and then spoke. They knew. Everyone knew that there was no way to defeat Aksaka with their bare hands. They realized they needed weapons. They also needed more people. There should be a better equipped unit in the basement. All of a sudden, things began to move quickly. The remaining mountain dogs emerged from the basement.
地上での発砲は許可されていない。繰り返す。地上での発砲は不可。大鳥1、R を回収して退却許可を。
But the mountain dogs who just witnessed Aksaka's battle against Okonogi realized it was time for them to run. They didn't even care about Rika. Who would even think of taking Rika from him after seeing what Aksaka was capable of doing? When Okonogi regained his awareness, he jumped into a van with the mountain dogs as it drove away. Since Okonogi took off his intercom device to fight with Aksaka, he had no idea what had transpired in the basement. They're like, HQ, come in HQ. This is HQ. We've encountered the enemy. After the mountain dogs broke their promise with Rika, they were supposed to round up the remaining club members. But when Aksaka showed up, the dogs had to be divided into a ground force and a basement force, which altered the situation. Kasai had gone on a counterattack, and then the other club members somehow climbed up from the well and helped him. You're telling me that Keiichi picked up a gun? Since the mountain dogs weren't allowed to fire on the surface, they realized it would make the situation worse if Kasai fired his guns once he came up after them. Okonogi was unreachable, so Nightingale 1 had ordered the retreat in his place. Who would bear the responsibility for this? It was probably Okonogi's fault for taking off his intercom device to fight against Aksaka, as he basically abandoned his job as a commander. But everything happened in the first place because Aksaka had showed up. So maybe it was his triumph rather than Okonogi's blunder. Either way, everything was miraculous, but the mountain dogs hadn't run with their tails between their legs. They had simply retreated for the moment. When they had returned, they would have enough men and enough arms ready to kill all who stand in their way. And that would happen very soon. There was no time to waste.
無事でよかったのです。なんとかね、奇跡のおかげで。奇跡じゃありませんです。みんなで力を合わせたから、その中の一人の赤坂が助けに来てくれただけのことなのですよ。ああ。そうね。
Right?
この程度で奇跡じゃもったいないわね。さあ、今度はこっちが打って出る番なのです。
In the basement, the club members were talking about their grand counterattack. Rika was a little disappointed that she couldn't have joined them, but she was happy that Aksaka told her that she was happy that Aksaka told her what she had been waiting to hear. Rika told him about how heroic he had been, and he got a little embarrassed. Kasa was doing alright, but Shion wasn't doing too well. Of course, it wasn't life-threatening, but she couldn't hear well in her left ear, possibly due to being so close to an explosion. To test her hearing, Mion went around to Shion's left side and whispered some dirty words. She seemed to be able to hear them fairly well. Of course, she might have been hearing through her right ear, though. Shion decided to lie down on the tatami mattress in the torture room while Irie kept an eye on her. Mion was very worried, but Shion told her that she was okay and forced her to go ahead with the next operation. Mion complained that Shion didn't understand her feelings. Now they would have to come up with an idea to rescue Tomitake from the clinic. They had Aksaka and Kasai on their side, both of whom were used to battle. Also, they had Irie, who knew about the secret basement of the clinic. They would have to get moving quickly, but they had to at least have a plan. It was almost 10:30 a.m. It had only been 30 minutes! Or let's say 40 minutes, because they kept saying it was almost 10 a.m. No, at 10 a.m. was when the fireworks went off. All this happened in 30 fucking minutes. It's been an hour. Because of what they have gone through, they were exhausted, and it felt like it was almost evening. But if they were at school, it would only be the second or third period. They had to pull themselves together. They had to regain their fighting spirit. God damn. Iria checked Shion's left ear with a pen light.
耳鼻科の先生でないとわかりませんが、運が悪ければ鼓膜が破れている可能性もあり、頭痛やめまいはありますか？
いいえ、全然へっちゃらです。
Iria wet his handkerchief and wiped Shion's face gently.
驚いてます？ひなみ沢ファイターズのマネージャーに銃撃戦ができて。
ええ、驚いています。あなたが死ぬ気だったとは。前原さんに聞きましたよ。
うわ、ああいう言葉ってその場ではかっこいいけど、生き残っちゃうとめちゃくちゃ恥ずかしいですね。やだな。
If something happens to you and I live, my sister will never forgive me for that. I don't have my loved one anymore, but sis does.
茶化しっこなしです。あなたの思い人というのは、サトシ君のことですね。
さあ、どうでしょうね。今頃どこにいるやら。生きてるのか死んでるのかもわかりませんけど。
生きています。
What? Huh?
え
？Shion's thoughts stopped in their tracks when Iria answered immediately. Satoshi is alive?
北条サトシ君は生きています。彼は去年のあの日、不幸な心労がたたり、末期の発症を迎えてしまったんです。
I knew it. I knew that that they were probably like torturing him or using him as a guinea pig. Mion and the other club members had already told Shion about the current situation, so she kind of understood what he meant.
私はサトコちゃんと同じ薬で治療できると思いました。ですが、サトコちゃんが治療できたのは極めて幸運なケースだったようで、そしてその治療は今も続いているのです。
サトシ君、生きてるの？
今まで話せなくてすみません。サトシ君は四角角にいます。
Shion and Iria returned from the torture room. Shion looked very serious, as if she had gained the determination to fight. Keiji and the others were just talking about how the enemy found where they were.
入江先生の着衣に発信機か何かがつけられていることは考え、先生の私服ではなく、診療所で持たされるものや着せられるものにです。
だとすると、この白衣くらいですが。
監督、ちょっとボディチェックします。
Shion checked Iria over like an inspector at an airport. Then she found a little button on the backside of his collar. It was a little round button. There was no reason why a button like this would be on the back of the collar.
こいつが発信機でしょう。連中はこいつを信頼してるから、直接尾行しなくてもここを突き止められたんです。やられたわ。となりゃ、このボタンがある限り、陽動作戦が可能になるってことだね。
ボタンを持ったおとり隊が敵をおびき寄せ、その隙に手薄の診療所を襲い、富武さんを助け出す。それが最善でしょう。
となれば、そのおとり隊が陽動するには、私の裏山が一番でございますわね。
そうだな。あそこなら敵を引っ張り回せるぜ。しかもあれだけの山だからな。敵も相当の手勢を集めるだろう。その分診療所がガラ空きになる。
読み切れないのはどの程度敵が診療所に残るかだ。診療所には敵にとっても重要な富武氏がいる。相応の守備を残すだろう。
となれば富武より美味しい餌をおとりと一緒にするのがいいのです。大丈夫ですか、リカ？はいです。 みんなと一緒で聡子の裏山なら絶対に捕まりませんです。
裏山に精通してるのはこの中では部活メンバーだけだね。おとりは部活メンバーが引き受けるといいかもしれない。
そうだね。その間に大人部隊は診療所を奇襲。翔さんは大丈夫？
赤坂さんのお目こぼしがあれば警察の方と聞いておりますので。
Kasai spoke while loading his shotgun. Oh my god.
オフですので。
Aksaka replied while checking an automatic pistol. Oh my god. He hadn't used this particular gun before, but he was used to handling guns. He was prepared to fire too. Idia tried to memorize how to remove the safety, but he looked nervous.
赤坂さんは機関銃の経験は？
ありません。拳銃だけです。
では慣れたものがよろしいでしょう。弾倉は十分に。弾詰まりに備え、同じ銃をもう一丁。
笠井さん。
Oh.
すごいですね。
They're not using AK-47s. They're using Chinese copies that are, Chinese copies of AK-47s. Assuming, because in general, if I recall, like AKs were like super reliable weapons, but copies of them were not, and they would jam easily. I might be misremembering, so don't quote me on that. But anyway.
これはショットガンですか？
奇数発目はスラッグ弾です。面制圧も壁抜きもできます。
おお、散弾銃の立つって通り名は聞いてたけど、本当にショットガン使いなんですね。
散弾銃は恐ろしい武器です。ですから相手に当てずとも降伏させることもできます。あと皆さん、防弾ベストがありますので着てください。
Kasai sounded very dependable, but at the same time, he reminded everyone that this operation would be a very dangerous one. It wasn't a simple fistfight. Even a veteran soldier can die in a gun battle. There was always a chance of death regardless of how well trained you are. In fact, Kasai and Aksaka were the only people who would be dependent upon. Kasai talked Irie out of carrying a gun because it might be dangerous for him to have one. Someone could get injured by friendly fire. Mion suggested that maybe there should be more people on the team, but both Kasai and Aksaka refused because those who couldn't even handle guns at all might end up as dead weight.
なら、私が行くしかないですね。第一、火力が足りなさすぎです。ファイヤーサポートに私がイングラムでも持ってきましょう。
Oh God.
でもシオン、お前耳大丈夫なのかよ？
ええ、もう治っちゃいました。ケロッとね。ご心配かけてすみませんでした。シオン、今私が何て言ったか聞いてた？え？あ、嫌だな。聞こえてましたよ。
Mion had tricked her. Mion didn't say anything. Shion still couldn't hear out of her left ear.
シオン、危険だよ。正直に言って、おとりに混じるのも危険だと思ってる。シオンはどこかに身を隠してて。おねえ、聞いて。私、どうしても診療所に行かなければならない用事ができたの。でも、それを今話したら、聡子まで来ると言い出す。それはダメ。こっちは室内戦、向こうも撃ってくる。それって。
Mion sensed it. She sensed the reason why Shion had to go to the clinic. That was why she didn't say any more. If she was in Shion's position, she would go even if neither of her ears could hear.
危険ですわよ、シオンさん。考え直してくださいまし。
聡子、シオンは救出隊に回る。聡子はおとり隊のエースなんだよ。自分の仕事に専念して。しーちゃん。レナさんならわかるよね。私が死ぬ気じゃないってこともね。
うん。わかってる。こういう時の女の子ってね、絶対に死なない。
ですよね。殺されたって死ぬもんか。
Shion and Rena both gave each other a high five. I can't die. She's too cute to die.
決まったようですね。ではもう動き始めましょうです。C、ボタンをこっちで預かるです。
はい、これ頑張ってね、リカちゃま。
C も頑張って。 C が強く強く信じてきた奇跡だから。だからきっとこれは C のために神様が微笑んでくれたチャンスなのです。
信じなかった日もあった気がする。それを誰かに諭された日もあった気がする。信じ続けるって大変なことだよね。
でもあなたは信じ続けました。信じなかったことを悔い信じました。だから訪れた今日をどうか大切に。今日を呼び寄せたあなたの強い意志の前に、目の前の苦難はもはや苦難ではない。
あんたお姉の新しい友達ですか？名前は知らないけどありがとう。
Right, this is the first time that they've met.
うまくいきそうな気がします。
うまくいきますですよ。お社様のお墨付きなのです。
Flashbang. The mountain dogs had retreated and reorganized their units. They were now ready to attack again. Takano was furious at them for not being able to bring R back to the clinic, even though they had her in their hands. She gave an order to capture her with all the mountain dogs' forces put together. Their vehicles were at the clinic. They were all standing by for her order to attack. Takano wasn't the only one who was furious. Okonogi was as angry as her. That rookie policeman from 5 years ago had grown. He even made Okonogi yield. He couldn't accept that he was defeated, so he was bent on revenge. The reason why the order to attack was held off was because the signal from the transmission device on Idia was momentarily interrupted. They interpreted it to mean that Idia had gone even further down into the basement. The mountain dogs assumed that the club members would go even further underground and try to escape by using some kind of secret passageway. That passageway couldn't be that long. They'd have to come up to the surface eventually. The mountain dogs were planning to catch them as soon as they surfaced. The villagers were too busy with finishing setup for the festival, so they had no idea what was going on. By this time, the mountain dogs had shut down the telephone network. They were afraid the club members would call the police. The only way into town was being watched by blockade units, so the club members couldn't escape that way. Irika and her friends had to come up to the surface. They couldn't be thinking of staying underground until things settled down. I want you to understand, by the way, or to remember, I should say, this is a franchise where just 5 kids go to school, and it just so happens that there's a conspiracy that, you know, people get killed every year on the night of, like, their festival. Right now, there is a woman that wants to kill Rika. She wants to kill her so fucking badly that she's sending a specialized unit of just essentially military personnel to try to capture her. It is insane how we went from, oh, I think there's an evil spirit in this town trying to kill everyone, and that's why people who don't believe in the curse end up dying. We went from that to, there is a woman who wants to redeem her grandfather's legacy, and thus she's going to kill a 10-year-old girl no matter what, to make sure that she's able to enact genocide through a plan that, you know, through a fucking, like, order that the governor has to give. Or prime minister has to give. It is insane how we got from that to this. These past 7 chapters have been fucking something. Anyway. Their lifeline, Tomitake, was in captivity. They couldn't be stupid enough to think of attacking the clinic to rescue him. More than likely, they would try to escape from the village on foot. They would probably call the police to help them. The patrol unit had several cars driving around the village, their eyes peeled for the signal of the transmitter or those on the run. It was time to wait patiently. The battle had returned to the starting point, and the balance of power was even again.
ひばり2より定時連絡。異常なし。
いつまでも息を潜められるわけはねえんだ。じれずに待て。絶対に出やがる。ところでうちのお姫様はどうした？
富武2位に尋問中です。どうやら説得を試みているようです。
こうなっちまったら穏便に済ませるには監査役を抱き込むほかねえからな。
Well, she also loves him, kind
生
of.
かして捉えたのはでかかったぜ。お姫様はいねえし、東京からの電話もねえ。ようやく落ち着いて冷房を浴びられるってもんだな。
隊長、東京から無線です。
Never mind.
野村さんからサンサー宛てでなく隊長宛てです。
やれやれ、電話がダメなら無線かよ。さて、東京の女王様がこの後に及んで俺に何のお話ですか
The
ね。
Queen in Tokyo. Wait, hold on. They said Nomura, right? Yes.
山犬のおこのぎです。どうぞ。
Tomidake was being held in a small meeting room. He was shoved under a desk. He was restrained so tightly that he couldn't even turn around. Takano was sitting in a chair next to the table staring at a whiteboard. It outlined the research plan that was to be shut down, but Takano wasn't really reading it. She was just staring. Neither of them said anything. Silence filled the meeting room. Give me 1 second.
Mo すぐ11時ね。本当に今日は長い日。あんなにも早朝に起こされてから、まだ半日も経たないのね。
She hasn't had her morning coffee yet either. Tomidake didn't reply.
次郎さん、今からでも私に協力してはくださらない。山犬なんかいらない。あなたさえいてくれればいいわ。山犬には私の心を慰めることなんかできない。あなたの一見無神経な心遣いでしか慰められないって。次郎さんは分かってて私に無神経に接してくれてたのよね。変に同情しても何の役にも立たないなら、せめて私の心を気分転換で楽にさせてあげようと思って、そう思ってあんなに無神経を装ってでも私を楽しませてくれたのよね。高野三等陸佐として話してるんじゃない。高野美代として次郎さんに話してるの。それでも返事をしてはくれないの。
捕虜は名前と階級と認識番号しか喋っちゃいけないことになってるんでね。
Takano hung her head.
その手錠の鍵、もうごめんなさい。
いいよ。それを求めたわけじゃないさ。
コーヒー飲む？
遠慮するよ。この状態でトイレの世話になりたくないからね。
It was hardly a conversation, but Takano was happy that Tomidake finally replied. However, that wouldn't solve any of their problems.
僕を殺すしかないならそれも構わないさ。捕らえられた時にすでにその覚悟はできてる。
そうね。私も次郎さんを今夜あなたにその覚悟があって嬉しいわ。
ならよかったよ。この覚悟が無駄にならなくて済む。
ねえ、死にあなたが私の味方になると誓ってくれれば、私はあなたを死なせずに済むの。上はあなたを生かす価値はないって言ってるけど、そこは私が何とかするから。
上は誰だい？
知らないわ。私と接触するエージェントは野村と名乗ってるけど、私も素性はよく知らないわ。
でも手を組む相手に足ると思う程度には話をしたんだろ。
数度ね、おしゃべりをしただけよ。今にして思うと 私を利用したいという魂胆が見え見えだった。でもなぜかあの時は彼女だけが私のことを理解してくれるってそう思ったのよ。
わかるよ。君に誰かの助けが必要な時期があったことは知っている。その時君のそばにいるのが僕でありたかった。
そうね。そこにいたのが二郎さんだったらどんなに良かったことか。
まだ誰も死んでない。
これから殺すわ。
東京には君の黒幕もいればそれと対立する黒幕もいるが、ほとんどの上層部は今回の件をうやむやにして終わらせたいと思っているはずだ。高野さんはもう全てが手遅れだと思っているだろうけど、まだなんとかなるんだ。まだ取り返しがつく。なかったことにできる。
そうして祖父が築き上げたひなみ沢症候群の研究も。
高野さん、君は何がどうなれば満足だったんだい。
Takano closed her eyes for a bit while she came up with an answer. Her grandfather's research had been insulted. She wanted those with higher positions of authority to take it seriously. No one could make that happen. When the final operation was enacted, the higher-ups of the country would have to read the article, and they would have to believe what's in it. They will authorize the execution of the emergency manual. And yes, that would create an irreversible disaster. But at the same time, the disaster would prove that her grandfather's article had merit.
それで君は満足なったね。
ええ、満足よ。それが高野美代の生を受けた理由だから。
前に聞いたね。なら君はこの作戦が終わったら消えてしまうわけだね。高野美代の目的は達せられ、地上からなくなり、君は本当の君に戻るんだ。田無美代子。それが本当の君の名前のはず。
How long had it been since she heard that name? Takano closed her eyes slightly.
そうね。私はもうすぐ田無美代子に。
田無美代子という少女は両親を失って施設に送られた。そしてそこで虐待されて死んだ。君はそう言ったね。
ええ、言ったわ。私はあの日のあの金網の中に戻らなければならない。二郎さんは経験ある？
Takano told Tomidage about her horrible experiences, which were simply unimaginable for normal people.
もう一度あそこに戻って、今度はおじいちゃんに助けられずに死ぬの。そうすれば私はここにいない。私がいなければ入江期間もなく、こんな妙な運命の行き止まりに迷い込むこともなかった。
君は死ぬ気だね。
作戦が終わったらいろいろとご褒美があることになってるけど、あまり信じてない。ある日突然ホームでドンと突き落とされるんじゃないかしら。
君には心を許せる味方はいないのか？
I had you.
クライアントは所詮クライアント、味方じゃないわね。でも山犬は味方よ。彼らが私の靴を舐めたくなるくらいの金を弾んでやったからね。
でも心は許せないんだろ。
味方は味方よ。あなたを捕らえ、今から R たちも捕らえようとしている。私の役に立ってくれてるわ。
それは今の君に必要な味方じゃない。
そうね。今の私に必要な味方じゃない。
Takano paused. She paused because Tomidage had said just exactly what she had been thinking. Since the day Tomidage disappeared, she had been feeling restless. Takano had to admit that she needed Tomidage.
二郎さん、山犬は何億円かのお金で転んでくれたわ。まだ私の手元には1億ちょっと残ってる。 あなたはいくら払えば転んでくれるの？
君が一番欲しいものがいくらで買えるかを考えてみ。
こんな時にキザな例えだこと。お金では買えないって言わせたいのね。
諦めるんだ。山犬は飼いならせても僕は飼いならせない。
それを転ばせたいと言ってるの？あなたが望むならお金だけじゃない、何でも与えるわ。私の髪の毛一本からつま先の先端まであなたのものにしていい。靴を舐めろと言うなら今この場で舐めてもいいわ。それでもまだ足りない。
Tomitake didn't reply. It wasn't affirmation by silence, but a signal that Takano a signal to Takano that he had already told her everything he meant to say, and the most saddening form of silence for her.
あなたより毎朝早く起きて朝食を作るわ。待ち合わせ場所には必ずあなたより先に来る。二度とあなたを待たせて試すような真似をしない。それでもダメな二郎さん。
Tomitake didn't say a word. He couldn't see her face under the desk, but he could sense it. This wasn't the time to say anything to her. Remaining silent was the only thing he could do. Suddenly the phone rang. Takano sniffled once and picked it up.
高野よ。そう。わかったわ。
How do they have phone service here? Weren't the phone lines cut?
今すぐ行くわ。
Takano stood up as she put down the phone.
R が発見されたわ。入江の発信機の反応も一緒。街道が封鎖されていることを知ってて、山中を徒歩で脱出するつもりのようね。山狩りには手こずりそうだけど、人目がないのは私たちに好都合だわ。じゃあね、二郎さん。なんとなく、これがあなたとできた最後のおしゃべりになるような気がする。最後に、あなたから言葉がもらえなくて、残念よ。
And still, Tomitake stayed silent. Takano ran out of the room. She didn't look like she was hurrying back to work.
"連中ははじめ近くの山中に出現し、村中に出たようです。村人に接触して助けを求めようとしたのかもしれませんが、偵察車両の1台が逃走車の一部と R を発見、追跡。一時期 R と発信機は別行動しましたが、地図の山中で合流しました。
チリチリになったのが合流できたということ？
ええ。連中は逃走路について十分な打ち合わせをしてやがったんちゅうことでしょうが、山の中なら地の利があると踏んでやがるに違いない。ブッシュが深ければ武器の効果は激減する。あの空手野郎の考えそうなことですね。
Konogi was determined to catch them this time. He kept saying how he was simply caught off guard before. Bro, you weren't caught off guard. Bro didn't even move when you fought.
ひなみ沢でならともかく、沖宮に入られたらもうどうにもならない。
わかってます。向こうに地の利がある山中とあっちゃ、こちらも躊躇したらアウトですわ。全力全般で包囲圧殺します。聞こえてるな、全般。こいつはサッカーだ。敵はゴールエリアに侵入してる。ゴールは沖宮だ。絶対に許すな。特にあの空手野郎だ。あいつ絶対に仕留めてやる。
大鳥了解。
He really is Revolver Ocelot.
ウグイス了解。
ヒバリ了解。
白鷺了解。
行くぞ。山犬の総力戦だ。こいつがしくじればうちらは積まれてゲームオーバーだ。
One quick thing, hold on. Matsuribayashi came out in 2006. Snake Eater came out in 2004. So this could have been inspired by it a little bit.
その通りよ。もう後がない。私も出て陣頭指揮を取るわ。富武はここに置いていっても大丈夫？
大丈夫ですんね。完全武装の保安隊員が8人もおりますんね。その倍の完全武装兵が来てもしのげます。それよりも問題なのはあの空手野郎です。奴を侮ることはできませんぜ。
The security unit guarded the basement of the Idiot Institute, which was the heart of the organization. Therefore, they were armed more heavily than anyone else of the Mountain Dogs. Okonogi's confidence in the security unit and his newfound obsession with defeating Akusaka made the diversionary plan a success. But at the same time, that meant that the decoy club members would have to deal with the full force of the Mountain Dogs. The dogs' white vans ran through the village. While they couldn't fire shots outside, all members were carrying stun guns that fired electric needles. While poor on range, they could subdue a target instantly. With the flip of a switch, they could change between merely stunning or killing their target, the perfect weapon for people like the Mountain Dogs. The vans separated into groups and headed for the mountains. They were planning to surround their enemies and then smoke them out.
隊長、前半作戦開始位置に到着しました。
さすがに展開が早いぜ。サンサ、全班にありがたい訓示を頼みます。
高野よ。
she swapped uniforms in like 5 minutes. She's like, hold on, I gotta get dressed.
R だけは生かして捕らえること。他は殺してしまっても構わないわ。この山から逃がしてはダメ。この山で今日の戦いすべてに決着をつけるのよ。
ウグイス、ヒバリ、白鷺、山狩りを開始しろ。大鳥はゴールキーパーで予備兵力を務める。緊急展開が可能なように常時待機しろ。
大鳥7、了解。
さあ、おっ始める。
The mountain dogs started marching, spreading out in a line with a few meters between them. The mountainside was a savage land where not even the villagers would dare tread. There were some trails, but no paved roads for human beings. It required an enormous amount of diligence and patience to hunt on a mountain like this. All the dogs were very nervous. They weren't told that most of their enemies were children. They were told that most of their enemies were children, but there were a few well-trained adults with them as well. In addition, they were supposedly armed quite heavily, and that they knew the layout of the terrain quite well. It was obviously going to be a tough battle. God damn.
山狩りってのは普通どのくらいの人数がいるの？
Like 15, 20 people?
一概には言えませんが、多ければ多いほどいいでしょうな。山犬の人数じゃ全員集めても全く足りません。
でも向こうも少人数なんだからそう不利な条件じゃないでしょ。ほらよく言うじゃない。守備を崩すには3倍の兵力がいるって。こっちはさらにその倍以上いるんだから。
They have 6 times the force.
まあ、
Jeez.
数万の兵力の場合ならそういう数式になるでしょうが。
It doesn't work in smaller scale battles. The US Armed Forces proved that in the Vietnam War. True?
なら今回の山狩り。
They cut to like fucking footage of Vietnam. Well, Takano, that would normally be true. But have you heard of the Vietnam War? The Vietnam War? Yeah. The US tended to invaded Vietnam, and they were outnumbered by guerrilla warfare. Or by troops on the ground who had a better layout of the ground itself. They used guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare? Yeah. They didn't abide by the typical rules of combat. And then we get a 5-minute explanation on why, even though they have more like forces on their side, it might not be enough because they have a better layout of the land.
おこのぎはどれだけの兵力がいると見てる？
何でもありってことでですか？
何でもありって意味がわからないけど、どのくらいが適正な兵力なの？
今朝の政治的奇襲も含めて向こうの指揮官は相当優秀です。そして火器取り扱いのベテランが最低2、近接格闘のベテランが最低1。
そこまでは認めるけど、あとは所詮子供でしょ。
あとは子供のようですが、多分ここに地の利が十分な子供一人はよく訓練された強襲偵察隊1個小隊に匹敵しますね。
What kind of a fucking sentence is this? We're in their territory. One kid who knows an area well can be equal to a finely trained patrol unit.
サンサが考えてますより相当厄介な相手ですわ。
それを制圧するのにどの程度の兵力が必要だっていうの？
I don't think we've seen her angry. Well, in her uniform. I still can't believe she just has this. Like she just has this waiting in the basement of the fucking clinic.
山岳歩兵が1個師団。ああ、師団ってのは山犬が3つ4つくっついて大隊。
あは。
そいつがさらに3つ4つくっついて連隊。そいつがさらに3つ4つで師団ですね。
So they need about 50 or so people.
30倍の兵力が必要だというの？
もちろんそれだけじゃ足りません。砲兵陣地に要請して山ほどの事前砲撃が必要
Wait, is she saying no? Did I miscalculate? Hold on. 3 or 4 dogs are a battalion. 3 or 4 battalions make a regiment. 3 or 4 regiments make a division. Assuming we go with the max number, which is 4. So that's 4. Then 4 times 4 is 16. Then 16 times 4. That's... Oh wait, shit! I did the math wrong. Yeah. Okay, then yes, that would be a lot more. Yes. I did the math fucking wrong. I think I stopped at the previous number. Anyway.
航空支援が得られるならファントムにナパームもばらまかせたいところです。
Napalm bombs on a fucking Sunday morning in the rural mountains of Japan?
冗談じゃないわ。そんな兵力ここにはないわ。じゃあそれにはるかに満たない山犬で山狩りをしたらどうな？
まあ楽じゃないでしょうな。
Would this even apply? I think it would. Yeah. Like they just have like helicopters, like choppers roll in. We have Fortunate Son playing in the background as they bring napalm bombs into the fucking. I can't believe they're even considering this. Okonogi laughed boldly. He said it wouldn't be easy, but he also seemed to be implying that he was the only one capable of doing it.
連中のテリトリーでしょうが、逃げ込んだのはついさっきです。陣地もなけりゃトラップ設置の暇もないはずだ。地の利を生かすには時間が足りないはずです。
As Takano listened to Okonogi's explanation, she felt a little anxious. When she pretended to be friendly with Satoko a long time ago, she used to tell Takano all about her mountain. Takano remembered how Satoko told her all about all the kinds of traps she'd set up, but she couldn't recall which mountains Satoko was talking about.
ヒバリより本部、標的の一部を発見。R は視認できない。現在追跡中。
人質にできれば十分よ。R がいなくても捕らえて。
ウグイス、聞こえるか？近隣の班を応援に回して退路を立て。
ウグイス了解。バックアップする。
そりゃそうだよね。退路を立ちたいよね。
Some fallen trees were leaning against a much larger pine tree, forming a natural scaffold. A small hut made out of plywood had been built on top of them. It was one of Satoko's many secret bases. It was a perfect spot since Mion could see the foot of the mountain well.
すごいね。みーちゃんの予想通りだね。
さて、我が部にどの程度叶うか、お手並みを拝見しようかね。
Like, this whole day has been fucking crazy just in general. Remember, it started at 4 a.m. They sent out the report that Rika's body had been found, that she had been dead for 48 hours. It caused a panic everywhere. Tomitake was supposed to get a call by 9 a.m. The mountain dogs were scrambling and going crazy. And then we somehow got to the point where Irie had to escape the clinic while letting Aksaka know that, hey, we're all in danger because Tomitake got captured after he tried to get away. The cops don't even know of what's going on. They follow them all the way to the Sonozuki mansion. They use C4 to kind of get through to their bunker, like their underground bunker that they had fucking waiting. They got into a gunfight with the fucking mountain dogs. They were somehow able to escape because of Aksaka. And now they're running away from them again while one group tries to rescue Tomitake, who's in the fucking basement of the clinic, while they're here as a diversion unit. And all of this happened within the course of the past 6 hours in-game. It's crazy how much has fucking happened so far. And we're barely halfway through the finale.
レナたち勝てるかな
なーに言ってんだか。向こうの指揮官は無能だね。私たちを攻めるなら山岳訓練を終了したベテラン歩兵が一個師団がいるね。
Hold on. Where is it? God damn it, they mentioned that a bit ago. Yeah. They need a division. And here Mion's like, they would need a division. It's so fucking funny.
それをせいぜい
Oh god.
集体規模でとはね。未熟にも程があるよ。さーて、何人が私たちを相手にしてこの山を無事に降りられるかな。
That's so funny.
そったれひばり4攻撃を受けた。そう逃がすな。
HQ, come in HQ. We're under attack. This is HQ.
丸太を山ほど転がしてきやがった。
We can't see the enemy. Proceed with caution.
ひばり6が捻挫で追撃不能。残りで追撃する。
逃がすなよ。
That's so funny.
追って追って追いまくれ。休ませるんじゃねえ。
ひばり11トラップによる攻撃を受けた。ひばり12、13が多分脳震盪だ。あんなの当たりどころが悪かったら死んでるぞ。ひばり60トラップにやられた。光線が足に絡まって脱出できない。ナイフじゃ切断できない。番線カッターを持ってきてくれ。
Chaotic radio transmissions came in one after another. Obviously, Okonogi had been wrong about the mountain dogs being in an advantageous position.
古い線より本部。クソったれが井戸を偽装した落とし穴だ。隊員2名が閉じ込められて救出不能。応援を送れ。やめ。どうしたウグイステン。応答しろウグイステン。ウグイステンだ。やられた。俺を後ろから突き飛ばしやがった。ウグイス9から11は井戸内。健在なれど脱出不能。くそ。本部よりウグイスバックアップが奇襲を受けた。行動が読まれているぞ。注意しろ。
ウグイス1だ。聞いていいか。どうして動きが読まれるんだ。
How can they see our movements?
上空に無人機の影はないぞ。
ひばり1より本部追跡に失敗。
Remember, they're chasing children. They're like, they have no UAVs in the air.
失った。無理だ。この山はトラップだらけだぞ。この距離を追うだけで何人負傷しちゃったんだ。
白鷺湾より本部 R を含む数名を発見した。追跡している。至急応援を送れ。
連中めかく乱してトラップで絡め取ろうってんだな。白鷺湾用心しろ。向こうはお前らをトラップ地帯におびき寄せるつもりだ。敵は各個に分散し、陽動と奇襲のゲリラ戦術で抵抗してくる気だ。高度だぞ。
It's an extremely advanced tactic that an 11-year-old set up a bunch of traps.
すでに他班でトラップとアンブッシュで負傷者が多発している。用心しろ。気合い入れてかかれ。白鷺湾。ん？白鷺湾。
白鷺2より本部白鷺湾がトラップに。誰か班長を吊り捨てるロップを切れ。残りは追撃しろ。 R を逃がすな。
ウグイス1より本部ウグイス7たちが沈黙した。襲撃にあった可能性が否定できない。 応援を送る許可を。
白鷺5、隊員3名が上空から降ってきたドラム缶の直撃を受けて混沌した。なんなんだここは。こんなのがまだまだあるってのか。
ひばり13だ。やられて倒れてたようだ。今一人発見した。追跡する。やろう、よくもやってくれやがったな。
よせ、やめろひばり13。お前が一人で叶う相手じゃない。
お兄さん、こちらですわよ。
クソガキが待ちやがれ。
Skylark 13 chased Satoko with an enraged snarl on his face, but Satoko ran through the woods effortlessly. Small branches scratched his body all over, but he continued to chase Satoko. Satoko ran like the wind. To her, she was simply running in her own backyard. Who would get injured in a place like that? As Skylark 13 ran after her, he passed many mountain dogs which couldn't even move because of Satoko's traps. The more of his trapped fellows he saw, the more he wasn't sure if the girl he was after was really a girl. She was just something that looked like one. She was an anomaly. She was a cryptid. I know we've seen this place before. That was in the chapter with the fragments, but we'll show it off again because this field looks really beautiful, especially in the console art. Like, this art is just really fucking beautiful. It's just taking a slight detour to admire the art. But let's go back to... He reached an area where the logs were stacked up in piles. It seemed like the trees in the area were being chopped down. It was a rather strange scene. On his way there, Skylark 13 saw a member from a different unit hanging upside down from a tree, and he also saw feet sticking out of a pitfall. There was a member whose foot was tied to the root of a tree with a device that looked like a pair of handcuffs. He reached this area after seeing all of them. He suddenly started sweating all over his body. For Skylark 13, he realized that he had been lured into a trap. He had been caught in a snare. She had tricked him. The girl was standing in the middle of an open area, calmly balancing on a stump. She was simply looking at him. Shit. She's trying to lure me in.
ひばり13だ。一人を広場みたいなところで追い詰めた。捕まえてやる。捕まえてやる。
こちらウグイス7。お前の後ろで吊るされてる男だ。そいつは少女じゃない。少女の姿をした悪魔だ。そいつの後を追えば地獄まで誘い込まれるぞ。
本部よりひばり13、それで十分だ。応援を待て。今そこに最寄りの隊員を向かわせている。
どうなさいましたの？私を捕まえたければ、あともう10メートルくらいは歩く必要がございますわよ。
It was only 10 meters. If he walked about 10 meters, he could catch that bratty little girl. How many steps did he have to take to walk 10 meters? I mean, you can't walk a meter a step, right? If he took 10 steps to walk 10 meters, that meant there would be 10 more chances of stepping on a trap. But it was only 10 steps. He can catch her after taking just 10 steps.
そう思いなら、まずは最初の一歩を踏み出してみればいいではございませんの。ほらほら。
くそー。
How was he going to take his first step? The area with weeds looks suspicious. But the bare ground looks suspicious too. What if he jumped onto a tree stump? No. That was what she wanted him to do. Cold sweat was dripping off of Skylark 13's body. He only needed to take 10 steps. So why was he so nervous about taking the first one?
ひばり13。切り株だ。よせひばり13。さっき根っこで足を縛られてたウグイス。切り株はきっと罠だ。辺りは切り株だらけというのがうさんくさい。聞こえるかひばり13。ブッシュは危険だ。草むらは踏むな。むき出しの土もやばい。く
そだね。じゃあどこを踏めばいいんだよ。空を飛んでけってのかよ。
まだいらっしゃいませんの？私退屈ですから。
ちらすまきにされて転がっているウグイスないんだ。今標的の一人にその頭を蹴られている。
Rika's just taunting her at this point. Oh my, or taunting him at this point. That's so fucking funny.
そこはトラップフィールドだと言ってるぞ。え？その待ち構えてる小娘の最高傑作が設置されているらしい。油断するな。
Nippon. Oh, what the fuck? He has. Oh, dude, did he have a portrait this whole time? Okay, you've got to be kidding me. Did he say magnum opus? What does he mean by magnum opus? Then what about all the other traps? Weren't they her magnum opus? We mountain dogs are professionals. We're getting paid to engage in battle. Yet this little girl is playing us like fools. Can we not beat her? Can't we beat that brat? Oh no, he's so angry. This must be a bluff. How is it possible for a trap to exist that's worse than what we've seen so far? That's so funny. Can you imagine? So, like, what could Satoko's magnum opus even be at this point? Like, a huge pitfall, perhaps? Anyway. That's a bluff. That must be a bluff. Now I'm definitely going to get her. Should I start with my right foot or my left? The girl suddenly lifted her hand and thrust it at me. Is she trying to tell me to stop?
何事もなく5歩を無事に歩けたらあなたの勝利ということでいいですわよ。
ほほ、それは大した自信じゃねえか。もし俺が5歩何もなく歩けたらどう？
そうですわね。私の敗北を認めて降参して差し上げてもよろしくってよ。私今日は最高にトラップ脳が絶好調ですの。あなたを5歩で絡め取ってご覧に入れますわ。
クソガキャ
ー！落ち着けヒバリ13。挑発に乗るな。そいつは悪魔だ。外見に騙されるな。
Just for a sec, I'm gonna swap it over to the console style in case it does show his portrait.
そいつは人の心を読むぞ。俺たちの叶う相手じゃねえ。
本部よりヒバリ13、深追いするな。十分だ。近くまでウグイスが応援に来ている。その場で耐えろ。
それじゃ俺の負けってことじゃねえかよ。候補だとくそ、乗ってやるぜ。5歩だな。たったの5歩だな。
My God.
男が何度もくどいですわね。愛のささやき以外は男は一言で十分ですのよ。
What the fuck? Okay, so he doesn't have a sprite, I guess. For the console version, he just had a little portrait for that moment.
読まれるぞ。劇場は思考を読まれるぞ。
She's like Psycho Mantis.
クールになれ、ヒバリ13。
Yeah, no, he doesn't have a sprite.
俺はヒバリの13番。ミントみたいにクールなのが通りやすい。
Okay. Just because you're Skylark 13, that doesn't mean you're like Golgol 13.
だから熱くならずによく考えろ。そうさ、俺の思考はすでに絡め取られていた。
She's already in your head, man.
奴に向かって5歩進まなければならないって時点で思考を絡め取られてたぜ。
ほほう、それはどういう意味でございますの
？This is what it means.
前じゃねえ、後ろに5歩歩くんだよ。
I did it. I was certain it was a trick. If I take 5 steps, I win. She didn't say I had to move forward. I can go backwards too.
だからあなたは5歩でおしまいなんですのよ。
ひばり13沈黙。
あのバカ、すっかり乗せられやがって。
Satoko's remarkable performance wasn't just her own effort alone. Mion had mastered the geography and the enemy's formations while instructing Satoko. Satoko marked all of her traps on the map. When that map and Mion's ability to command combined, the club was simply unbeatable. Rika and Hanyu knew about the mountains almost as well as Satoko. Relayed orders from Mion to Keiichi or Rena. They then prepared for the ambush. The traps didn't always activate when they were stepped on. Sometimes Keiichi and the others were setting them off at the right moment. Crazy. Keiichi and Rena continued to fight everyone according to Mion's orders. Sometimes they'd hide and sometimes they'd attack. One by one, they eliminated their enemies. Satoko's traps had been taking down most of the enemies, but Keiichi's surprise attacks with his bat had worked out successfully too. Not even the well-trained mountain dogs could respond to an attack after being stunned by these traps. Humans need a little time to react. According to the research done by the US Armed Forces, the average reaction time is 15 seconds. In other words, any soldier is powerless during the 15 seconds following a surprise attack. Shortening those 15 seconds is one goal of their training, but no matter how much they train, it will never become zero. The radio communications had actually made things much worse for them. The more they heard about the damage done to the other units, the psychological damage kicked in. At that point, as far as Mion was concerned, the mountain dogs were no longer a force to be reckoned with. And just real quick, I don't remember if we've seen this shack before. Just in case we haven't, here's the console version of it. I don't think we have. But here it is, just in case.
Ryoukai. 確認するけど、この攻撃での戦果は5だね。どうするよ敵さん。南部方面軍はこれで戦力の3割は脱落だよ。負傷者の対応に通常1人から2人。ってことは手の空いた兵士はほとんどいないってわけだ。まっとうな指揮官なら本部に撤退を申し入れるね。
こちらひばり湾。隊員に負傷者多数。負傷者への対応で追撃に手が回らない。これ以上の追撃は断念せざるを得ない。
ひばり湾、損害は大きいが我が方は確実に敵の行動権を狭めている。撤退は認めない。現状兵力で戦線を維持せよ。
くそー。ひばり湾より全員本部から死ねと命令だ。装備を再点検しろ。進軍を再開するぞ。
Yeah, he has no art. He has no art either.
でも高野さんたちは頭に血が上ってるから、それを指揮官は撤退を却下され、士気が低下したまま追撃を再開。こいつは叩く絶好のチャンスだね。
This is just turning into Code Geass with the strategizing.
リカちゃん、レナと合流して Z 地区に誘い込んで。あそこのトラップはだいぶごっついよ。羽生はケイちゃんに X 地区に転戦しろと連絡を。こんな面白いゲームはないね。
There's like Lelouch inside of one of the nightmares, like ordering around all of his troops and being like, because he steals an enemy nightmare and then he starts commanding all the people in his army, and he's like, they're going this way, they're going that way.
今のミーが生まれる時代を間違えていたら歴史に名を残しかね
ないの。私に言わしゃ、ネルソンも東郷もまあまあってとこだね。もう裏山全体が手に取るようだよ。
Mion was the type to display exponential ability. God. When she's down, she's at rock bottom. But when she's in perfect form, it's just terrifying. By the way, she was referencing, admirals from, war with Nelson and Toggle. That was the blood of the head of one of the three families of Hinamizawa. If Mion had been around for a historical battle, she would have changed history. If she were to join Napoleon, Siberia would be French territory. If she were to join Hitler, Europe would belong to the Third Reich. And even with all that, the battle in the mountains was simply a diversion. Oh my god. So what the fuck is the police gonna, like, what are they gonna do when they have to, like, fight against the Sonozaki Yakuza in the future? If she's leading them. Just as Mion had expected, everything had collapsed into chaos. If the mountain dogs could think calmly, they would have realized they hadn't seen any adults. But they didn't notice, confused as they were by all the attacks that they were suffering. Of course, that too was part of Mion's plan. The scale of the diversion would hide the fact that there was a rescue unit going to get Tomitake. Therefore, the more chaotic the battle grew on the mountain, the better it was for the rescue unit. That was why she chose such an ostentatious method of fighting. But at the same time, that was exactly the kind of fight Mion preferred? The kind of fight Mion that preferred. Yeah, okay. The kind of fight that Mion preferred. I don't know why they have it backwards, but anyway. She didn't intend to let it just be a diversion. She was planning to destroy the dog's main force on these mountains. Yet, most frightening of all was our home advantage. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the theory that defenders have the thrice advantage over assailants is heavily due to their advantage of location. In that case, how was the rescue unit doing? Were they at a disadvantage because they were on the offense? Well, let's find out. The 4 rescue unit members led by Iria were hiding in a bush next to the clinic.
行きましょう。こちら側をフォローするカメラは故障中ですから大丈夫です。
こんなとこから堂々と？うわ、怖いね。
敵は監視をセキュリティに依存しきってるようです。問題ないでしょう。
行きましょう。まずは壁沿いに伝い、所長室の裏へ。
はい。私が出るとき、窓は閉めませんでしたから。そこから入ると、すぐ脇が裏口で、そこには監視カメラと1階保安室があり、今日は2名が常駐しているはずです。
That means that he was letting the AC out the entire time. Oh no. Idiot, you're gonna rack up the fucking phone bill. Or the electric bill.
地下区画前は厳重に監視カメラで見張られていますので、必ずバレるでしょう。
地下に行く前にその1階の2人を制圧しないとね。退路確保は基本でしょ。
まずは所長室から入って1階保安室。
They move forward, walking against the wall so that they remain in the blind spot of the security cameras. They soon reach the window of the director's office. If any village kids saw them, they'd assume they were playing around, pretending to be spies. Iria was glad that the clinic was closed on Sundays. Iria peeked into the room. It was exactly the same as how he left it. Window was open too. AC was blasting. The 4 of them snuck into the room through that window. Aksaka put his ear against the door to the hallway. Then he signaled the others to let them know that there was nobody on the other side. Since the clinic was closed, the mountain dogs were the only people around. It being Sunday really was fortunate. It was very quiet in the clinic. The chorus of the cicadas was the only thing that could be heard. There was a clock on the director's desk. It was almost 11:30 a.m. Shion was surprised to find herself getting hungry given all that was going on. Kasaya, it's like she's been sneaking around so much, her stamina has decreased. God. Kasaya and Aksaka checked over their weapons. Iria brought out a book of blueprints from a locked bookcase. The title said construction plan for the Iria clinic.
ここが所長室です。ここが1階保安室。
This is the first time we've actually heard them whisper. We've heard them say stuff like, or the text would say, so-and-so said in a low voice or in a low tone or something, or so-and-so whispered, but they would be like talking normally. I think this is the first time they've actually whispered something.
出てすぐそこです。監視カメラはこの赤鉛筆がそうです。
1階保安室の制圧自体は難しくなさそうだ。問題は地下ですね。
これが地下の研究区画です。ここが入り口。図面では表向きは職員用の2階への階段になっていますが、そして階段で地下へ。
よくもこんな大きな地下を作ったものです。地上部分よりもよっぽど広いですね。
それは地下こそがこの診療所の真の姿である証拠です。
でこれが監督の認証カードでないと入れない扉と。認証カードが封印されて使えなくなってるなんてことは、万一認証カードが使えない場合にゲートの物理的突破は可能？
非常に厳重な扉で、証拠隠滅時にはそれを閉じてから内部に注水して封鎖する決まりになっています。
ということは機密扉か。この容積を満たす水圧に耐えるということは相当に頑丈だ。
ってことは認証カード以外の方法では不可能ってことだね。
一般用の認証カードは個別の登録抹消が可能なはずですが、私と高野さんの認証カードは商工用の特別カードと聞いています。登録抹消には各個に設定した8桁のパスワードが必要ですから、事実上彼らには抹消できません。
In practice, not in
証拠を
theory.
自らが不法使用することは想定していないということですね。
Right.
それでもダメな時は一回保安室の人間に開けさせましょう。
Just remember, you have Kasai, Akusaka, Irie, and Shion, in parentheses. And all of them except Irie are holding like AK-47s right now. While they're in this room, like planning how they're gonna break into the basement.
保安要員のカードなら将校の次に強力なはずです。
素直に協力してくれるとは思えませんが。
I mean, you could just knock them out, take the card from their wallet or whatever, open their eyes for the retinal scan, or for the fingerprint scan, just use it's a fingerprint scan. So then just, put their finger against the scanner, and you'll be fine.
協力しないんならカードと指紋認証用に指を1本ちょんと拝借するまでです。
そうしたくはないですね。私のカードで開くことを祈るばかりです。
地下のセキュリティルームはどれです？
認証カードで入ってすぐ脇のこの部屋です。この部屋には空調もテレビもありますから、基本的に保安の方はそこに全て詰めています。上で2人をやっつければ残りの6人がいるはずです。
6人か。一気に制圧しないと難しいね。一瞬で制圧しないとほぼ確実に警報を鳴らされる。先に警報を切断する方法は？
ちょっとわかりませんが、予備電源や予備回線があるはずです。
現実的じゃないか。セキュリティルームを制圧する方が現実的ですね。保安の連中の武装は
？1階の保安は非武装ですが、1階保安室には一応銃が置かれているという話です。地下の保安は全員が拳銃を携帯しています。あとセキュリティルームにはもっと強力な連発式の銃が何丁か置かれていたはずです。
屋内での用途から考えて多分口径の短い機関拳銃のようなものでしょう。長距離での命中率はひどく落ちますが、小回りが利き近距離では十分な火力を持つ危険なものです。
地下で撃ってきた連中 MP5 でしたし、そいつが何丁持ってのはちょいと厄介ですね。でもここを制圧できれば地下は私たちの手に落ちる。監督、サトシ君は？
本当は動かしたくないところですが、敵の巣の中に放置はできません。サトシ君も安全なところに移しましょう。私の付き添いも必要です。
サトシ君はどの部屋にいるんです？
この奥の病室に監禁されています。そこは去年から彼専用の部屋になっています。
And also, hey Master Protoss, thanks for stopping by over on the kick side.
サトシ君。
The look in Shion's eyes made clear her determination. The security guards who chased after Idia were in the security room on the first floor. They had resumed their game of poker. They knew that the mountain dogs were coming to mountains, and they were well aware that the Institute continued to be in danger. But their job was to stay in that room. And besides, they were working hard on their poker game. Of course, they weren't really concentrating on the game itself. They were still both chatting about the recent car chase, and both seemed proud about what they had done. They were ordered to shoot at the tires, but they but they wished they had been ordered to shoot at Irie himself. They definitely would have caught him then. They talked and laughed like that. When people stopped being on edge, that left them all the more vulnerable. This is a perfect example. That was why it only took 2 seconds to suppress them. Freeze. The security guards were professionals. They immediately realized the guns Kasai and Aksaka and Shion were holding weren't toys. They'd already heard that there was a gunfight in the basement of the Sonosaki residence. The security guards knew that they weren't dealing with amateurs. They also knew they wouldn't hesitate to fire. That was why they surrendered so quickly. They had handcuffs on them already, so it was easy for Kasai and the others to restrain them. The security guards had never thought they'd be wearing cuffs themselves. They had especially never dreamed of being locked up in a toilet. Their hands were cuffed to the pipes behind them as they sat on the toilet seats. Their mouths were stuffed with hand towels, then covered with duct tape. Shion, clearly amused, remarked on how she always wanted to do this to someone. Kasai couldn't help but laugh.
ここまでは順調ですね。問題は地下です。監視カメラで必ず気づかれます。
そのカメラはモノクロ？画面は4分割？
確かそうだったと思います。よくある防犯カメラの画面です。
Are they gonna strip both of them? Both of those guys? Kasai and Aksaka are gonna like put on their outfits and then start moving down the stairs to the basement? Masquerading as them?
ってことは解像度は良くないですね。なら私いい手を思いつきました。
シオンさん、捕虜の虐待はあまり良くないのでは?
The mountain dogs weren't only locked in the bathroom, but had to go through extra humiliation. Radio calls continued to come from the mountain dogs who were fighting up in the mountains. The security guards listened to them intently over the speakers. From what they could hear, it was obvious that the mountain dogs weren't doing well at all. They kept falling into traps, suffering heavy losses, all of which they had never expected. It was clear that the mountain dogs were trapped, but they even started to think that they were being lured into something bigger than a simple military maneuver. The mountain dogs had made a mistake. They assumed the club members went to the mountains to escape from Hinamizawa. But they were wrong. They were simply being lured into the enemy's carefully prepared territory. The panicked voices of the mountain dogs, Takano's yelling, and Okonogi's reprimands could be heard through the speaker. It certainly sounded like a war zone.
大鳥湾より大鳥、休憩時間は終わりだぞ。俺たちも出撃する。味方の損害率はすでに致命的状況だが、敵は確実に後退を重ねてすでに包囲されつつある。もう一息だ。温存した大鳥で一気に圧殺する。陣頭指揮はサンサが直接取られるそうだ。俺も出るぞ。これで決着させる。
おい、隊長が出るぞ。大鳥も上がる。総力戦だ。
なんて奴らだ。ってことはすでに被害は小隊規模にもなるってのか。
俺たちは何者を相手にしてるんだよ。相手はどこの特殊部隊だってんだ。
What kind of special unit are they? Who's gonna remind them that they're fucking fighting children? Who's gonna remind them that they're like fucking 10 to 14-year-olds? The security guards listening to the battle reports over the radio fluctuated between dismay and rejoicing. A cute chime rang suddenly. It was a warning chime that rang automatically when someone went through the entrance to the basement. When the chime rang, the guards were supposed to check the screen to see who was coming through. The one who looked at the screen needed a moment to comprehend what he was seeing.
おい。入江首相だぞ。
何?
They could see the two security guards on the first floor restraining Irie and some girl. I knew it.
これ、所長だよな。どういうことだ？
そういうことか。向こうは陽動で、こいつらが富武救出に忍び込もうとしたってことだ。
三佐に所長を連行したと連絡しろ。
A buzzer sounded and the computer panel displayed information about the card being used to enter. Commissioned Officer Pass, ID 0001, Special Grade 1, Lieutenant Colonel, Kyosuke Irie, Director. Password. Match. Fingerprint confirmation. Match.
Huh?
How strange. The security guards brought Idia down. That made sense. But why were they using the director's security access card? They were even using his fingerprint. Why were they having him do that? Wouldn't it be quicker for the guards to do that themselves? One of the guards figured it out, but it was too late. The door to the basement was open, and the 4 newcomers forced their way inside. They ran through the security camera screen and were headed straight for the security room. They had them. As soon as the door opened, the security guard started firing. Akasaka realized that if it had taken him a second longer to pull back, he would have been riddled with hundreds of bullets. One of the guards pushed the desk onto its side. The paper cups on the desk fell to the floor, spilling coffee everywhere. They used the desk as a barricade. The other 2 guards started to shoot at random. As long as the guards were shooting at the rescue unit, they wouldn't counterattack. One of the guards activated an emergency alarm, and another picked up the submachine gun off the wall. The other one had picked up a gas mask. It was impressive that they got their act together so quickly. A situation like this would result in a fierce gun battle, meaning that it would take a while for the rescue team to suppress the guards. The emergency alarm sounding in the basement reminded them that their surprise attack had failed.
一気に制圧し損ねた。でも敵は全員この中、袋のこの部屋に釘付けにしているうちに、サトシ君と富武さんを救出しちゃいましょう。
The mountain dogs outside would definitely hear the alarm. If they took too long, the enemy could come to block their escape route. Then they'd be trapped inside.
そうだ。確かセキュリティに侵入者対策で確か
Idia started to speak while he tried to recollect it. Shion told him that he should have remembered something like that before they came in. Before Idia remembered, a voice came over the speakers. Oh.
エントランス区画にて緊急事態が発生しました。エントランス区画にて緊急事態が発生しました。問題が解決するまで研究施設内の全区画は緊急閉鎖されます。エントランス区画のスタッフはセキュリティルームに集合し、
Oh, they're gonna gas everything?
保安隊員の指示に従ってください。120秒後に研究区画及びエントランス区画には鎮圧用ガスの自動散布が行われます。繰り返します。
どうやら2分以内に制圧して警報を解除しないとヤバいことになりそうだな。
鎮圧用ガスって何ですか？毒ガス？
確かジフェニルシアノアルシンです。極めて高い濃度で吸えば危険ですが、吸入の数分で作用。症状はいくつかありますが、最大の特徴は約30分間くしゃみが止まらなくなることです。
Isn't that also called Red Agent? The military used to use it to secure enemy territories. Oh my god, they either had to run out of there immediately or take over the security room, but since the area had been sealed off, they couldn't escape. But there were armed guards in the security room, and if the rescue unit members even peeked out of around the corner, they'd be shot at mercilessly. Akasaka's gonna have to run, like, alongside the wall, through the ceiling, do some backflips, and take them out.
インドアの基本はグレネードか。
Wait, hold on. OBS, got a bit weird. I think it's still fine though. Yes, okay, it didn't affect the actual display for you guys. Anyway.
くそ、そんなのないって。
焦って飛び込めば蜂の巣です。どうすればいいんだ。
サトシ君は目前だというのに悔しい。
Akasaka, remember the basics of CQC. Shion pressed her forehead against her gun, gritting her teeth in frustration. As Kasai analyzed the situation, he stood up and spoke.
皆さん、私に任せてもらいましょう。
The guards in the security room were on edge too. Once the gas was flowing, everything would come to an end, but the guards knew their enemy wouldn't just sit and wait for that to happen. They'd come rushing in regardless of the counterattack they'd face. Although the guards would still have the upper hand, it'd be a point-blank gunfight. They wouldn't come out of it unscathed. Therefore, as the deadline approached, their tension increased. The guards never even considered that the door they opened would be shut again. They fired at the door, leaving many small holes in it. After that, it all went quiet. What were they thinking? There was nowhere to hide. The gas was about to be released. Why did they close the door? For what reason did they do that? That was when a loud explosion punched a hole in the door the size of a fist. Not only the door, but the wall in the security room had a similar hole.
Magnum.
No, it's fucking Aksaka's fucking fist. Just kidding, it's the fucking shotgun. A calm voice echoed from the other side of the door.
ご名答です。こいつは人間を撃つ弾じゃありません。威力は皆さんほどならすでにご存知でしょう。
The power of a slug bullet is limited to extremely close-range battles, but it is also incredibly powerful. After all, it's fired from a shotgun, but it doesn't scatter. A shotgun is meant to fire scattered shots, but it can be used to fire only one huge, incredibly powerful bullet. That's the slug. I should be reading it like, it's usually used for hunting. It's used to shoot at animals, not humans. If it was used on a human, their arms and legs would be shattered, and nothing would be left of the head. It shouldn't even be called a bullet. It should be called a cannon. It would easily pierce through the door, the desk they were using as a barricade, and any guards hiding behind the desk before slamming into the wall. The guards understood very well just how powerful it was. The kind of guns that they had shot out many small bullets. Therefore, they didn't work as well through a door. But their enemies didn't care about the door at all. Their weapon could easily pierce through anything. Hiding behind a desk didn't mean anything.
あなた方を粉々にできることがご理解できたはずです。死にたくなかったら警報を切っていただきましょう。
落ち着け。もうじきガスが出る。それまでの辛抱だ。
その前に皆さんが内臓をぶちまけることになるとはお考えが至りませんか。
Kasai's voice was extremely intimidating. Only one who truly understood the power of the shotgun could talk that way.
時間がありません。5秒でケツを取ります。5つ数えて警報が切れなければ覚悟していただきます。
どうする？ガスまでまだ60秒くらいあるぞ。
焦るな。向こうだってビビってるんだ。飲まれるんじゃね
え。That was when a deep voice rang out, reverberating through the pit of their stomachs.
おい、人が親切に話してるのに聞いてねえのか。
It must have been coming from the same person, but it had changed so much so quickly.
この笠井達義がてめえらを生かしてやると言ってんだ。ありがてえとは思わねえのか、ガキどもが。お前ら、俺を舐めてんのか？ああ？返事せんか、ガキどもが！
A roar and an explosion sounded at the same time. The upper half of the door disappeared. Numerous lead balls bounced around the room, breaking the lights and ricocheting off the walls. Shattered glass fell onto the floor. The shotgun had turned the security room into hell. The hurricane of lead balls blew violently through the small room as it shattered, scattered, and destroyed everything. The guards could only cover their heads and pray. They prayed the lead balls wouldn't hit them and endured the falling glass. Before they had a chance to recover, Kasai jumped through what was left of the door and kicked the desk aside. He stepped onto the guards' heads and yelled at the others. They're holding machine guns or whatever. He's just fucking pointing a shotgun at them.
何いつまで茶化ひけらかしてんだこら。殺されてえかオリサイ。てめえとは気づいてきたしか。
すんません。
God damn it. Jesus fuck. I pressed the wrong button, sorry. I was gonna mute myself. I've dealt with far more dead people than any of you. Sorry, please don't kill me. They dropped their guns voluntarily and got on the floor with their hands on their heads. Even Shion couldn't believe what just happened. There were several of them, and all had been amply armed. Kasai had a weapon too, but it was his presence that defeated them. Even the mountain dogs couldn't equal what Kasai once had to go through. One of the guards got up in a hurry and switched the alarm off. Kasai stood there calmly, but they were only seconds away from the gas releasing. Shion and Aksaka came to their senses and quickly moved into the room to help Kasai subdue the guards.
Kasai, あんた。
こんな真似は二度としないつもりでしたが、緊急措置でした。
Aw.
忘れてください。
That was the Kasai Shion knew. But in the end, Kasai hadn't killed anyone. Shion remembered Kasai telling her how terrifying shotguns were in the basement of the Zennosuke residence. That was Shotgun Tatsu, whom all the people in Shishibune were so afraid of.
急ぎましょう。どの道すでに警報は鳴らされています。長いはできません。
そうですね。急ぎましょう。
Akusaka and Kasai pulled out the guard's handcuffs and restrained him.
サトシ君、どこ?
Now that the security room was under their control, Shion realized there was nothing to keep her from seeing Satoshi. She was getting anxious. Irie had shown her on the map. He must be down here, she thought. Shion had already started to run.
私も行ってきます。サトシ君と富武さんを助けないと。
すみません。頼みます。
1、2、3、4、5。
Akusaka felt a chill running down his spine. Irie said there were 6 security guards. Shion wasn't paying attention to anything else. She was only thinking about her reunion with Satoshi, and she still can't hear in her left ear. To make things worse, the security guard is waiting on the left side of Shion. Shion had to regret letting her guard down just a bit too early. The mountain dog jumped out and grabbed Shion. He choked her neck with his thick arm. There was no way Shion could get out of the situation alone. Irie saw what happened. Fortunately, their backs were turned towards him. Here was Irie's chance to attack the enemy. But today, Irie had lost a lot of confidence in himself. He felt he hadn't done anything right all day. Fighting wasn't his expertise, so there really wasn't anything he could have done. But he was disappointed in himself for not being able to help just the same. But in that moment, he was the only one who could do anything. If possible, he wanted to go get Kasai or Akusaka. They were both very reliable. They could take out this man in an instant. But there was no time for that. Only in this moment was his back facing Irie, and if Irie didn't do anything, the dog was sure to take Shion hostage, creating a deadlock. Enemy backup could arrive at any moment, so being in a deadlock would mean death. Therefore, Irie couldn't depend on anyone else. He had to resolve the situation himself. He only had one chance. Once a unit member turned around, the deadlock would begin. But was there even a way for Irie to knock him down in one shot? No, he had to. He must. There had to be something that only Irie could do. Irie took a mechanical pencil out of his pocket. It was probably the strongest weapon he had.
くそ、やってくれますね、所長。
Irie stabbed the man's neck with his mechanical pencil, but it only scratched him a little. What was he thinking? The man drew his gun, pressed it to Shion's head, and created a stalemate, just as Irie predicted.
ごめんなさい。私、サトシ君のことで頭がいっぱいだった。
Shion's eyes were filled with tears.
さて所長、月並みで恐縮ですが、他の侵入者ともども武装解除してもらいましょう。さっきのとんでもない音は相当でかい銃を持ち込んでますね。撃たれたらたまりませんので。
Come on, idiot. Remember Kasai from earlier. You can do it.
笑わせます。この入江機関、この入江京介に取引などできるつもりですか？
何
？Okay.
これは高野さんの開発したシャーペン型の偽装注射器です。薬物については
なんだと
？If a regular person had said that, it wouldn't have worked. But Irie was wearing his white coat, and the basement was his territory. What he just said sounded very believable. He wanted to believe that Irie was lying, but he started to feel an itch on the back of his neck.
H178 は高野さんが生み出した170番台の
Oh my god. He's bluffing the fuck out of this.
いかなる治療手段もなく、わずか数分で錯乱、妄想、頭痛、鼻水、鼻詰まり、お通じの普通、数々の激症を引き起こし、最後には自らの爪でお尻をかき破って死んでしまいます。 治療法はただ一つ。1分以内にこの解毒剤のお注射を受けることのみです。
嘘だ、そんなのあるはずね。
すでに30秒経過ですね。そろそろ心臓を経由して全身に回り始めてくる頃です。全身のリンパ腺にかゆみは出ませんか？寝るときにいびきやおならが出ませんか？
Shion could only watch this pathetic act in silence. But for the mountain dog, who worked at such a shady research center, what Idia said sounded totally believable.
わかった。降参する。早くその治療薬を打ってくれ。
はて、言葉遣いがなっていませんね。
わかりました。降参します。早く注射をしてください。
ダメですね。ご主人様への言葉遣いがなっていません。一度だけ指導しましょう。いいですか？このお注射はお尻に注射しなくてはなりません。まず四つん這いになってズボンをずらし、お尻をその際お尻は突き出すようにし、両肩はぺったり床につけるようにします。右手の親指の爪を噛みながら振り返り、そうそう。そしてあなたはご主人様、この私めにお注射をくださいませと哀願するのです。言えませんか？嘆かわしい。そもそも古来メイドはご主人様への絶対忠誠を誓い、熱死暴行によって美徳と文化を築き上げてきたのです。
You're making it less
そんな
believable.
素晴らしい社会を作ったのに、近年の日本はどうですか？メイドの心を忘れた若者はガングロ、ルーズソックス、派手派手なハワイ装束。ああ、大和なでしこが情けない。お肌をスレスレにお手入れして過剰な日焼けには要注意。
Amazing.
ソックスはもちろんニーソですが、黒のストッキングも素晴らしい。いや、でもたまにはハイソックスも素敵です。そして培われるメイドの心。思えば日本はわびさびとメイドを忘れました。その結果がこの低出産率、超高齢化社会。今や熟年人口は増え続け、萌えメディアもその層をターゲットにするのは時間の問題。やがてはストライクゾーンはるか真上とされてきたおばさんにもスポットライトが浴びせられ、
30 seconds already.
にすらなってゆく。おばさんとメイドの組み合わせはまさにトイレ用洗剤、混ぜるな危険。
What? What? Middle-aged women and maids are just like different kinds of toilet detergents? They're dangerous to mix?
それを混ぜるとなぜかメイドでなく家政婦さんになり、急にトレンディードラマから昼ドラっぽくなっちゃうのです。
This is fucking real.
それはつまりメイドの絶滅。
He's saying all like this is we're reading this right now with our own two fucking eyes.
その時月は砕け、悲しみの雨を地上に降らし、地球をアステロイドベルトが覆う。それこそが予言書に記された最後の審判。
Shion is grabbing her gun and shooting the dude in the head right now as we speak.
全世界の偉大なるメイドカチューシャが多いし時、真のメイド世界が開かれる。そうだそうそう、図が高い、ひざまずけ。メイドの魂よ、ここに集うのだ。Come on my castle in the maid kingdom. わあ、いやー。
Sorry, I wish you could see my face right now. Like my mouth was agape for a few seconds as I stared in disbelief at this fucking image. We're getting a JoJo reference in 2008. What the fuck? For one. But two, what the fuck is this? Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. What? Are you fucking serious? We're getting a part 6 reference? Oh my, we're getting Stone Ocean right now? Oh my fucking god.
監督、赤坂さんたち来てやっつけてくれましたよ。
なんですって。まだメイド教育が終わっていないというのに。
先生、そいつは後ほどに。
We gotta get moving, bro.
サトシ君。
Made in heaven of all fucking things. Oh my god. There really was nobody left to stop her. Shion ran down the hallway at full speed. It was right there. There was a huge window in front of Shion that allowed her to look inside. Shion threw herself at the window. Satoshi was there, lying on the bed. He was sleeping with an IV connected to his arm. There were some wires attached to his forehead and chest to observe his brainwaves. The waves of light displayed them on the machine they connected to proved that he was at least still alive. But he might be sleeping very deeply. His face was paled and he looked like there was barely any life left in him.
生きてるんだよね。サトシ君、生きてるんだよね。
Well, legally, yes.
落ち着いてください。入江先生、早く彼を。
Iria brought in a stretcher to load Satoshi onto. Kasai opened it up.
早くサトシ君を、サトシ君を。
シオンさん、彼を出す前に一つだけどうしても約束してほしいことがあります。
Iria gave Shion a condition. What is he saying now? Shion angrily thought.
今から彼を担架に移しますが、決して起こそうとしてはいけません。いいですね。絶対約束してください。
どうして起こしちゃいけないんですか？
This was the first time Shion wanted to do. That was the first thing Shion wanted to do. She wanted to tell him personally that he was free. But Iria was telling her that she couldn't do that.
辛いことですが、真実だけを手短に話します。サトシ君はあの日、末期発症により脳と心に深刻なダメージを受けました。幸いなことに命に異常はありませんが、サトシ君には目に入るものの敵味方、真実と虚構の区別がつかないのです。過度の被害妄想と恐怖に取りつかれ、それから逃れるためにキュウソが猫を噛むように、昨年不用心なスタッフが整形手術を必要とするほどの大怪我をしました。彼はたとえあなたであっても例外としません。
Bro ripped the dude's face off? Holy shit. Shion finally noticed it. While Satoshi was covered in the blanket on the bed, there were 2 belts over the blanket. One holding him down on the bed. And... sorry. There were 2 belts. Yeah, holding him down on the bed. Yeah, okay. And that he also had leather straps around his arms. He was restrained to the bed. The belt had some marks on them.
そんな、それって治るんですか？
The silence that followed was cruel. Iria wanted to tell her that he would be cured. But he was a doctor. He knew he shouldn't say anything irresponsible. And so that's why he couldn't say anything.
何それ？何それ？じゃあ何？サトシ君はもうって言ってくれないの？私の頭を撫でてくれないの？なんで？なんで？
Shion cried as she pounded on the glass.
彼のことをどうか彼を起こさないでください。それはきっと彼が望むことでもあるのです。起こせばそのサトシ君の姿はあなたを必ず傷つけます。そしてサトシ君もその姿をあなたに見せたいとは思わないはずです。ですから分かってください。
そんな
Shion slid down the window and hit the floor, crying uncontrollably. She scratched at the floor at the sad reunion, and her anger made her claw at the tiles. If Satoshi's smile was there under the floor, Shion would scratch until all of her nails were gone. But Satoshi wasn't under the floor, he was right there. He was sleeping on the bed, and he wasn't supposed to be woken up.
ですが、微弱ですが、この1年、脳波の傾向に回復の兆しが見られるんです。人間の体は弱くありません。それは脳も同じです。脳に致命的損傷を負った人が奇跡的に回復を遂げたという報告は世界中にあります。サトシ君は帰ってこようとしています。必死に戦っています。そして私も負けない。帰ろうと戦うサトシ君をこちら側に連れ戻そうと、私は今後も研究を続けます。そして必ずサトシ君をひなみ沢に連れて帰ってみせます。
The brain is what makes people move, or is what moves people, but the brain is only a part of the body. If something happens to the brain, the person will end up changing. That change hurts the person himself, as well as the people around him, and hurting others hurts that person even more. Idia recalled his parents, the abnormal change in his father. His mother was not able to understand that it was caused by a brain disorder. That was enough. That was sad enough. That was the reason why Idia became a neurologist. Right now, there was a young boy before him, and a young girl. Before him was a fragment of the sadness from that day, a fragment of the day's regret. After his father's death, Idia learned that he was misunderstood and that it was due to a brain disorder, but it was all too late by then. He regretted not getting into the study of brains 5 years earlier, but it was too late. But now, he had studied and experienced so much, he had achieved things, and he had the confidence. But he still had regrets about that day. Idia holds his fist tightly and spoke without holding tears.
命をかけてもいい。私は絶対にサトシ君をひなみ沢へ連れ帰ります。この入江京介が絶対というのです。そしてサトシ君も帰ってこようとしている。互いが手を伸ばし合って届かぬわけがない。だからシオンさん、私を信じてその日まで待ってください。絶対この入江京介が彼を連れ帰ります。
Idia vowed this from the bottom of his heart, and he realized something. Idia realized that everything he had done was in preparation for this day. The two people in front of him weren't his parents, but he was going to rid himself of his regrets and devote himself to that promise.
本当ですね。サトシ君、帰ってくるんですね。本当に。
絶対です。私の人生のすべてを捧げてでも彼をひなみ沢へ連れ帰ります。だからシオンさん、その日を信じて私と、そしてきっと私たちで彼を迎えてあげましょう。その日まで待てますか？この悲しい事実をさとこちゃんに内緒にできますか？
はい。サトシ君、帰ってくるなら何でも我慢します。
あれを見てください。
There was something in the corner of that dark room. It was the giant teddy bear that Satoshi had bought on that day.
さとこちゃんの誕生日のためにあれをサトシ君がさとこちゃんに渡さないでこの世を去るなんて考えられますか？考えられないでしょう。サトシ君は必ずあのぬいぐるみと一緒にあなたとさとこちゃんのところへ帰ってきます。どうかその日まで我慢をしてください。
お見舞いに来てもいいですか？
もちろんです。
彼の脇に座ったり本を読んであげたりしてもいいですか？それから
いいですよ。きっと彼も喜ぶでしょう。
Shion started to cry again. Akusaka came in with Tomitake, but he couldn't say anything to her.
無事でよかったです。あなたに番犬を呼んでもらえれば全ては解決できます。
実はそうもいかないのです。さっきの保安室の銃撃戦で無線装置が壊れたようなのです。山犬は非常時対応で村全体の通信手段を遮断しているでしょうから、ここの無線装置が損傷した以上、東京へ連絡をするには村を脱出するほかないんです。
となれば車で強行突破するしかないでしょう。ミオンさんたちもよく時間を稼いでくれています。しかし籠城ですからやがては追い詰められるでしょう。一刻も早く富武さんを村の外へ脱出させ番犬を呼び。
困った問題が一つ。彼らが非常時対応で電話線を遮断しているなら、同じ対応で町へ通じる街道を封鎖することになっているのです。車両突破を防ぐため、彼らには歩兵が携帯する対戦車榴弾砲が一つ与えられているはずです。
What kind of fucking budget did they give these guys?
RPG-7 ですか。戦車を想定していないでしょうから弾頭は榴弾でしょうが、直撃しなくても車がひっくり返るかもしれません。相当厄介な相手です。
しかし街道を車で突破しなかったら無駄な時間がかかりすぎる。迂回などしていたら日が暮れます。みんなもよく戦ってくれていると思うが、暮れるまで持ちこたえられるとは思えません。急がないと危険です。
もたもたしてる暇はないです。何が何でも富武のおじさまを沖宮に大至急。監督はサトシ君と安全な場所へ。とにかく大至急出ましょう。ここに敵が殺到するのも時間の問題です。
Shion's eyes were swollen from crying, but she had calmed down. Satoshi's safety depending on their victory. They had to win for his sake too. Although it was a very sad situation, Satoshi was alive and he would be back someday. Shion understood that, but yet more tears poured from her eyes. Sis, everyone, thank you. We've succeeded over here. Takano didn't have enough stamina to walk around in the mountains. She was running out of breath, but even so, she continued to scream at the mountain dogs on the radio. She wasn't using an intercom like the mountain dogs were. Instead, she was using the communication unit on the back of one of the dogs, so he constantly had to listen to her yelling. That's so funny. This dude is hiking around with a backpack with like antennas and stuff coming out of it, and she's holding like, you know, just a radio like comm system in her hand. She's holding like a transmitter, and she's just yelling at people.
どいつもこいつも頼りないったらありゃしない。それでも特殊部隊なの？天下の山犬はどうしたというのよ。
Takano bit her lower lip and squeezed her left arm with her nails. Her arm had nail marks all over them. She was holding her grandfather's research scrapbook in her left hand. Even Takano didn't know why she was holding it. Maybe she grabbed it unconsciously, because she wanted her grandfather to comfort her. Mountain dogs had already suffered a devastating damage. They had to walk around in an area they weren't familiar with, and they wasted their energy on the multitude of traps that had been set. Although they were as tough as can be, they were getting exhausted.
うちの三叉にゃ。
ウグイス1よりウグイス13。用心しろ。お前の左翼が沈黙した。今度はお前が狙われるぞ。
ふざけるなよ。なんだってんだよ。俺かよ、畜生。
He panicked. The same thing kept happening. His team members had been going down one at a time, starting from the left flank. And he was next. Did that mean that the enemy was coming from his 9 o'clock? No, those ogres didn't think normally. On this mountain, being aware of 360 degrees around yourself wasn't enough. Even being cautious of the ground below your feet and the sky above your head wasn't enough. Where are they fucking coming from? Those bastards. Come here. Come here. Come the fuck at me. Nightingale 13 had his taser in front of him as he looked around timidly. This taser could have been a powerful weapon, but it was far more effectively used indoors. On this mountain, it was almost worthless. Nightingale 13 heard a noise behind him from a bush. He thought he saw something, so he fired his taser. The electrodes flew out into the bush. Did he just imagine it? He felt a tug on his taser. The cord from the taser was stuck in the bush and he couldn't rewind it. If it wasn't useless before, it had certainly become that way. Then he heard a noise behind him again, and this time he saw someone coming at him. But his weapon was useless. The newcomer growled at him. It's Keiji. What? No. No fucking way. They should have said he barked at him. This was all it took. Because he was so scared he didn't think. That was exactly what Satoko expected. Satoko, who was up in the tree, dropped the metal bucket on his head. It landed perfectly. Did it have glue inside? The bucket had some drawings on it. What were they? They were drawings of strange unknown creatures. They somehow resemble those strange characters you see on educational TV programs. As Rena jumped out from another bush, she hit the bucket with a stick. I knew it. No, maybe it should be described as a strike. I thought they were gonna pull like at Looney Tunes, where, you know, they'll grab a bucket, they'll slam it over a person's head, they'll pull the handle of the bucket downwards, and then they will hit it with a ladle or with a stick a bunch of times, just to fuck with the person. Instead of a hit, the man flew backwards. Keiichi was ready for him. The stance he was in looked a bit like... That's it. He looked like a batter in a batter's box. He was on one foot. That was the legendary one-foot swing created by that one world-famous baseball player. I can't tell you who, I'm not into baseball. Destructive forces can't be measured from just one direction. It's a function of both speeds added together. Both Keiichi's strike and the speed of his opponent create a truly amazing destructive force. With an exhilarating and magnificent sound, the mountain dog flew into the air in the opposite direction. Then he rolled down the ground and stopped. There, Rika waited for him. It was almost as though they calculated that he would end up there. Rika patted the bucket happily. This comforting moment for Nightingale 13 lasted only for a second. Mion shot her taser at his butt. Nightingale 13 jerked for a moment, then went limp. Keiichi and Rena jumped on him and tied his hands behind his back with wire. They have names for the combos now? God damn. Hanyu and Satoko high-fived. While Keiichi and Rena tied Nightingale 13 up, Rika tried to send something in the air. Is she using her Shrine Maiden powers to locate them? Rika reported to Mion. She was a bit like a radar. Mion didn't even care about the guy they just knocked out. She was already trying to figure out their next move while looking at Satoko's map and using the info Rika gave her. Everyone eagerly awaited Mion's next order. Mion was a great leader. She had both leadership skills and tactical ability, but more than anything else, she was great at encouraging people's spirits. There are no cowardly soldiers under a brave general, and brave soldiers fight like a million men under Mion's command. Nobody could stop Mion and her club members. Both Mion and Okonogi's original estimates were too low. Now Okonogi was thinking something else. Before they started the siege, he likened one of them to a well-trained platoon. But that didn't fit anymore. Sorry. But that didn't fit anymore. They were on par with an elite fuck off. They're children. Foot soldiers couldn't beat an armored division. What Okonogi had was just a company. Where was their air support, or a bombardment from a warship, or an artillery base? Okonogi needed someone to pump the mountain full of holes. If he couldn't have that, he needed a submarine to fire a nuclear weapon. If he couldn't have that, he wanted to retreat. Okonogi no longer doubted it. The enemy commander was a genius. Under a mighty commander, all soldiers become heroes. He wanted to see the face of the commander, or at least he wanted to know their name. But then Okonogi remembered that ogres used to live in Hinamizawa. He also realized the commander had to be an ogre.
ウグイス13沈黙。大鳥4沈黙。
こちらひばり10。子供の笑い声が聞こえる。包囲された。頼む、助けてくれ。ひばり10、退却しろ、退却しろ。退却ってどっちにだよ。
大鳥ないんだ。敵の一人を発見、追跡している。応援を送ってくれ。
大鳥9、どこにいるんだ。所在地がわからない。周辺の状況を送られたし。
霧が出てる。寒い、寒い。ここは河原。
大鳥9、地図上ありえない。落ち着いて状況を確認しろ。
He's seeing the end.
そんな河原の向こうに死んだ姉ちゃんが。
大鳥9、大鳥9、応答しろ。大鳥9、沈黙。
無理だ。奴らはこの山の鬼だ。俺は知ってる。これは鬼隠しなんだ。
Are you you were the ones that were doing this.
俺たちは全員この山で消されちまうんだ。
You guys were doing all the demoning away.
バカなこと口走るのはやめろ。
Their morale is so fucking low.
各班長は再点呼で状況把握と指揮公用に努めろ。敵は悪魔なんかじゃない。ただのクソガキだ。ビビるな。格の違いを見せてやる。
Yeah, exactly.
聞こえる。俺じゃない。俺じゃない。
クマだ。
大鳥3だ。ここには野生のクマがいるのか。聞いていない。大鳥1、一度撤退し下記の武装の検討を。
バカ言うんじゃねえ。いくら矢口三家ったって野生のクマがいるはずねえだろう。連中のハったりだ。乗せられるな。
人の身に過ぎたるを知ら、汚すことを許されぬ聖地を踏み荒らす罪を知るがいい。我に感謝せよ。聖地を汚した罪をあがなう機会を与えしことを感謝せよ。
Is that supposed to be Hanyu?
ちくしょう。誰かのインカムを奪ってやがるんだ。敵の指揮減退戦術に乗るな。
恐れを知ることかなわぬ哀れな人間どもよ。よかろう。汝らがその身でしか知ることができないというなら、我がそれを教えようぞ。
ウグイス1だ。光栄が来ていない。バカな、どこへ行った。応答しろ。
哀れなウグイスが一羽踏み込むこと許されぬ地に迷い込む。そんなにも知りたいか。鬼の世を知りたいか。告げよ、人の世に別れよ。我が忠告に耳を重ぬ具を今より知れ。
誰の悲鳴だ今のは。ウグイス、天候を取れ。
またやられた。誰が沈黙した。それより本部、 俺の左肩には誰かいるんだよな。俺は孤立してるんじゃないよな。
まだ聞きたいか。痛みを伴う声が。
なんだよ今の音。何がひしゃげたらあんな音になるんだよ。
俺昔電車の飛び込みを見たことある。あん時と同じだ。全身がひしゃげる音だ。
やだ、そんな死に方ごめんだ。
Holy fuck, dude.
死にたくねえ、死にたくねえ。やめてくれ山の神様。俺も好きでやってるわけじゃねえんだ。給料もらってやってるだけなんだ。
ウグイスワンより本部。ダメだ、士気の高揚は困難。隊員の脱落と士気低下は深刻。これ以上の戦線維持は困難。損害が増えるだけだ。
だから落ち着けウグイスワン。他の隊員は野戦の素人ばかりじゃねえか。お前はあの地獄の卒業生だろうが、そのお前が混乱してどうするんだ。落ち着け、お前が範を示せ。
本部、ウグイスワンが応答しない。そんな、あの人がやられるなんてダメだ。やっぱり悪魔だ。
ダメだ、敵は心理戦までこなしやがるのか。ガキどものくせにこの不正規戦部隊に至近距離対戦術まで仕掛けやがるというのか。
They're using psychological warfare. Radios are usually helpful communication tools, but in this case they backfired. The club members took an intercom from a mountain dog they knocked out and used it to corner the other members psychologically. It worked even more effectively because they were in enemy territory and were unfamiliar with the terrain. The best solution would be to make everyone stop using the intercom, but that would give the enemy more chances to attack them individually. Okonogi was growing fearful of the club members, and he still hadn't grasped their true identities. However, Takano still hadn't recognized how serious the situation was. She kept yelling at the mountain dogs to get their act together. Okonogi could tell exactly the type of commander. Okonogi could tell she was exactly the type of commander who only commanded to attack and let her men die. But Takano's reckless orders were working in a way. Although the club members were winning, their area of operation was getting smaller. The club members were trying to lure their enemies to one trap after another. In other words, they were defeating the mountain dogs by allowing them to come into their territory. The mountain dogs were about to be annihilated, but the curtains were closing on the club members' theater too. Okonogi realized his enemies were trying to finish this battle in a hurry. If the mountain dogs fell back, everything they've done would be for nothing. He didn't want to, but he had to follow the princess's orders. Okonogi figured he was finally about to get his enemies. Hanyu and Keiichi continued to act over the commandeered radio.
羽生ちゃんすごいよ。本当の神様みたいだった。
っていうかすごいね羽生。
Who's gonna tell him?
あのドスは波の人間にはちょいと無理だよ。
だって神様なのですから。ニパー。あんあんあん。それを言ったらケイイチもすごいのです。
Can you imagine? You actually meet the god of your village, and when you praise her, she goes ow ow ow.
鶏の首を絞めたみたいなすごい悲鳴を出してましたです。こんなのケイイチさんには朝飯前ですわよ。
Strangling a chicken was easy for Keiichi, huh?
何しろ我が部の通り名は口先の魔術師でございますもの。
Oh, okay.
へへへ、相手が人で耳がついてる限り誰だろうと俺様のケイイチマジックで思いのままに操ってやるぜ。
You should become a voice actor. I bet you'd be famous. Yeah.
聞こえる？私は高野よ。あんたたちの最上位の上司よ。聞きなさい。鬼もいないし神様もいないわ。もしいるなら戦いなさい。神などその座から引きずり下ろしてやるのよ。ひばりとウグイスは合流して戦力を立て直しなさい。大鳥は白鷺の残存と合流。敵は山頂付近の営林署の資材小屋あたりを本拠地にしている模様。 交渉を取られてるわ。こちらの動きが筒抜けのはず。奇襲はあって当たり前よ。差し違えてでも倒しなさい。
サンサ、武装に戻る許可を。奴らを制圧するにはペーサーでは無理です。
許可できるわけないでしょう。私たちは今奴らを完全に包囲して追い詰めているのよ。ここで引けば取り逃がすわよ。私たちはあいつらの首に両手をかけてる。あとは締めるだけなのよ。
At the same time, Okonogi received another radio call. Using that line meant his caller didn't want Takano to hear the conversation. Okonogi understood the meaning of that, so he walked away from Takano and answered quietly.
指揮者より大鳥は
Major.
緊急事態です。診療所研究区画が襲撃を受けたようです。エントランス区画への侵入者警報を受信しましたが、すぐに解除されました。ご法事の手続きによらない解除です。状況の確認を求めていますが、無線に応じません。現在研究区画の武装保安隊も含め全員が沈黙しています。
Okonogi understood everything. He had been fooled. He suspected a diversion, but he never even thought that the heavily armed security unit of the Mountain Dogs could be bested. If the enemies were soldiers in camouflage, then he wouldn't have been fooled. He underestimated them because he thought they were kids. But now he really understood. He understood the reason why no adults had showed up in this battle on the mountain.
わかった。そいつは東京の格好に伝えたか。
Did you let Kuku in Tokyo know?
まだです。連絡しますか。
連絡しろ。富武は奪還され脱出。村境で封鎖線を張らせてるが、武装保安隊を秒殺した連中だ。RPG 一機では難しいだろう。
封鎖線に応援を送りますか。
バカ。そんな余剰人員があったらお姫様が突撃させてるぜ。今手が空いてるのはむしろお前くらいだ。封鎖線に連絡。車両の強行突破に備えろと伝えろ。
That's really funny. You're the only one that isn't doing shit, so maybe get your ass moving.
了解。
了解。警戒を厳にする。
Okay, there's another background that we haven't seen. God, that fucking road is like that hill is steep. God damn. The trees do look really nice though. Anyway, back to
各自聞け。診療所が襲撃され捕虜を奪われたとの連絡が入った。敵はおそらく車両にて強行突破を試みるものと思われる。
RPG を準備。
Which one, sir?
他が一斉射撃で蜂の巣にしろ。
Get Valkyrie profile ready.
射殺許可は出ているぞ。
One of the mountain dogs nodded and opened a narrow case in the trunk of the van. In that case was a powerful anti-tank weapon designated RPG-7. The RPG-7 was a weapon that many said changed the history of modern warfare. After all, this terrifying weapon had a firing range over several hundred meters, and it was capable of burying most tanks in existence. The dawn of this weapon meant that we are now in an age where a lone foot soldier possessed the firepower to destroy a tank. It was capable of reshaping the history of warfare. That was the RPG-7. Each of the other four members had an MP5, the weapon used to destroy the tire on Idia's car. There was no question that the blockade team was well armed. They waited in the van until the enemy vehicle showed up. Once they saw a suspicious vehicle, they were planning to stop it by moving into the middle of the road. They intended to destroy that vehicle by firing all at once. They all watched very carefully for suspicious vehicles coming from Hinamizawa. This was the only road that connected Hinamizawa to Okinomiya. It would take more than half a day to get there if they used a different route. Their blockade was where the gravel road changed to a paved road. It was what people called the village border, and it was their last chance to stop anyone from leaving. Hinamizawa was at a higher elevation from that point, so the vehicle would be coming downhill. They were probably expecting a barricade as well as heavy resistance from the mountain dogs. If they wanted to pass this point, the only way would be by force. They could start a gunfight, but that would take too much time. Since they don't want to waste any, they should avoid any unnecessary conflict. Someone's stomach growled, but nobody made fun of it. Are they gonna go on a bike? I wonder. That was understandable. Since all of the members were getting ready for a battle, nobody even wanted to laugh. They looked at the clock. It was almost noon. Of course they'd be getting hungry. At that time, they heard a noise coming from the direction of Hinamizawa. Obviously, the car was going very fast. The van moved to the middle of the road and stopped there. Some of them hid behind the van, and some hid in bushes on the side of the road. They pointed their guns at the suspicious vehicle coming towards them. The car must be going very fast. But this was a straight road. No matter how fast it was going, it couldn't escape. That car happened to belong to Kasai. The shining black paint and the sound of the engine made it clear that it was a very nice car. The RPG-7 fires unguided rockets. Therefore, hitting a quickly moving target is extremely difficult. In this case, however, their target was straight ahead. If the car tried to swerve suddenly, it'd flip. If that was the case, it wasn't necessary to shoot directly at it. Besides, according to what Kasai said, its power can easily flip a car without a direct hit. Even if there was only one chance to fire, the mountain dogs were definitely in an advantageous position.
富武さん、不審なワゴンが路上を封鎖してます。伏せてください。
注意して。向こうのワゴンの鼻先に当てるようにするんだ。
分かってます。一度経験してますので、コツは分かってますよ。
The mountain dogs aimed at the vehicle. It was coming right for them.
まだまだ引き寄せろ。距離100未満まで引き寄せろ。
What? 100 meters?
分かってる。即挙してろ。
The mountain dogs in the bushes laid in wait, ready to fire. The rocket on the tip glinted eerily, like it was waiting for its prey.
150. 攻撃用意。
The soldier put his finger to the trigger of the RPG-7. Ude!
赤坂さん、衝撃に備えてください。
距離100。撃て！
There it is. Huh? What happened? Didn't the RPG-7 fire? That was when the one measuring the distance next to the shooter noticed something. The shooter's shoulder had been hit, and he was tumbling to the ground.
スナイパー。銃声はなかった。距離400以上だ。そんなのどうでもいい。撃て！撃て！
Only the regular guns could stop the car now. The other mountain dogs fired all at once, but immediately they realized something. The car had been hit by a hail of 100 bullets at close range. Any normal car would have been on fire in short order. But there was nothing. This wasn't a normal car.
そりゃそうです。園崎家御用達の防弾リムジンですから。葛西、RPG を観測手が拾った。撃たせるな。
この距離で外すとでも。
Shion and Kasei were far beyond that straight road. They were in the enemy's blind spot on the other side of the hill, on top of an abandoned car. Shion was on her knees checking the mountain dog's movements with a pair of military-grade high-powered binoculars. Oh my god, she's spotting for him. Kasei was laying on top of a car with a sniper rifle in his hands. Shion figured this would be where the mountain dogs would place their ambush, so the only way for them to beat the dogs was to snipe at them. Both Shion and Kasei took sniping lessons in the US during the damn conflict. Kasei was now aiming on my... Like, I can't believe this shit sometimes. That's so fucking funny. Kasei was now aiming at the man who picked up the RPG and was trying to take position with it. Again, the RPG wasn't fired and was down on the ground. The man who tried to shoot... The two who tried to shoot were both groaning and clutching at their wounds. They were both shot in the shoulder. The wounds wouldn't kill them, but they definitely couldn't fire that rocket. The car had arrived. The mountain dog screamed and dove out of its way. Aksaka must have been used to driving in this kind of situation. He hit the nose of the van just right and broke through the blockade. The van was hurled away and spun in a circle. As the mountain dogs tried to get back in the van, Shion and Kasei shot back at them.
狙撃教練を完全に終了してるベテラン狙撃手だぞ。あとそれと同格のベテラン観測手がペアだ。
Also, I didn't fucking hell.
こっちの動きが丸見えらしいぞ。
狙いが正確すぎる。
I think I called. Man, I had mentioned. Oh, you're seeing the end. I meant the sorrow. The dude that was like in the river or whatever. He was seeing the sorrow. They're seeing the end right now. The scope on a sniper rifle, is one specifically made for sniping. Therefore, its field of vision is so narrow that the sniper is unable to see the surroundings well. That's why it's always necessary to pair up with a spotter. A spotter uses powerful binoculars to probe the situation and communicate the information to the sniper. Snipers can't do their job alone. Their potential is unleashed only when paired up with a spotter equally as skilled. They try to stand up to climb into the van, but the ultra-velocity rifle bullets pin them down. The bullets rip through the air, traveling faster than the speed of sound. The noise those bullets created was nothing like the sound of a normal gun. It almost sounded like the Grim Reaper himself swinging down his scythe. Furthermore, they could see the mountain dogs, but the mountain dogs couldn't see them. Only those who actually had experience being sniped at could understand this fear.
ダメだ。車に近づけない。俺たちはいい。お前たちだけでも追え。
わかった。俺たちだけで追撃する。
There was a driver and one mountain dog in the van. They had to leave, otherwise it would be too late. The driver made a snap judgment and slammed on the gas pedal.
どうですか？追ってきてますか？
来てるよ。運転がうまいね。あんなワゴン車なのに追い上げてくれる。
それは参りました。応戦を頼みます。
任せて。
Tobitake opened the window near one of the back seats and leaned out. Hot air blew into the car. Though the car was jolting up and down on the bumpy road, he checked the mechanism of his gun calmly. He did it naturally, as though examining his favorite camera. The gun had been taken from one of the security guards in the basement. One of the dogs in the van held the same gun in his hands. Their weapons were evenly matched. The road was no longer straight, it curved like a snake. There were some bumps and sharp curves which made things in the car fly all over. A gunfight in this situation would be extremely difficult. Tomitake realized he'd run empty in no time if he wasted bullets, so instead of firing recklessly, he carefully waited for the right distance, and in doing so, tried to convince his enemy that they were still out of range to make them close the gap. On the other hand, the mountain dog couldn't take it any longer. He fired, wasting his bullets on the bumpy road. Some of those bullets hit the body of Kasai's car, making a nasty metallic noise.
富武さん、身を乗り出していては危険です。
大丈夫。あんな下手くそじゃ当たらないよ。僕の生徒だったらゼロからやり直しだな。このような状況下では動きを読むんだ。挙動を予測し、弾幕で予測射撃をするんだ。当てようと思わない。弾幕に突っ込ませるようにするんだ。こういう風にね。
Tomitake fired for the first time after cautiously waiting for the perfect moment. Those who understood guns would be fascinated with the shooting form. Oh. His stance was so firm he didn't lose control, even in the violent burst of shots. Yet there was no unnecessary tension and just enough slack. Despite being in such an anomalous position as leaning out of a car, Tomitake was shooting very precisely. It was nothing like what the mountain dogs did earlier. He shot at just the right time, so his bullets went where it was supposed to go. It was hard to believe that they were using the same gun. Nasty metallic sounds etched themselves into the body of the van, which made the mountain dogs realize just how good Tomitake was. I lost it near the end there.
俺、噂に聞いたことあるんだ。富武にって事故で事務屋に移ったらしいが、教官時代は不正規戦部隊の射撃教官だったと聞い。
なんだよそれ。ってことはあいつ。
Tomitake started to aim for the driver's seat to pressure them to give up. The mountain dogs could tell that they were in a predicament. Tomitake was capable of hitting his targets easily, even on such a bad road. Furthermore, they were in a bulletproof limousine, while the mountain dogs were in a regular van. The van, which incidentally was facing the limousine in pursuit. All his shots had been warning ones. Unless the mountain dogs called off the chase, Tomitake would start shooting at them soon enough. They had no chance of winning.
大鳥湾より追跡車両封鎖線が突破されたならそれ以上はもういい。深追いするな。富武は射撃の名手だぞ。死に急ぐな。
どうする？行かせていいのか？
了解。こちら追跡車両追跡を断念。起動する。
諦めたようだね。向こうは速度を落としたよ。
あれだけの銃撃戦をしたのに全く平静なままですね。相当の場数をお見受けします。
訓練の賜物さ。
Tomidake, having slipped back into the car, raised his fist in victory. He was as easygoing as ever, even after a gunfight. Akasaka felt like he was finally getting to know Tomidake for the first time. God. My throat is killing me a little bit. But we still have about 2 hours minimum left. So...
ご無事でしたか。連絡が取れず心配しておりました。
Tomidake was making a call from a telephone booth outside of Okinomiya. The phone lines around there were on a different network than the ones the mountain dogs had sabotaged. That was why he could make the call. Tomidake had called Tokyo immediately. He told Tokyo that there were some spies from the mountain dogs within Tokyo's research division, which is how they found out where he was. He also told them that he was captured, but that he had escaped. He told them that they were fooled by the diversion and that they were on the mountains as they spoke. While he was captured, Major Takano, the ringleader, had hinted at the existence of masterminds he was working for, etc. He explained everything that he had learned thus far.
入江機関の早急な鎮圧を。彼らはすでに地上での発砲を繰り返しており、このままでは村人に発覚するのも時間の問題です。番犬の緊急出動を強く要請します。
もしもし、調査部の岡だ。無事でよかった。番犬はすでにひなみ沢地区の南方30キロで空中待機してる。
Oh my god.
こちらも上層部に鎮圧命令を求めていたのだが、石頭どもが事なかれ主義で渋りやがってな。だが君が無事ならば話が早い。君の話はすぐにトップに説明する。許可はすぐ出るだろう。
They're gonna blow the mountain up.
20分以内に番犬は到着する。つい今、高野三佐とおこのぎ兄に逮捕命令が出たぞ。入江機関の即時制圧と山犬へ君のおかげだぞ。でかした。
Tomidake walked out of the telephone box.
話はつきましたか？
ええ。番犬部隊が鎮圧に緊急出動するそうです。
Oh boy.
すでに近くに空中待機していて、20分ほどで吸収するそうです。
どの程度に強いんですか？その番犬という連中は。
山犬が機密保持のための多目的部隊だとしたら、番犬は戦闘のみに特化した精鋭部隊です。装備も人材も比べ物になりません。おそらくあっという間でしょうね。
Akasaka looked at his watch. It was about 12:30. The bloodhounds would arrive in about 20 minutes. Akasaka remembered how hungry he was. It was lunchtime already. If he was brave enough, he would head to a noodle shop, and by the time he was done, everything would have ended. For the mountain dogs, who fought well until the last possible moment, it was ending rather too soon. They were in an area where rice fields and a residential area mix. It was the border of Okinomiya. The sun was covered by a thin layer of silver clouds, and a cool breeze was blowing. It looked like it might even rain a little. The two of them couldn't even remember how many times their lives were threatened that day. They wanted nothing more than to let the rain soak their bodies. After a while, Akasaka spoke.
どうしますか、富武さん。
ん？どうするって何をね？
私、ひなみ沢へ戻ろうと思っています。まだみんな戦ってる。
そうだね。でもいいのかい？一度はくぐり抜けた視線だよ。
リカちゃんが待ってる。まだ約束は果たし終えていません。
ああ、なら戻ろう。僕も用事があってね。ちょうど戻ろうと思ってたんだよ。赤坂さんはヘリの旅の経験はあるかい？乗せてもらえることになってるんだ。
Behind D. They watched the breeze blowing over the rice fields for a while, then returned to the bullet-ridden car. The car started up quickly, and they drove it back the way they came. It was only noon. There was still plenty of time before the Watanagashi festival began. Clouds covered the sky, and it suddenly grew cool. It was going to rain a bit. According to Okonogi's intuition, he already knew that the enemy had broken through the blockade, but hadn't told Takano about it. By then, it really didn't make any difference if she knew or not, as she always wanted to reach the top of the mountain. As he also wanted to reach the top of the mountain. Okonogi was only thinking about one thing. He was thinking about the enemy's commander, who made the day so horrible for him. He just couldn't accept his defeat until he saw the enemy commanders face to face. The battle was already lost. They just had a princess who didn't think they had yet. With the rest of the mountain dogs fall into the traps and ambushes, Okonogi had ordered all units except his own to fall back from the front line into the vehicles. The only ones left to go were the very determined Princess Okonogi himself, and a handful of exhausted members of the mountain dogs who could barely walk. Eventually, the slope became a little more gentle. Okonogi and his companions finally arrived at the storage shack of the Forest Service. The club members were already aware that the mountain dogs had been almost totally annihilated. Both the numbers and strength of the dogs had fallen far below that of the club members. Therefore, when Okonogi saw his opponents lined up there to welcome them, he wasn't surprised. It was all the kids who had driven the mountain dogs to destruction that entire day. They had also fought with everything they had. Though they had overwhelmed us from start to finish, they had used up all of their stamina and were on their last legs as well. Still, their willpower kept them standing. A will born of the victor's honor, which God granted only to the winners.
いたわ。あるよ、おころぎ、捕らえさせなさい。
サンサ、よくもこんなざまの我々をこき使えるもんです。
何？私に逆らう気なの？
Okay, here's Takano, like disappointed. I don't think we've seen this face on this sprite. And here she is without the hat. She took the hat off. Anyway.
まさか逆らう気なんか最初からありませんやね。
Okonogi removed his communication unit, his taser, and all the heavy equipment he had been carrying. Then he unbuttoned his shirt and told his men to stay put as he stepped forward. Nobody interfere. This duel is between us. Reloading in the middle of battle is really exhilarating, isn't it? He strode forward about half of the distance toward the club members.
山犬の大鳥ワンことおこのぎだ。お前らのリーダーに敬意を表する。名前を聞かせてくれ。
The club members looked at each other. One of them was a girl taller than the others. She couldn't be that old, but her hawk-like eyes were as sharp as a veteran soldier's. Okonogi didn't know her circumstances, but only those whose lives were threatened on a daily basis had eyes like that.
部長、園崎美音。
The girl stepped forward.
いくつだ？いや、年齢なんて朝からの沖宮署での騒ぎからこの山での戦いまで、すべてお前の指揮なのか？
You have to remember again, Mion is like 16 and just commanding people anyways. It's insane. The girl didn't answer, but her silence confirmed it more strongly than anything she could have ever said.
この戦はお前らの勝ちだ。まだ負けてねえと思ってるのはうちのお姫様だけさ。もう今さらどうにもならねえ。富武は封鎖線を突破。沖宮にすでに到着して東京に連絡を取っただろう。鎮圧部隊がいつここにやってくるか知らねえが、それも時間の問題だ。笑いたきゃ笑え。爪ってやつさ。
おこのぎ、何をやってるの？その女は敵のリーダーよ。倒しなさい。
お姫様が何か言ってるが気にするな。
Here he said it again, by the way. He said, "Don't pay attention to our princess."
望みは何？
お前も大将、俺も大将だ。わかるな。
You want to fight a 15-year-old girl in hand-to-hand combat?
あいつ降参したんじゃないのか？
レナにはわかる。あの人は今日敵の指揮をしていたんだよ。そして部下がみんなやられた。だから、はいそうですかって言って負けを認めるわけにはいかないの。
我が身を犠牲にしてしか大軍の将は見そげないというのですか？
いいよ。あんたが納得するようにすればいい。
感謝するぜ。
Mion took a stance. Are you what? What do you mean? What do you mean Mion took a stance? What do you mean a 16-year-old girl is about to fight a 32-year-old fucking combat veteran? Although Okonogi was nothing like Aksaka, he was still a close combat specialist. Even when exhausted, there was no way Mion could defeat him. Takano thought so too. She thought Mion was underestimating Okonogi, but Mion knew. She knew that she was the only one who could put him at ease. Okonogi readied, launched sharp from his waist, but Mion deflected it to the side with her elbow, wrapped her arm around underneath it, wrenching it back behind him and forced him up into a hold. And then she twisted his arm even further. Okonogi was certain she was going to snap a bone. It was an excellent technique. She took his arm in one flowing motion. It was clear that Mion's self-defense techniques weren't spur of the moment. However, she didn't break Okonogi's arm, but instead threw him into the ground. She didn't deliver the final blow, but rather chose to look down on him.
Okonogi, 何やってるの? 早く制圧しなさい!
うるせえ! 黙ってみてよ! こいつは大将戦だ!
Okonogi got up quickly, took a stance again, and then swung his arm. But Mion avoided it effortlessly, and just like she did before, she grabbed his arm and turned it around. It's like Snake fighting Big Boss, or sorry, fighting the boss. And anytime you try to go CQC her, she just like counters you. They were in the same position as before. And just like what happened then, she didn't break his arm, but threw him into the ground and looked down on him.
回転投げか。当て身を入れねえところを見ると実戦向きじゃねえな。むしろお上品に演武を見せる流派ってとこか。ちなみに腕を決めたとき、下がる相手の顔面に膝が入れられるぜ。
そうなんだ。今度試してみるよ。
ミヨンってすげえ。向こうの隊長と互角に渡り合ってるぞ。
Okonogi、武器を使いなさい。何をやってるの？
行くぞ！
He had a stronger drive this time. He tried to kick right through her through her form, a step and a half away. Yet this time, Mion also stepped in to launch her own attack, jumping right towards the foot, trying hard to kick her. Mion kept herself low as she entered close range with Okonogi, shutting out his leg trying to kick her. So of course, he went after her head. Okonogi raised his right arm to elbow her in the skull, but this time Mion rose up using both hands to keep his arm from swinging down. Unlike the flowing motions from earlier, this was simply a contest of strength. His physique was overwhelmingly superior to hers, but she couldn't win that test of strength. But suddenly, Mion let go and allowed Okonogi's elbow to come down. Then she stepped to the side. It's another repeat of before. Okonogi's arm was held to his back, and he ended up in the same position. But what came after was different. Okonogi's face lowered as Mion lifted his arm high, and then she swiftly brought her knee to his face. It was exactly the technique that Okonogi told her about just earlier. And once again, he was down on the ground.
そうだ。飲み込みが早いじゃねえか。おめえ、戦略、戦術、そして戦闘、すべて三拍子揃ってるぜ。おめえみてえな奴が俺の役をやるべきなんだよ。山犬みてえなクソどもの隊長をな。
ごめんだね。あんたらみたいなネクラそうな秘密部隊の隊長なんて。
I never wanted to be a leader of that shady unit like yours, says the literal head of the Yakuza. That's fucking hilarious. Mion scoffed. Okonogi took it with a smile too. He wasn't trying to be humble, it was just his pure reaction.
お前ほどの器なら日本の不正規戦部隊長なんてもったいないぜ。サスでもデルタでもスペツナズでもどこでも最高の人材になれるだろうぜ。
Spetsnaz.
何しろ
サスデルタフォースくだらないね。そんな退屈なところじゃ私を飼いならせやしないよ。
そうだろうな。そうだろうよ。なら聞かせてくれ。お前ほどのやつなら何の隊長を望む？
隊長なんて興味ないね。部長でいいね。
部長、英国情報部あたりってとこか。妥当だな。
ダメダメダメ、なってないね。あのね、私がやりたい部長はたった一つ。ひなみ沢分校の我が部の部長だけさ。罰ゲームのない戦いなんてごめんだね。口先の魔術師前原圭一、カーリーモードの竜宮レナ、トラップ使いの里子に萌え落としのリカちゃん、そして期待の新人フルで羽生。これだけ揃ってなけりゃ世界のどこだろうと退屈だね。
勝てねえ。勝てねえよ。こんなやつが隊長だったんじゃ勝てるわけねえやね。
しっかりなさい。
Takano yelled at him, but Konogi didn't hear.
これでウォーミングアップはいいだろう。次の一撃でぶち抜いてやるぜ。当たったら死ぬぞ。覚悟しな。
キナ、あんたに似合いの最後をくれてやるよ。あんたが欲しいと思ってる決定的な最後をくれてやるよ。
よく言ってくれた。よく言ってくれたぜ。
Okonogi took about 5 steps backwards and breathed deep. His body twisted as he gathered all his spirit into his right fist. Just as he said, this next attack would be for real. He was putting everything he had into this one final blow. Mion narrowed her eyes, preparing to parry the blow with her side. The sky began to stir. They both felt raindrops on their foreheads.
行くぜ。殺すからな。殺しに来いよ。
あんたのお祈りが済んだらいつでも来な。
That one tense moment was suddenly brought to an end. He dashed forward from a low position, just like a runner from a starting line. Then he added a twist from his body into the blow, as his right arm roared with all his power. A bolt of lightning punctuated that moment in time, burning the moment into our eyes. In that moment, Mion's stance hadn't changed at all. No, maybe she moved like lightning in the moment it struck. We had to recall the moment burnt into our eyes to review the scene. Okonogi had swung with his right fist, which had enough power to shatter Mion's bones. So what if 100% of his power was directed back at him in a counterattack? When the lightning struck, Okonogi's body had been flying through the air. It was a legendary technique in Japanese martial arts passed down in Judo and Aikido, the air throw. It looks as if one is being thrown without his opponent even touching him, a miraculous technique that occurs at lightning speed. Of all the techniques Mion possessed, it was the most sublime, advanced technique she could administer on the defeated General Okonogi. The feeling of freedom while flying in the air is more memorable than the impact of hitting the ground. Allegedly. When Okonogi hit the ground behind Mion, a heavy rain suddenly began to fall. And just as it did, a massive helicopter appeared on the other side of the mountain. A Hind-D. Just kidding, it's not a Hind-D. But here's what it looks like. Huh. Like, this is just I believe this is just a model, more than likely, that they posed up into the air, or that they posed and then took a picture of. There is no way they got, like, an actual picture of one of these. But anyway. The helicopter's rotors stirred up in the air and blew away the raindrops like a tornado. The rotors sounded much like a tornado, too. A rope uncoiled from the rear of the helicopter, and soldiers came sliding down it one after another. The onlookers were stunned for a moment before realizing what they were seeing. It was the Bloodhounds. The Bloodhounds that Tomitake had called in. Having realized how bad the situation had become, Okonogi returned to the other members of the Mountain Dogs. Nothing was going their way anymore. The Mountain Dogs ran down the slope and disappeared into the woods. They dragged Takano with them, who couldn't understand what was going on. A voice echoed from the speaker attached to another helicopter circling around the mountain.
入江機関の全職員に次ぐ本日1蓋302入江機関の全権限は凍結され上級司令部の直轄となった。また同時刻上級司令部は入江機関全職員の武装解除を命じた。山犬中隊全隊員は直ちに武装解除し入江診療所裏駐車場もしくは山頂資材置き場に集合せよ。これに応じない場合国内法及び自衛隊法に基づき厳正に対処することをここに通告する。
Bloodhound members continued to slide down the rope from the helicopter. Even at a glance, they were very different from the Mountain Dogs. They were armed more heavily, and the guns they had were much larger. Such things clearly differentiated the two units.
これで私たちの勝ちですの？わかりませんのです。僕も初めてのことなので勝ったのかわからないのです。
Satoko and Rika sat and hugged each other. They were both soaked in rain, but they still sat in the mud. Mion stood solemnly in the rain as the leader of the winning team. The Mountain Dogs had abandoned the field. They all ran away with their tails between their legs. Keiji and Rena ran over to Mion.
Mion.
みーちゃん終わったね。
ああ、これで部活は終わりさ。
リカちゃんも無事、みんなも無事。みーちゃん勝ち取れる最高の勝利を勝ち取ったんだよ。
ミオンがみんなを率いたんだ。ミオンのおかげの勝利さ。
But Mion didn't seem to be listening to Keiji or Rena. Instead, she mumbled to herself.
私さ、部活の罰ゲームって好きなんだよね。部活ってさ、残酷だよね。
She got
仲間
hit.
で戦い合ってさ、ビリを決める。つまりそれはその子がビリだってみんなが見下すことなんだよね。
Oh no.
見下してなんかいねえだろ。楽しく罰ゲームをしてそれでおしまいさ。
そう。罰ゲームで楽しく遊んで敗戦の賞の責任をさ、楽しくみんなで笑ってそれでチャラにできるから好きなんだよね。負けた本人も含めてみんなで笑って誰も傷つかない。みんなで楽しく笑って、おしまいにできる。おこのぎってやつは私に投げ飛ばされて叩きのめされなきゃ自分の罪がさ、そりゃさ殺されそうに何度もなったよ。でもさゲームセットなんだよ。なのに彼らにはチャラにする罰ゲームがないんだね。
Well, they're going to be executed, Mion. Mion might have realized something when she threw Konogi. Keiji didn't think anybody else could understand that.
ミオンが何を言ってるのかもう忘れろ。あいつらはもう終わりさ。
そうだね。これでもうすべて
みんな生きてる。誰も怪我してない。今は最高のハッピーエンドを喜ぼうよ。
そうだな。誰もやられなかった。最高のハッピーエンドじゃねえか。
While they hadn't yet confirmed Shion and Kasai's safety, they were correct. This was the happy ending that they had all been fighting for. However, Mion was still thinking. She only understood the reason for that in the moment the thunder struck. But as soon as the flash of lightning disappeared, her understanding vanished as well. All she could remember was that she noticed something very important, and that shortly after she completely forgot about it. She could only feel a great sense of loss. The bloodhounds soon surrounded the club members. At first they thought the club members were their enemies, but when Tomitake appeared, he explained the whole situation. The commander of the bloodhounds appeared to beg the club members not to say a word about anything, as it was a politically sensitive incident. It was amusing to see a man like that beg while carrying all those weapons. Like, please, please don't say anything. Of course, they had no intention of talking to anyone about it. Once it had ended, it all felt like a bad dream. If, on the following day, someone asked them what they had been doing, they might not even remember it. This day was that unrealistic for them. So even if they were asked, they wouldn't say a word.
リカちゃん、無事でよかった。
赤坂、無事でよかったのです。
こっちも大成功だったよ。そっちもみんな無事かい？入江診療所はすでに彼らが制圧したそうだよ。山犬の隊員たちも続々と投降に応じてる。隠れていた入江先生ともう一人の少年も彼らに保護されたそうだよ。
They're protecting Irie? That's insane.
監督も無事ですのね。よかったですわ。
I seriously thought they were gonna like shoot him in the head or something.
はて、どなたでございましょうね。富田さんか岡村さんあたりが巻き込まれて怪我でもしたのかしら。
Yeah.
佐藤君、本当によかったのです。
Irika smiled, made it clear on what she had gone through. Someone could only smile like that after a long and exhausting struggle. Satoko had no idea what that smile meant. How much time would be needed to make her understand. Still, Irie will do something about it. For certain, he will bring Satoko's Nini back home.
そうだ、佐藤君。今日のお注射をしていないのではないですか？お注射をしないとダメなのです。あ、そうでしたわね。こんな時にお注射をやめちゃいけないなんて面倒な話ですこと。
Satoko seemed to have no idea that her medication was connected to the syndrome. Perhaps she was already aware, but pretended not to be. Irika vowed to herself that no matter how long it took, she was going to witness with her own eyes the moment her best friend finally parted with her tragic past.
このお注射も日に2回で助かりますわよね。以前の3回の時は本当に大変でしたわ。
Satoko also had no idea that Satoshi was involved in the development of her medication. Irie had said that Satoshi as a specimen had contributed much to Satoko's treatment. Even while asleep, Satoshi longed to ease the burden on Satoko, and those feelings must have influenced Satoko's medicine somehow. Satoko had to inject herself in the stomach. For privacy, she ran into the grove of trees and gave herself a shot. There was no danger in her doing so. One after another, the bloodhounds dropped down from the helicopters. Each helicopter must have carried at least 20 to 30 soldiers. There was one helicopter at the top of the mountain, two more halfway down the slopes. Troops were pounding down from all of them, leading to the impression that the entire mountain was under the bloodhounds' control. Nobody fired their weapons even once. The mountain dogs had no choice but to surrender. It wasn't raining hard at all. The sky should clear up after 20 or 30 minutes. It was the volatile weather typical of early summer. Satoko soon returned and spoke to her best friend.
リカ、羽生さんの姿が見えませんわね。さっきまで一緒にいましたのに。
That's true, he was protecting her all this time.
羽生、どこ
？It was stupid of me to think that Tokyo had sent more support. They're acting as if they've known of their loss for a while now. I was the only one who didn't know.
どういうことなの？状況がさっぱりわからないわよ、おころぎ。
手詰まりってやつです。富武が呼んだ番犬が到着したんですよ。
番犬？名前は聞いたことあるけど、どうして応戦しないのよ。
ご冗談は。山犬は所詮傍聴部隊です。対して番犬は本間門の戦闘部隊ですが、花から勝ち目なんざありませんね。
The remaining 3 members looked at me in exhaustion.
大体どうして番犬が来るのよ。富武は捕まえてるのにどうして？他にスパイがいるんじゃないの？それは誰よ？
三さ、すでに診療所が襲撃され、富武2位が 奪い返されたことはご存知ないのですか？
Eh? One of the three spoke timidly, but Okonogi signaled him to shut up.
そんなの聞いてないわよ。それはいつよ。どうなってるのこの議。それに村から逃げられないよう封鎖部隊というのもいるんでしょ。
They aren't even responding to me anymore. I've been left behind. I'm the only one who didn't know. I'm being left out. The members looked at Okonogi waiting for his command. Nobody is waiting for my order. Nobody even cares about my orders.
隊長、指揮者より無線です。
One of the members handed the intercom to Okonogi.
隊長、各校より最終連絡です。各校を実行せよ。
各校了解した。
指揮者を番犬が包囲中です。投降を勧告しています。いかがしますか？
Oh my god, what the fuck is gonna be Koko?
指揮者
Or Kaku?
いや、太田、足立、ご苦労だったな。投降を許可する。武装解除して以後は番犬の指示に従え。
指揮者了解。
各員その場で聞け。指揮者が制圧された。すでに診療所も制圧されているだろう。我々は全てのバックアップと装備を失った。全班は壊滅。個々の隊員たちも武装解除に応じているだろう。山犬の完全敗北だ。
Yeah, Adachi. Her name sounds so fucking familiar. I'm trying to remember what it could be referencing.
まだよ。なんとか東京の野村さんに連絡を取るのよ。番犬が何よ。番犬に匹敵する部隊を送り込んでくれるわ。R は生きていたのよ。終末作戦の実行は可能だわ。それをすぐに野村さんに連絡しないと。そのためにはまず東京への連絡手段を取り返すことが重要。こうなると村の連絡網を遮断したのが裏目に出るわね。指揮者を奪還するしかないわ。指揮者の無線で東京に連絡して応援を呼ぶのよ。幸い指揮者は今あっさり降伏してみせたから奴らも油断してるはず。おこのぎと3人も隊員がいれば十分可能よ。まだ6月19日。作戦開始は21日22日だったかしら。まだ間に合う。まだまだ間に合う。ここから巻き返すわよおこのぎ。すぐに指揮者の奪還を実行しなさい。なんで誰も私の言うこと聞けないの。私は3歳よ。おこのぎよりずっと偉いのよ。おこのぎの言うことは聞けて、どうして私の言うことが聞けないの。
サンサ、さっきから飛び回ってるヘリが言う通りですわ。このゲームはうちらの負けです。これ以上の往生際の悪さは互いに得になりませんね。
何を言うのこのぎ。まだよ。もうくじけるの。あなたも R が生きているのを見たでしょ。今日の一日が狂い出したのは R が死んだなんて噂が流れたからよ。でも R は生きていた。今日の一日はなかったことになるのよ。緊急マニュアルはまだ生きてるわ。女王感染者が生きている以上改めて殺せば、そこから48時間の緊急マニュアル執行可能な時間が。
サンサ、緊急マニュアルがどうこうって次元じゃもうないんですよ。もう東京は女王感染者とか、それが死んだら48時間とか。終末作戦は完全に失敗しました。我々のクライアントはすでに証拠の隠滅に走り回っているでしょう。我々の役目ももうおしまいですわ。山犬なんて面白い部隊を10年ほど指揮させてもらいました。貴重な経験ができましたが、それも今日でおしまいです。そしてサンサ、あんたの役割ももうおしまいです。
何よ私の役割。何のことよ。
サンサ、あんたの役目はその手に持っておられるスクラップ帳を育て上げることでした。
足を。
I didn't expect Okonogi to start talking about my grandfather's scrapbook.
南沢症候群って病気があることは疑いません。だが女王が死ぬと48時間で村中が大パニックになるってのは本当か嘘かなんて分かりゃしないんですよ。
バカなこと言わないで。ほら書いてあるわよ。どこのページかしら。他の類似の脳内寄生虫症の症例から類推して統計的にこんな時に限って。
I flipped through the pages of the scrapbook in a panic. I can't even remember which page I'm looking for. Okonogi slapped the scrapbook aside, and it thudded. No, it landed in the muddy puddle, so it splashed onto the ground. Oh no, not again. The pages of the scrapbook were face down in muddy water, and already turning color as they soaked up the mud. As I crouched down to pick up the scrapbook, Okonogi stepped on it. The splash of muddy water hit me in the face. I had to witness my precious scrapbook being stepped on and covered in filth.
サンサ、このスクラップに書いてあることが本当だろうとでっち上げだろうと真実だろうと虚偽だろうと。
それはどういう意味を。
I tried to get the scrapbook from under Okonogi's foot, but I couldn't pull it out.
東京のクライアントが期待してたのはそのスクラップ帳の中身をどれだけの人間が信じてくれるかってことなんです。本当か嘘かはどうでもいい。ただ信憑性さえありゃよかったんです。
本当か嘘かどうでもいい。
そうです。どっちでもいいんです。でっかい研究所で偉い先生方が研究してこれこれこういう結果ですっていう専門用語だらけの難しい資料を作ってくれて中身などろくにわからねえ連中を騙せるだけの信憑性ってやつをそのスクラップ帳に与えることがあんたの役割だったんです。
嘘なんかじゃないわ。私と祖父が何年にもわたって研究してきて。足をどけなさいよ。
The scrapbook is getting soaked through. I'm trying my best so that it's not ruined, but it's no use.
女王が死んだら村は皆殺し。そういうとんでもない話をお偉方に納得させられりゃよかったんです。南沢症候群が脳みそに寄生してどうこうとかんなことは誰も興味ない。政治的アクションに使えるかどうかにしか興味がなかった。んなことはあんただって十分承知していたでしょうが。そして今や誰もこんなインチキスクラップは信じやしません。このスクラップ帳に大勢がかけた。そして負けたんですわ。山犬もこのスクラップ帳に熱く張って負けた。それだけのことですね。
インチキスクラップなんかじゃない。これは真実なのよ。全部真実。おじいちゃんが調べて私が調べてそして書き上げてきた真実の研究結果なのよ。だってみんな信じてくれた。だからあんな立派な研究所を作ってくれたのよ。
Insane.
信じてくれたからみんなそう野村さんだって。だからこそ私に声をかけてくれたのよ。この研究の進化を分かってくれるクライアントはきっと他にだっているわ。だってこの研究は人類の未来の可能性。
Okonogi got fed up and kicked me. I don't weigh much, so I fell backwards and became soaked in muddy water. Okonogi walked over and looked down at me.
幸いなことに東京のクライアントもそしてうちらも。おい。
One of the mountain dogs handed a gun to Okonogi. Okonogi checked the cylinder and threw it over to me.
何よ。
サンサ、 そいつで自分の頭ぶち抜いてくれませんか？
I looked at the gun. I'm used to seeing guns, working at the Idiot Institute as I do. I was never frightened by guns before. But for the first time I feel scared just looking at one.
よくあるやつですわ。トカゲの尻尾ってやつです。サンサ、敗軍の将の責任ってやつで、そいつで自分の頭ぶち抜いてください。
そんな。
Nobody has ever told me to die before. Nobody has ever told me to kill myself.
クライアントもうちらも、サンサが死んでくれりゃ、すでに東京はその準備に入ってますね。
バカなこと言わないで。そんなこと。できるわけ。
I'm starting to sob. My body is shaking all over.
まあ、無理ならいいんです。今のあんたにそこまで求めるのは酷でしょう。
Okonogi pulled his gun out and pointed it at me. The other members, having realized everything will work out if I die, just looked at me coldly.
投降を説得するも、堅くなに拒否し、抵抗。銃撃戦になり、やむなく射殺。そっちが本当の筋書きなんです。自殺用の銃は、短くない時間、世話になったことへの俺なりの気遣いだったつもりです。
そんな筋書き嫌よ。そんなの誰が考えたのよ。
嫌よ。あんたがさっきから助けを求めたいって言っておられる東京の野村さんです。終末作戦が失敗した時に備え、ダメージコントロールを図る作戦ってのもちゃんと合わせて用意してあったんです。野村さんの暗号名はカッコウ。そしてサンサの暗号名はヒナでしたね。カッコウが卵をどこに産むかご存知ですか？
そんな。
They lay them in like other nests.
カッコウの卵は、
Yeah.
よその鳥の巣に産みつけられ、そこから帰ったカッコウはですね、もともとの巣のヒナを突き落として、巣を乗っ取っちまうんだそうです。巣から落ちた飛べないヒナは、地面でのたくり。まあ普通は、野犬や山犬に食われて殺されちまうってことですわ。
I used the money I got from Uncle Koizumi to pay the mountain dogs, thinking I had gained a reliable ally. I always thought that, although Konogi was barbaric, he was very reliable. But my nest had been taken over.
サンサ、あんたの味方なんていなかったんです。あんたは、東京のクライアントが描いた絵の通り踊って、緊急マニュアルってやつを煽ってくれりゃそれで十分だったんですよ。ですが、その舞台も幕が下りて、あんたにステージから退場してもらおうってことになったってこと。それ。あんたの大好きなスクラップ長、そいつを左手に抱きながら、右手で銃を拾ってください。
The scrapbook was finally returned to me covered in mud. I held it with both hands and cried. What a joke the entire life of Mio Takano was. Right now is when I should just go back inside that chain link fence. My shaking hands held the ice cold gun.
弾は一発ですから慎重に。頭蓋骨は案外、弾を滑らすって話ですわ。口を開けてその中に撃つのがよくあるやり方です。ほら、銃を持って、構えて、そして、死んでくださいな。
In the hills of the mountain, a single gunshot echoed. With that gunshot, members of Bloodhounds rushed in. Okonogi and the other men raised their hands in surrender.
高野三佐も一緒でしたが、どうしても投降は嫌だと渋りましてね。今の発砲は三佐がこっちに銃を向けたんで撃った威嚇射撃です。
レトリバー7よりリーダー小此木2と山犬隊員3名を逮捕。高野三佐はこのすぐ近くを逃走中の模様。足跡が南西方向へ消えているが物資が濃い。それ以上の追跡は不能。大至急応援を。高野三佐は武装している。繰り返す。高野三佐は武装している。
レトリバーリーダーよりオール。重要手配犯の高野三佐が現在逃走中。高野三佐は武装している模様。逃走地点を中心にパトローリングで封殺せよ。
I'm running down the mountain covered in dirt and still holding the muddy scrapbook. I keep falling because of the mud, and the branches and tree roots continue to torment me. I lost one of my shoes, so I decided to get rid of the other shoe too. This isn't the first time I've had to run like this. This isn't the first time I've ran barefoot. This isn't the first time I felt such pain on the soles of my feet. This isn't the first time I've cried like this.
繰り返す。高野三佐、武装解除し投降せよ。逃げ場はない。山犬はすでに全員投降した。君に味方はいないぞ。
The helicopter above my head is calling out my name. I crawled into a hollow tree, I held my knees and hid. The last time I ran barefoot like this was a very long time ago. My feet are bloody and swollen, and I can no longer walk. I can only cry as I bite the corner of my scrapbook. Sadness and humiliation fight for the dominance in my heart. When I feel sad, I cry. When I feel humiliated, I scratch myself to calm my anger. And I still have the gun in my right hand, the one with a single bullet in it. I have to kill myself. My death is the only thing that can bring it all to an end. Killing myself is the only way to go back to that day. But when I look at the scrapbook in my left hand, I'm assaulted by sadness and fear.
死にたくない。死にたくないよ。
Just die. Atone for your actions with your death. I recalled the look on Okonogi's eyes. I know I have committed sins. There are so many sins. Too many of them. There are more sins than I can possibly atone for. But do I have to die for them? I cried again, and then noticed someone standing nearby. It's the girl. The girl whom I met when I came to Hinamizawa, when the Idiot Institute was first opened. I met this girl at the shrine when I declared war on God. This girl is the god of this place. That god looked at me and sneered, rather than sympathizing.
それでもまだ人の身を捨て神の座を求めるというのか。
ずいぶん久しぶりね。開けよ。このゲームは私人の身の分際で神に挑戦した。
人の子よ、まだ神の座を追い求めるのか。数々の試練をまだくぐり、それでもなお神の座を求めるのか。
冗談じゃないわ。神の座なんてもう無理じゃない。
人の子よ、聞け。今こそ 神になる道を示そう。そなたの右手に持つ鉄の火で己が生に別れを告げるがいい。神の座に肉の器は不要。人にその姿を認められようなどと思ってはならぬ。神とは孤独な存在。それに好んでなりたがる愚かな人の子よ。それでもなお
これで私の頭を打ち抜けっていうの？そんな簡単なことで、そんなにも簡単なことだったの？なら私は今まで何を積み上げてきたの？
大勢の人間の罪を背負った。その大勢の罪を今その勇気はたたえられ、神の座の末席を許すであろう。
何よそれ。私にトカゲの尻尾を引き受けて全員の責任を押し付けられて死ねと、そういうの？ふざけない。そんなの嫌よ。絶対に嫌。
何故に嫌か。常に人の世で和を求めるためには一つ、それが人の世の断り、罪のみそぎの方法ではなかったのか。そなたの望む未来に一人の少女を生贄に求めたのはそれを理解していたからではなかったのか。
わかんない話はやめて。私には何のことかさっぱりわからないわ。
それがわからぬなら所詮は人の身。神の座を求めた身の程知らずを食いよ。
食いる。他の人の責任をかぶって死ぬのが神になる道なんて絶対嫌。そんな神様になりたくない。私は人間でよかった。ただただ人間として生きていいよって誰かに許してもらいたかった。生きてもいいよって許してもらいたかっただけなの。それなのになんでこんなことに。
ならばこの度の人の世の汚れをいかにして払うのか、いかにして代価を払うのか。
なんでよ。なんで誰かが責任を取らされなくちゃならないのよ。誰もが相手を利用してジョーカーを押し付け合って自分の手を汚さずに済むように立ち回り、それが人の世なの？違う。そんなってお父さんやお母さんやおじいちゃんと生きてきた日々にはそんなのなかったもん。みんながみんな誰にもジョーカーなんか押し付けなかった。どうしてその世界から私はこぼれてしまったの？どうして私はこんな雨の山中を泥まみれになりながら一人でさまよってるの？私はどうしてこれが私の罪に対する報いなの。分かってた。うっすらと気づいてた。何か大切なものを間違えて、でもそれを認めたくなくて取り返しがつかないところにまで来て初めて後悔した。自分の罪に対するこれが報いなのね。
人の世はそなたに罪のみそぎを求めるだろう。この度の汚れはそなたを生贄に捧げることで払われよう。それが人の世の払い方なれど、我は人にあらず人を超える存在にして欠けたる輪を埋める存在、人の罪を許す存在。人の罪は人には許せぬ。我こそが人の子の罪を許そう。
I forgive you. Demanding a sacrifice be paid for sins isn't the way of the human world. It's the way of ogres. So this is not the world of man. This is a world of ogres created by man and the ogres infesting them. Humans cannot end that way of their world. So I became a god to grant that end. It was over 1,000 years of pain. I wanted to come down from this place. I desired a world where God doesn't need to make peace. And finally, after 1,000 years' time, I found that fragment. Come, child of man. I will forgive your sins in my name. Kneel and repent. Ask for forgiveness. Then you shall receive it. God will forgive you. God will forgive your human sins. The god in the form of a little girl walked up to me and reached out. As I knelt and looked down, she touched my head. I heard voices in the distance. And then I saw a girl standing in front of me. She's one of Mion's club members, my most hated enemies. Shit. She's found me. The rain had already ceased. I decided to come out of the hollow tree. After the rain, it had grown so humid I was starting to sweat all over. I'm soaked in sweat, mud, and rain. I feel filthy. I've been bitten by mosquitoes and my body's itching all over. This is why I hate the mountains. I pointed the gun at her. The girl just looked at me calmly as if she didn't see it. At the very least, she did follow my orders. What should I do? Should I take her as my hostage? I only have one bullet. How long can I keep running for?
羽生どこだよ参ったな。マジで迷子だぞあいつ。
見つけましたわ。羽生さん。羽生、一体今までどこへ。
本当に最後の最後までついてないわね。
Urika, you have to get the fuck out of there, man.
あるいはついてるのかしら。最後の最後で一矢報いることはできそうね。
Oh no.
みんな、これが何かわかるわね。10よ。
Her sleeve reads Ein Japan. Or One Japan. Do you know what this is? It's a gun.
身動きしちゃダメよ。これで状況は逆転ね。
くそ、なんてこと。
ミオンちゃん、他の誰かを撃たれたくなかったら一歩前に出ん。ダメだよ、
みーちゃん。
Mion stepped forward quietly. She certainly has a lot of courage. No wonder she's their leader.
あなたのおかげで私はもうめちゃくちゃよ。私を殺そうとこの山中に怖いお兄さんたちが歩き回ってるわ。どうせ私は許されない。でも このままではあまりに悔しいわ。だからね、せめてお返しをしてやりたいの。
偉そうに言ってるけど、その銃に弾が一発しかないのは知ってるぜ。
その通りよ。でもその一発でミオンちゃんが死んでしまうかもしれないとは考えない？
高野、ミオ撃つ気ですか？
誰も動いちゃダメよ。焦って撃ったら誰に当たるかわかんないんだから。
みんな動いちゃダメだよ。私の後ろに隠れてて。
勇敢ね。誰かを撃たれるくらいなら自分が撃たれようという自己犠牲？
まあね、拳銃の一発でそうそう人間くたばるもんじゃない。当たりどころにもよるだろうけどさ。
驚くわ。なんて勇気なの。みんなに代わって私に撃たせようってこと。言っておくけど、銃声がすれば怖いお兄さんたちが殺到するだろうから、それを恐れて私が発砲しないなんてのは。
じゃあ撃てばいいよ。ただしその一発を撃った後、私の仲間はあんたを八つ裂きにするよ。
望むところよ。人を呪わばなんとやら。おこのぎを屈服させるほどの名将と相打ちなら、それも悪くないわね。
撃ちなよ。その代わり絶対私に当てな。私以外の仲間に当ててみろ。あんたを死ぬより辛い目に遭わせてやる。
怖い。
ダメだよ、みーちゃん。高野さんは本気。この人本当に撃つよ。
なんとか時間を稼ぐんですのよ。そうすれば番犬の誰かがきっと。
もちろん。それもわかってるわ。だから一矢報いる機会がなくならないうちにさっくり一発撃たせてもらうわ。さーて、どこに当たるかしらね。下手くそだからどこに当たっても許してね。
本気ですか？
みんな動くんじゃないよ。私は部長さ。みんなを背中に守れるならこんなに嬉しいことはないね。もし当たりどころが悪かった時はさ、部活ロッカーの中に神棚を作って私を軍神と称えてや。次期部長はケイちゃんね。みんなそん時は後をよろしく。
No. Neon is prepared to die. I'm already cornered. I won't accept any words of negotiation. Neon understands that. She doesn't want anyone else to be killed. That was why she chose to be a shield for her friends. That was an easy decision to make for her, because none of her friends would end up hurt. If she ends up just getting injured, that would be a stroke of luck as far as she's concerned. Even if she doesn't make it. She thinks that's far better than seeing any of her friends die. And that's why Takano will shoot. Even though she understands Mion's noble intentions painfully well, it's too visceral for her to accept, so she'll shoot. I will pull the trigger. With all the absurdities of the human world riding on that bullet, I will shoot her.
あなたたち、よくゲームはするわよね。トランプのババ抜きはやる？
やらないね。うちはジジ抜きばっかだよ。
同じようなルールよ。人の世の罪はババ抜きと同じ。誰もが一枚のババを互いに押し付け合う。それは勝者を求めるゲームではなく、一人の敗者と生贄を決めるゲーム。私はそのババを引いた。そのカードをもう渡す相手がいない。だからその腹いせにあなたを撃つの。 不条理な人の世らしくね。
I'm preparing myself to shoot. There is no hesitation left in me. I will shoot her. I'm serious. Mion closed her eyes and opened her arms to try to shield her friends as much as she could. And that was when Hanyu stepped forward and placed herself in front of Mion.
羽生、危ないから下がって。勇敢なるミオン、あなたの勇気はそれで十分です。人の世のババ抜きが必ず人に押し付けられなければならないものならば、それを引き受けるのが私の役目。羽生、あんた何を。リカ、この世界はすごく楽しかったです。私も部活メンバーに加われてよかった。見ているだけじゃなく、加わる部活は本当に楽しかった。ありがとう。もう十分に楽しんだ。神の身には過ぎたくらいに幸せだった。
In that moment, Hanyu glared at me adamantly.
さあ撃て、人の子よ。
I thought she would be like zoomed in.
人の世の押し付けずには済まぬ罪を放て。それを受け止めてやる。わかったわ。わかったわかったわかったなら死ね。
The club members must have thought I was joking. Or bluffing. They didn't think that I would actually shoot. There was a noise like something exploding. In a world where time became as sticky as syrup, we saw it happen. The silver bullet hitting an invisible wall in front of Hanyu. As though the stone wall was protecting her, the bullet wanted to pierce Hanyu's chest, but it couldn't reach its goal. A bead of sweat formed on Hanyu's forehead. She had stopped the bullet with an invisible force.
大丈夫です。人の身でもこれくらいのことはできますです。
The silver bullet was being pushed back. Takano was startled by this otherworldly phenomenon. But then she spoke one phrase. The silver bullet smashed through that invisible wall. There was no longer a wall at all. There was no wall to protect Hanyu from the bullet. The bullet approached Hanyu's chest. Somebody let out a silent scream. Nobody could stop it. Nobody could stop that bullet. In that world of frozen time, nobody could stop the bullet that was stopped just inches in front of Hanyu's chest. Hanyu's friends had seen this scene before. The moment of checkmate. No matter how much they screamed, there was no way to avoid this tragedy. They knew that from their memories.
あなたは死ぬ。絶対死ぬ。好きなだけ走馬灯をご覧なさい。それが終わったら胸板をぶち抜かれて血をばらまいて。
その覚悟がなかったら僕はミオンの前になんか出ないのです。
Hanyu thought that this would take care of everything. Hanyu wasn't supposed to exist in the first place. She would leave the stage and the rest of the cast would stay unarmed. This is how it's supposed to be. But in that moment, something happened to surprise even Hanyu. In the world of frozen time in which nobody could move, Rika reached out and put her hand on the bullet that was stopped in midair. How could she move? Even Hanyu couldn't move. Why, could a mere human like Rika grab that bullet?
それを驚くのはおかしいわ。あんたと学んできたんじゃない。奇跡の起こし方。今日何度もすごいことが起こったけれど、本当に全て信じ合えば起こって当然のことだった。だからこの最後の瞬間に本当の奇跡を使うわ。 私お社様の生まれ変わりだしね。最後にこの程度の奇跡は使わせて。
Erika rubbed the frozen bullet gently, very gently, and then held it. And then embraced it lovingly in her hands. Sorry. Embraced it lovingly, her hands at her chest. In that world where not even Hanyu could move.
高野も羽生も人の話を聞かないやつだってことも分かったわ。ミオンの話を聞いてた？私たちはババ抜きなんてやらないわ。ジジ抜きしかやらない。それを高野は同じようなゲームだと笑ったけど、全然違うゲームなのよ。
In Old Maid, a single joker, an unharmonized element is added. To a full harmonized set of cards, and people try to foist it onto another. But in Old Bachelor, one card is removed from that harmonized world, and everyone foists the unharmonized fragments onto each other. It's different than having a joker, because everything would be in harmony if there was something missing. Players try to get rid of something in both games, but what they try to get rid of is very different.
ジジ抜きも同じ。敗者の手元に1枚カードが残って終わる。それを高野が同じだと例えた気持ちはよくわかるわ。でもね、違うの。だってジジ抜きは
If the missing card was added back in, there would be no loser. Hanyu, the missing card in this world where someone has to foist their sins onto another, has joined the game. So this game has no losers. Yet, you're still trying to take one card away? What a waste of a
敗
miracle.
者なんかこの世界にいらない。これがフルでリカが奇跡を求めた1000年の旅の最後にたどり着いた答えよ。
The answer has always been there. It was in the very first game of Mion's club. There was always a loser because we were playing a game of cards with one missing. If we could fill in for the missing card by believing in each other and helping each other, then it would complete a full deck of 52 cards. A complete world without a loser. A complete world where no one is left out. Nobody has to stay out of the circle. Nobody has to cry or be burdened by sins. A world where everyone holds each other's hands and forgives each other's sins. When people live, there will be sin. What's important isn't to avoid sins, but to forgive them. A world can only become ugly and twisted when people try to stay pure. Let us accept our sins. Let us all forgive. That's the answer Rika Furude reached. A complete world. A world free from the sins of the human world, where one has to become a loser. Rika reached that as a human being. After an unbelievably long time, she finally reached it. Welcome home, Mother. The frozen time had begun to thaw. There was smoke coming out of the muzzle from Takano's gun, so it was definitely fired. However, nobody got hit. Keiichi looked around fearfully just to make sure nobody was bleeding. They were all fine. Nobody had been shot.
外しやがった。
ざまあないね。
She looks to the camera. Would you look at that? It was a blank after all. The tension lifted in Mion's body, and she began to sweat all over.
この私がこの距離で
All the club members thought the same thing. It was a miracle that the bullet didn't hit anyone. The club members had all felt the same way. They were all thinking, if it's going to hit someone, let it hit me. However, Rika Furude wished for a miracle that was far beyond that. Rika wished for a miracle that was higher than self-sacrifice. She wished for a world where the bullet wouldn't hit anyone. She wished for a world where Takano wouldn't be hurt because she shot someone. Footsteps were rushing towards them. Takano tried to run, but she tripped over a root and the scrapbook in her hand scattered everywhere. As she tried to gather up the papers, members of the Bloodhounds surrounded her. All the Bloodhounds pointed their guns in her way. and some even poked her with them, but Takano still didn't stop gathering up the papers. Some of the men stepped on the papers and Takano tried to pull them out from under them. She tried to pull them out, begging them in tears not to step on her precious papers.
高野さんさ、あなたを逮捕します。
私が全部悪いことになるのよね。
The club members, feeling bad for her, looked at the ground.
立て、両手を後ろに回せ。こら、抵抗するな。
いや、いやよいや、おじいちゃんのスクラップ持ってくの。
Takano just wanted to pick up the pages of her scrapbook, but the bloodhounds, thinking that she was just resisting, pulled her hair to try to make her stand up. Although this was her fate, it was too hard to watch her be treated that way. And then a noble voice resounded among them.
待て!
Radiating with divine light, a man appeared. They all knew this man very well, but they had never seen him look so determined.
調査部の富武2位だ。彼女は調査部が保護する。しかし、富武2位、司令部から直ちに東京へ連行せよと命令を受けています。君たちは彼女を見て気づかないのか。彼女の全身を見ろ。かきむしった後でいっぱいじゃないか。ひなみ沢症候群のかなり高いレベルの発症が疑われる。
There were lots of horrible scars on her wrists, arms, and neck. Takano had scratched herself throughout the day because of all the stress. There was no way for anyone to be certain if those marks were symptoms of the syndrome. But when Tomitake said that, it certainly sounded true.
しかし、サンサは入江機関で予防薬の投与を受けているはずです。発症するわけがありません。君たちは資料をちゃんと読んでいるのか。予防薬は 100% の効果を保証するものではないと書いてあるぞ。十分読んでいれば彼女の状態が末期症状であるとわかるはずだ。調査部は彼女の尋問にあたり、ひなみ沢症候群の治療が最優先されると考える。そもそも今回の事件が彼女の意思に基づくものなのか、末期発症による妄想、錯乱によって引き起こされ、それを誰かが利用したのか。
Oh man.
慎重な判断がなくては全容解明は不可能であると考える。彼女の罪なのか、彼女の病んだ病の罪なのか、この場で断言するのは不可能だ。それを判断するためにも彼女には治療を受ける権利があり、義務がある。
次郎さん。
彼女を直ちに入江機関本部へ移送し、発症レベルの検査に入る。高野三佐の治療体制を準備させるよう入江二佐に連絡を。ただし三佐については今後厳重に監視をつけ、全ての行動には制限が加えられるものとする。詳細は調査部長岡一佐から上級司令部を通して命令があるはずだ。
The Bloodhounds conveyed all this information over the radio. Nobody had any objections. Their job was to arrest her after all. Any interrogation or investigation after that was the job of the investigations. Or was the job of investigations. So if those were the orders from investigations, then that was that. Tomitake walked over to the muddy figure of Takano. Takano buried her face in Tomitake's chest and cried. Only Tomitake and Takano knew the meaning of those tears.
遅くなったね。君を迎えに来たよ。君がそうだと思っているような悪い人じゃないな。やり直そう。今度こそ君の本当の人生を。楽しい。
できない。できない。私、いっぱい罪にまみれた。やり直したりなんかしちゃいけない。しちゃなきゃ。私は自分の罪の重さで。
そうだね。君の罪はひょっとすると軽いものじゃないかもしれない。でも大丈夫。僕が一緒だから。だから一緒に償おう。 高野美代の罪を償おう。そして僕と一緒に田無美代子を取り戻そう。その日まで僕は決して君のそばを離れない。
生きてていいの？私は生きてていいの？みんながお前が死ねば丸く収まるって私に言うよ。それでも私は生きてていいの？それでも次郎さん、生きててもいいって言うの？それでも私は許してもらえるの？
世界は君を許さないかもしれない。でもそれが何だってんだい。僕が君を許すよ。だから生きよう。死ぬことは罪の償いにはならない。生きて償い世界に許しを請おう。そしてやり直すんだ。そうしたらきっと思い出せる。君が本当はどんな人でどんな風な笑顔を浮かべていたかをね。
After a while, Takano was taken to the Idia Institute in handcuffs. She was, however, handcuffed with her hands in front of her. She was holding the scrapbook. Tomitake had cleaned the mud off of it. The downpour from early afternoon had passed. Cicadas had began singing again, reminding everything that this was a normal June in Hinamizawa. It was so hot, despite being June, and the sky was brilliantly clear. Someone asked someone else the time. She looked over at her watch. It was 3 p.m. The Watanagashi festival would be starting at 5. It was almost time. Even from here, the foot of the shrine could be seen. There were red lanterns hanging all over. Once the sun went down, those lanterns would be lit. It was almost time for the Watanagashi festival. And with that, everything would end. When the Higurashi cry, the game that stretched across different worlds had ended. And what the winner obtained after their victory is that the game ended without a loser. Hanyu was prepared to leave after the game was over, but she was still here. She was allowed to be there. In other words, she wasn't the card that was taken away. The card that was taken to play their game of Old Bachelor was no longer there. The breeze rustled Hanyu's sweaty, messed up hair. She was dumbfounded. Rika went over and stood next to her. She didn't need to say anything. She only smiled at Hanyu. That girl had pretended to be a bystander, but decided to step on the stage. And then she thought that was enough and tried to step off of it. With those memories of her bright time on stage, she tried to step off, but someone grabbed her sleeve and stopped her. She was told that she could stay. Then she realized that she was still on the stage, and she didn't have to leave after all. There was a spot for her on the stage, and she was no longer a bystander. And that was an unbelievable miracle. She didn't exist in the script. Nobody needed her to be there, but the miracle had allowed her to stay.
あれだけ苦労した旅だったのです。その程度の奇跡じゃちょっと足りない気もしますですよ。見た十分ですよ。こんな奇跡僕の身には十分すぎて。
Rika smiled at Hanyu one more time and passed her what was in her right hand. Hanyu felt something cold and hard. What was it? Hanyu slowly opened her hand and looked at it. It was the bullet Takano had fired. This was the proof of their miracle. It was the proof that Hanyu could exist there. It was the proof that they could be together forever and ever.
もうすぐ暗くなってお祭りの時間になりますです。みんなで楽しくお祭りで部活なのです。もう脇で見てることなんかできませんです。きっと新人いじめの洗礼で罰ゲーム三昧でかわいそなのです。もう綿流しのお祭り見てるだけじゃないのですね。 そうです。だってお祭りは見るものじゃなくて加わるものですよ。
Were they testing the speakers? It was still bright outside, but there was music playing already. The cheap, dubbed BGM collection of festival music could be heard from the Furude shrine in the distance. It sounded so exciting to her. This was what she wanted to join in on all this time. Rika held her hand. Let's go together. Let's go to the Watanagashi festival. All of us. Together. Yeah. They had almost too much energy left. It had been a long day and many things had happened, but they still had the energy to go to the festival. It was, after all, the special day of Watanagashi. The curse of Oyashiro-sama had been lifted, and no tragedy would ever occur ever again. It was the first peaceful Watanagashi, the first one without a tragedy since the dam conflict. The villagers had noticed that the phone lines were disconnected during the day, but it was fixed so quickly that they didn't pay much attention. They heard the Self-Defense Force helicopter near the mountains, but rumor had that it came to the wrong place for their training. The elderly villagers laughed and said that the young men of the National Defense Force need to pay more attention. Some people say the Self-Defense Force even came to the Iria Clinic. The villagers didn't even get suspicious about that. They assumed that the Iria Clinic had started doing physical checkups for the SDF. There were pieces of broken glass on the roadside near the village border, as if there was an accident. Some people wondered how anyone could have had an accident when there was no obstruction on the road. The elderly people said to each other that they always had to drive carefully even on a familiar road. But it looked like only a trace of a normal accident, so they didn't get suspicious. The rest was a ghost story. The villagers heard an extra firework to signal the festival taking place. It wasn't an echo. The people in charge of the fireworks were puzzled. But when Rika said Oyashiro-sama must have shot that extra firework, the villagers simply believed that was true. It was the night of the Watanagashi, the biggest festival of the year. The villagers forgot their worries and enjoyed themselves. The club members were doing great as usual. They were doing so great that they were all taken to the main tent and yelled at by the mayor. That was a normal Watanagashi night for the villagers. But there was one thing that was very different. The girls fought for an unimaginably long time in many different worlds for the sake of this night. However, nobody would ever know that. Oh, there was another big change too. Rika Furude said that she wanted to go to a pool in the summer. It's unusual for her to say she wants to do something. She wants to see the stars, she wants to go on a camping trip, she wants to look at the sunflowers, she wants to make the school into a haunted house, etc. There's so many things she wants to do over the summer break. Right. But Rika Furude for the first time is making plans for after June 1983. Because this is the first summer break she's going to experience after 100 years of repeating the same life. She will now experience an all-new summer vacation. Who would stop her from getting excited about that? Rika Furude is looking forward to waking up before Satoko to rip the page off the calendar at the end of June. Rika Furude's infinite future has begun. There are infinite possibilities, yet she can only make one choice. But that's why it's a great world. Let's talk for a moment about the people who fought with Rika Furude. Mion Tsunosuke has vowed to study hard so she can continue her education after the summer break. According to Keiichi, even that may not be enough time for her. However, how can the legendary club leader Mion Tsunosuke fail an entrance exam? she will more than likely find a way to get into the school she wants to go to. Hopefully, it isn't an illegal one. Anyhow, she's looking forward to enjoying her final summer break, so she has tons of plans. The club members can't get away from Mion even during the summer. Once you're involved with her, she'll always find a way to get at you. No matter how much you want to be alone, you'll never go back to spending a boring summer by yourself. Maebara Keiichi has been asked by Mion and Chie to be their next class president. He was also asked to be the next club leader, but he declined immediately. Keiichi likes the club because Mion runs it. He continued saying that it's Mion's club until she got mad. Keiichi can't understand why she got so angry. Well, Keiichi wouldn't be Keiichi if he wasn't dense. So things are rather lively around him again today. His good name continues to spread even in Okinomiya. Rena Ryugu is growing more energetic every day too. Satoko, Rika, and Hanyu spent every day in fear of being abducted by her. Still, she's been acting more mature lately. She takes care of her younger classmates, and she's almost like a mother figure to the class. She's like a mother to all of the club members too. After hearing that, Keiichi said that he'd be a father for the class. As usual, Rena thought about that too much and blushed. Satoko Hojo is as lively as ever. She used up most of her traps on the mountain during the battle with the mountain dogs, so she's setting up new ones for the next event. Rumor has it that some members of the Bloodhounds were so impressed with her trap techniques that they asked her for some lessons. There is supposed to be a training area near Mount Fuji, and they asked her to set up her traps there. That is not a very good idea. The Sea of Trees really will become a forest of no return. Either way, Satoko keeps saying how she wants to fight against the Bloodhounds next. She's invincible. Also, she's become a great cook. That's because Hanyu has been teaching her. According to Hanyu, Satoko is a quick learner, as compared to Rika. Satoko's dream is to master fried chicken, which is her brother's favorite, and welcome him home with it. I'm the only one who knows this, but her dream may come true very soon. As for her brother, Satoshi has yet to return home. His condition is unchanged. If there is any change, it's in if there's been any change, it's in Shion Sonozaki. She goes to the clinic on her days off. Nobody knows why she goes there, but she seems to be very happy, so nobody pays much attention to it. Mion has teased Shion by saying that maybe she's planning on getting implants, but Shion just smiles. Also, for whatever reason, she's been visiting her relative's clothes shop and buying up all kinds of men's clothing. Lately, she's even started buying more than just men's clothing, but why is she so excited when she visits the clinic with a maid outfit that's not in her size? Huh? The truth is shrouded in mystery. The biggest change is probably that Shion babies Satoko nowadays. She tries to make Satoko call her Nene, which only annoys Satoko. Kyosuke Irie has two jobs now. On one hand, he's a respected doctor, and on the other hand, he's an evangelist for maids. The Irie clinic was supposed to be closed, but the villagers pleaded with the authorities not to shut it down. While Irie isn't originally from the village, he and everyone else feels that he's one of the villagers now. He's an indispensable part of village life. The conservative attitude towards Hinamizawa syndrome is gone, and now it is being researched very proactively. The syndrome is being researched so passionately that hopefully in the near future all the victims of the disease will be freed for good. Also, later on, Irie will publish an advanced article about the influence of the brain on human behavior, which will surprise people in the medical world. I won't go into the details here, but I'll talk about how one should hate the sins instead of the sinner. But it'll talk about how. The diseased Hifumi Takano and Mio Takano's names will be mentioned in that article. Jiro Tomitake still visits Hinamizawa every season. He's still known as the fighting traveling photographer, and he continues to walk around the village looking for good picture spots. However, he isn't seen in the village as much as before. His bicycle is always parked around the back of the clinic, so maybe he spends a lot of time there. Some villagers say maybe he's sick and being treated, but his bright smile proves they are wrong. Mio Takano hasn't been seen since that day. Nobody knows where she's gone, but obviously Tomitake isn't worried, so she must be doing fine. She'll probably show up one day out of nowhere and start telling ghost stories to scare some kids. As for Mamoru Akasuka, what happened to him was pretty funny. His wife and daughter followed him in secret. They pretended to run into him at the festival. Huh? What? Erika called him Papa, so things grew complicated all of a sudden. Oh no. Akasaka's wife smiled, but she choked his neck with her braided hair. Her arms were folded, but her braid moved like a tail. I keep forgetting that they made this outfit for fucking Rika. It's so weird. It was a modified like swimsuit to look like an outfit from Angel Mort. Ugh. That thing was so gross. Her arms were folded, but her braid moved like a tail. She tortured a man who destroyed a special force unit without even using a weapon. Snake. Rika continued to tease him, making the situation even worse. However, Akasaka's family liked Hinamizawa, and they said that they wanted to come back. Akasaka's daughter and Rika grew so close that they seemed like sisters. Kurado Oishi has gotten back into playing mahjong. For whatever reason, Akane Sonozaki has joined his table, and there's rumors a riot squad almost got dispatched to the mahjong parlor one time. His colleagues say Oishi has calmed down quite a bit. It's probably because he has reached closure within himself, but his colleagues know nothing about that. He's planning to move to Hokkaido when he retires, but he wants to come back every summer. His bright second life is waiting for him. Tatsuyoshi Kasai hasn't changed much compared to the others. To some people, this was a life-changing event, but for Kasai, it was just another Wednesday. According to Kasai, this incident was just a little bigger than usual. If this was just a little unusual, then what in the world would be needed to impress him? Shion insists that he will tell her, but Kasai only tells her that that's a secret. Also, he regretted exposing that part of his past. Shion keeps begging him to tell her about it, but he simply ignores her. Let me talk about myself too. I, Hanyu, am doing great in my new life as Hanyu Furude. I'm finally getting better at playing games, and now I'm taking the role of the club's dark horse, a position formerly reserved for Maebara Keiichi. I have a bad habit of believing everything I hear, so Mion and the others always tell me some strange things. Thanks to that, I'm getting tougher, to put it in a good way. Shrewd, to put it in a bad one. But then, I need to, otherwise I wouldn't survive in this club. I'm going to continue to learn a lot of stuff through these club activities, so I can live in this human world. Sunday, June 19th, 1983. Night falls on my longest day of the past 1,000 years. The club members are having a blast. A lot of people are here. The stall vendors are still doing business. The speakers are blaring rough yet exciting festival music. I've known all these, but how wonderful it is to actually feel and hear them in person. I thought I knew. I thought I knew because I've been following and watching them. But that was completely different. I knew of it, but this is the first time I've actually experienced it. We had a takoyaki eating contest. There was no octopus in it, but it was still very tasty. We had a shaved ice eating contest. I would have enjoyed the shaved ice if I had eaten more slowly. I bought a candied apple for the first time. Everyone took a bite from it. It was tasty, and it was fun. We played a shooting game. I didn't know how difficult it would be to shoot at a target, but it was fun too. Also, we played a shady lottery game. It was one of those things where you pulled a string and got a prize. Nobody got a good prize. We all complained about it to the vendor. That too was just so much fun. Then it was time for the dedication dance. Of course, we got there early, so we commandeered the best seats. I snuck out and stood where I was told to. I could see better than the other club members. This was the spot where the object of worship sat. This is where I was supposed to be during the ritual dance. No, this is where I thought I'd had to be. But seeing the dance from that spot wasn't fun. Therefore, I returned to where I was, and sat with everyone else. They saved me a spot. Everyone rubbed my head while asking me where I went. I apologized by saying ow ow. That made me very happy. I watched the performance in the crowd of people. It was the best dance I've witnessed in the past 1,000 years. I couldn't keep either my happiness or my tears from flowing out. After the dance was over, a handful of cotton was passed around to all the villagers. We let the cotton absorb all the filth and sins of the past year and washed it down the stream. Cotton is cotton. Obviously, it's not human. We just use cotton instead of a human, so that nobody is sad. In other words, this is the way to purify sins without making anyone suffer.
はい、これ。羽生ちゃんの綿だよ。やり方わかる？わかりますのです。こうしてポンポンしてから流すのですよ。はんはん。
The girl who gave me the cotton took the letter I from her name during last year's Watanagashi and washed it down the stream. By doing so, she was freed from her suffering and began a new life. We drifted our sins down the stream. It's not the same as pushing our sins onto the cotton. Instead, we wash away our sins and forgive ourselves. We forgive each other, we help each other, and that's how we create our own story. I put my cotton in the stream gently. The cotton went down the stream. Into the world where sins are cleansed. I let my bare feet soak in the clear stream. As I watched the long, long line of cotton flowing down the stream in the dark, surrounded by people sending their cotton flowing down the wondrous stream. This is a complete world where all of the fragments were put together. This is an ideal world. What else is there? What else do you need? Hanyu Furude still wants more, because we can be even happier than this. We can be happier if we wish to be. Not a long time from now, but in the near future. Then when is it? I told you it's in the near future. We will be happy then too. See? Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is accepting that. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is fulfilling that. I too am entitled to happiness. The difficult part is working out a compromise. Because from now on, I'm going to live a much happier life. I'm not going to compromise with just this. We'll retrieve all the happiness that we missed. 100 years worth for me, 1,000 years worth for you. A report on the coup d'etat of the Idiot Institute proposal. Regarding the coup d'etat of the Idiot Institute, one of the responsibilities of the Idiot Institute was the administration of Emergency Manual 34. However, Takano accepted bribes. Authority of the Institute were determined immediately. All emergency responses were sent to attack the Institute. Blah, blah, blah. Regarding the commissioned officers and commanders of the Idiot Institute, Idiot was absolved. Major Takano is in the inquiry of the commission. Major was the ringleader of the incident, and they are continuing to investigate her background. Additionally, she was a... Okay, so she's been infected. Lieutenant Okonogi. Okay. So he was let go. Regarding the ED Institute, as per the original plan, the research of the Hinamizawa will conclude within 3 years. New director has been sent from the headquarters, and decided the previous director will continue his research under the direct supervision. Additional info. Okay. Interesting. We'll let the credits roll now. And I guess while the credits play, this was a very interesting ending. I will say that I did kind of see it coming from a mile away. Not in a bad way, but it's more like Hanyu's whole thing was to forgive. So, of course, she was going to forgive Takano. That, and that would also just be the best outcome. Her having Hinamizawa syndrome, I mean, you could kind of, if you're paying attention, I even brought it up, that, you know, she was experiencing, like, the symptoms of it. And it's pretty crazy how Tomitake was like, wait, she's been infected. Let her be treated. So she could at least have a somewhat of a happy ending. So that was pretty nice as well. It was a very cute ending. And the series is still, like, very, very good. Throughout the entire time, like I've mentioned before, I kept wondering, how the hell do they handle it in that other chapter where Hanyu's not involved? And what ends up happening? We'll eventually play through that, of course, on stream. But it's crazy. It's crazy to think, like, what would happen if Hanyu hadn't intervened at all? And that's Higurashi When They Cry. Matsuribayashi. We're not done, by the way. Now, where's the explosion? No explosion. Okay. Here's the scenario jump mode, which we already know, or know of. The tips reading room. And then the staff room has been unlocked. You received a new tip, the forbidden treasure, Onigari no Ryuo. By the way, since I've got the staff room unlocked here, is that different from the one from Ho Plus? Or is it going to be the same? Okay, so it's going to be the same. Alright, so now... we got to do this real quick. Now, do we reload the one where, okay, there's two, right. So do we reload the fragment save from after I've completed everything? Or do I have to just click continue in this case? Or would it be different? Because this is the save for... Okay, so we'll go with this one. This is the one where after I completed everything. Where after I connected all the fragments. So let's load this one real quick. So connecting fragments. Yeah, so here it is. Flags from the kids' meals. She needs to be rescued too. So this is a secret one that shows up. And the only way to do this is to go through all of these without breaking a single one. Obviously this one's broken because that's the one that we go into. But here we have one more fragment to visit. A girl's cheerful voice echoed in the house. It was a tenement house, so walls were thin. So of course, her yell carried through to the neighbors. But since it was a child's voice, nobody complained.
お父さんたちデパートへ行こうと思うんだが。
Give me 1 second. Her father's voice didn't reach the girl, because all she was thinking about was making a new secret base with her friends in the field. Her father knew the girl had been looking forward to going to the mall, and that if they went without her, she would be upset. He also knew that the girl liked collecting flags from the kids' meals at the restaurant there, and one more would bring her collection of 20 flags. The girl was making a wish on one of those flags. She believed if she collected 20 of them, she could become happy. Oh well. He supposed he'd bring a flag home as a souvenir. It wouldn't be a big deal. If he asked a waitress, she'd bring one for him. One day, due to an accident, the trains were running behind schedule. To make up for the time lost, the drivers were braking a little too late, and accelerating a bit too soon. It was rather unsafe. The Tanashi family didn't own a car. They always used the train to go to the mall. As the girl skipped her way to her friend's house, an unfamiliar woman stopped her. Speaking of, we don't have, I don't think we've seen this background. So once Rika moves the hell out of the way, we can see it better, but here it is. And back to the original. Obviously, she wasn't from around here. The ties between the neighbors were very tight around here. The girl knew everyone's face. So if there was a stranger, it was either a new mailman or someone who's lost. The woman said to the girl, any person would think the woman was crazy, asking something like that. But the girl was too innocent to think that way. She answered immediately.
そうならお行きなさいどうせ行っても友達は留守だけどそれでもお行きなさい留守なの
The girl couldn't figure out why this woman would know that. As the woman left, the girl stopped her. She was curious, although it was a little scary as to what response she'd get if she answered differently.
なら死にたいだとどうなるのお子様ランチの旗がもう一本手に入るわずるい私に内緒でデパートに行く気だずるいずるい
The girl turned and tried to run back home.
いいのね後悔はしないのね
The mysterious woman tried to confirm this.
なんで後悔するの教えないわ意地悪だから
The girl thought this was some kind of riddle, so she pondered it for a while, but she couldn't figure it out. Then she clapped her hands as if she came to a conclusion.
大丈夫だよお姉ちゃんどうして大丈夫なの何があってもお父さんとお母さんが一緒だもん
The woman stepped aside. The girl bowed to her and ran home. She saw her parents locking the door to leave. The girl jumped on them and nagged them that she wanted to go too. The girl was going to the mall with her family. The family headed to the train station, waited for a train to arrive, and got on it. The driver was feeling the pressure to make up for the delay, and the passengers could tell that from the way he was driving. The girl noticed the unusual swaying of the train. She stood on her knees and looked out the window. Her mother told her to sit down because it was dangerous. The girl stuck her tongue out. Then, the train reached a very big and very sharp curve. The train tilted in that direction and all the people were shoved to the side. They were all squished together and grumbled about. Then, the train continued. 2. The girl and her parents came home under the sky full of stars with shopping bags in their hands. They unlocked the door, turned the lights on, and then the girl put her bags in by the front door and ran to her room. She opened her desk drawer, took something out of her pocket, and put it in. She closed the drawer once but opened it again, and then she spread her treasure on the tatami floor. They were the flags of many different countries that came with the kids' meals. The Japanese flag, the American flag, the English flag. Which country was this for? The one with 3 colors. She lined them up as she counted. She counted out loud. And then she danced around happily. For now, she had 20 of them. It took her so long to collect that many. It was hard work for this girl who was so proud of herself for reaching her goal. She worked so hard that there must be something good waiting for her. She made a wish to become happy if she collected 20 of them. Therefore, something wonderful must be waiting to happen. The girl waited excitedly, but soon realized that it wasn't a magic lamp, so no genie would be jumping out. Maybe it wouldn't happen that night. Maybe it'd be tomorrow. The girl decided to wait patiently. She accomplished something as great as collecting 20 flags. Surely some wonderful happiness awaited. Surely some wonderful miracle awaited. Or perhaps it might be like a charm, keeping sad misfortunes at bay. The girl put her 20 flags back in the drawer. As she heard her mother her mother tell her to brush her teeth and go to bed, she ran to the bathroom. This is fine, isn't it? It's okay to get a miracle in advance. What should I do next? There are plenty of fragments to play with. What? You want to try too? It's fun. It makes you feel like God. A world with Satoshi or a world where the Sonozuki sisters don't switch. I wonder what a world with Satoko's parents and Rika's parents alive as well would look like. Oh, how about this? Akusaka gets enticed to the enemy side by Takano. That sounds interesting. Personally, I'm curious about a world where Takano is madly in love with Tomitake. It'll be fun to match Keiichi with different girls too. I love drama very, very much. Let's see, what should I do next? I have so many fragments. Hey, do you want some? What kind of world are you going to make? The world of Higurashi will move on even without us. There are many dreams, possibilities, and miracles in that world. There are innumerable fragments, all interweaved with one another. I've shown you a small number of those fragments, but it's up to you to play with the rest of them. The world of Higurashi is now in your hands. It's a big wide world full of fragments, and they're yours to manipulate. Your dreams, your possibilities, and your miracles are yours to discover. I thank you for joining me on this 4.5-year tale about this world. I thank all of those who supported me during this 4.5-year tale of this world. I thank all the characters who brought this world to life. I thank my family who gave me their understanding. I thank my co-workers who spared no effort for the sake of this work. I thank my friends who supported me during this creation. And while I'm in the same person who created this work, I thank the work itself. I thank the fact that I left behind a legacy, and I thank those who sent me emails teaching me the joys of production. And if I may leave you with one more piece, I leave you with the joy of making a product of your own. I have nothing to show for the 4.5 years I spent in college. I simply spent my days without achieving anything. I left no proof that I was even alive during that time. If you feel that regret for this was what drove me to make this work, then I think we can meet again as friends. That's why I leave you this message. I look forward to the day we meet, my friend. Ryukishi 07. That was cute. Okay. So we've got 2 things left to do before we're officially done with this and I can give my closing thoughts. So let's go to extra real quick. Okay. I don't think there are any tips, though. Oh, wait, there is one, right. The Forbidden Treasure, Onigari no Ryo. The Forbidden Treasure, Onigari no Ryo. It's the most valuable asset of the food of the shrine that's kept in the ritual storehouse. In ancient times, when this place was a chaotic world of both humans and ogres, this precious sword defeated the ogre god. However, nobody has seen it for 1,000 years. According to the legend, it's sealed in the statue dedicated to Oyashiro-sama in the ritual storehouse. Because of its structure, as long as the belief in Oyashiro-sama continues, it will remain a forbidden tool, forever sealed away. Also, it is only mentioned in the forbidden scrolls of the food of the shrine. Therefore, only a handful of the food of the family heads have ever known about its existence. According to several of these forbidden scrolls, the sword is shaped like a willow branch. There are some ink paintings of the sword made by a few food of the heads, but none of them match that description. That means that they drew those pictures from their imagination. The legend says that there was a girl named Oka who received a divine message that commanded her to defeat the ogre god. However, neither the sword of the humans or ogres could conquer the ogre god. It would require a blade that was neither a human sword nor an ogre sword. Only a sword that mixes humans and ogre qualities could defeat the ogre god. It has been said repeatedly that the ancestors of Hinamizawa are half ogre and half human. Oka Furude, dates unknown, is said to be the first person whose blood was mixed in that way. This description is what conveys that. Heaven gave Oka a precious sword. The precious sword that was shaped like a willow branch. Its tip split 3 ways, which symbolized heaven, earth, and people in unity. It also symbolized the harmony between heaven, ogres, and humans. Oka headed to the swamp where the ogre god hid and defeated him with his treasured sword. Each forbidden scroll describes how she defeated the ogre god differently. Some say she disciplined him, some say he ran away, and some say he surrendered. What happened to the ogre god afterwards is unclear too. The oldest scroll says that the precious sword destroyed the ogre god's horn, but the other books don't mention that. The precious sword that defeated the ogre god was then enshrined and was named Onigari no Ryo. Oka sealed this precious sword in the deepest place of the shrine to hide its existence forever. Even if it was created to slay the ogre god, the sword didn't belong in this world anymore, and it shouldn't exist on the face of the earth. Some said that that's why it was removed from the human world, but some said Oka was the daughter of the ogre god, and that she wanted to banish the sword that killed her mother. The ancient cult of Oyashiro-sama suggested Oyashiro-sama was this ogre god, the source of chaos, the source of all that was evil, and the source of all that friction. To prevent the ogre god from returning to the human world through worship and comfort is the root of the ancient cult. This may be a type of cult devoted to an evil god. This idea that it's not worship for protection but to stave off a curse links slightly to the modern worship of Oyashiro-sama, but seems slightly distant from the modern worship that asks for Oyashiro-sama's blessing and sees them as a god of marriage and good relationships. It fosters the argument that humans are good by nature, saying that all discord in this world is the work of Oyashiro-sama, and that there are no ogres in the world of man. After that, the legend continues onto what we know today, the harmony of humans and ogres. But in this era, all the scrolls of the origin of the belief of Oyashiro-sama and the scroll of the matriarch of the food of the family have been sealed due to being forbidden. That happened probably because the new image of Oyashiro-sama, that of a loving and affectionate god, and the ancient image of Oyashiro-sama, the source of all evil, didn't match. It became too difficult to explain the fate's doctrine. Also, if one believes the Forbidden Scrolls, the Furude family was described from one who killed her own mother. That would mean their blood was cursed. If all of that is true, then today's faith is very different from the one that was started by the matriarch. One of the leaders of the Furude family from hundreds of years ago wrote this. The Onigari no Ryu, the legendary precious sword, is a symbol of both the Furude family and the sins of the human world. It was an era where people pushed the source of their evil onto others, and could only purify their sins by killing one another. The matriarch, first, took in the root of all evil herself, and let her child murder her. That was how this place was freed from the chaos. 1. The matriarch usually means Oka Furude, but sometimes it means her mother. The notion that the matriarch was the ogre god was a taboo among the Furude family. However, obviously, some leaders interpret it that way. When the Furuta family or when the world of man commits the foolish act of seeking to blame others and tries to return to the world of ogres, that is when the faith will disappear and the statue's head will shatter. That's when the Onigari no Ryu will reappear to us. The second coming will once again revive the memory of the Furuta family's forgotten sins. Is the ogre god a fictional legend, or someone who actually existed? In some rare cases, babies were born with horns, and they were called children of the ogre god. Descendants of the Furuta family who will read this, the myths passed down by our forbidden scrolls are numerous and their content vastly differs. But don't get caught up in the smoke. No matter how different all of these scrolls are, there's one thing that they all want to convey. Search the heart of Okafurude, the one who sealed the Onigari no Ryu forever. That is the fate that all Furuta family leaders must understand. Your children will kill you. Alright, we're almost done. 2 more things. Staff room. Hello, this is Ryukishio7. Thank you for playing Matsuribayashi. No. Thank you very much for playing Higurashi, When They Cry, until the end. Matsuribayashi is, in a way, the solution episode for the situation with Takano and the kids starting from halfway through Minagoroshi. How can they defeat Takano's conspiracy? How can they reach their ideal ending? I wrote this episode as a duel between you, the reader, and me, the writer. So, if you think you created a better resolution world than my Matsuribayashi, that means you've defeated Ryukishio7 in this duel. I, Ryukishio7, have provided 2 resolutions. One is how to fight against Takano. First, here's a hint from the Minagoroshi chapter. You find out about Takano's conspiracy, which relies on Emergency Manual 34. Next, here are the hints from the Watanagashi and Miyakashi chapters. It has been 48 hours after Erika's death, yet the village is peaceful. If you put those 2 things together, obviously the basis of the emergency manual which Takano Hifumi wrote, that everyone will develop terminal symptoms within 48 hours, isn't true. When you put these 2 together, you can realize that if Rika's body was discovered 48 hours after her death, then it is impossible to prevent the final operation. In the Matsuribayashi chapter, I wrote about an attacking side and a defending side like a novel. If I were to simply write about the resolution, all I had to write was for Oishi to announce that Rika died at least 48 hours ago, and Takano's conspiracy would fall apart once the news reached Tokyo. This is a rather easy solution, like a puzzle, so I'm sure many of you got this right. The other resolution was the ideal ending for this world. To answer this, I have to explain the worldview of the story first. There are hints all over, but the crucial ones are in Tatarigoroshi and the Minagoroshi chapters. Satoko's uncle comes home and Satoko's life becomes miserable. How can she be rescued from that situation? If the story was an exercise in murder, then the Tatarigoroshi chapter is the correct answer. Keiji kills Teppei, hides his body, and there's a happy ending. But I didn't end the episode that way. Instead, I denied it with a bad ending. The resolution the worldview of Higurashi When They Cry advocates is a non-violent one, with everyone united together. That is established in the question chapters such as Onikakushi, Watanagashi, and Tatarigoroshi. In those worlds, when someone becomes suspicious about everything and worries about it alone, things get worse, and that leads to a tragedy. The Miyakashi chapter is a sublimation of that situation. And on the other hand, when one talks to their friends, it's revealed that the causes of the tragedies are quite silly. That is indicated in the Tsumi Horoboshi and Minagoroshi episodes. In other words, can you see that in the worlds of Higurashi, anything can be overcome when people talk to each other and help one another out? Unfortunately, that doesn't happen in reality. Helping each other creates friction, and oftentimes working alone is a lot simpler. However, we always hope that we can connect with other people and understand each other, so that we can face any difficulty. In that sense, this world is a fantasy. That's right. In the worlds of Higurashi, there is one magical rule. That is to talk to others and accept the help from them. Then you can defeat anything. With that, it is possible to make another miracle happen. If that could be cast into an absolute rule, it would be a sort of magical systematic rule. Just like what Hanyu and her friends said in the story. That is the worldview of Higurashi when they cry. If you follow that rule and think about an ideal ending, I bet the first thing you'll think about is an ending where all the club members unite and defeat Takano. Actually, there are scenes in the Matsuribayashi chapter that can affirm that sort of ending. However, at the same time, Takano is described as a very lonely person. By doing so, I raise a question about the resolution. Everyone else unites, defeats Takano, and makes her into a sacrifice. This is a happy ending for everyone, except Takano. It's a very popular style of story for the protagonists to unite together and sacrifice the antagonist. Aliens come to Earth to invade us, so the world unites and defeats the aliens. Hooray for humans, and we must all get along. It's a very popular storyline all over the world. There are plenty of stories that use aliens, devils, or monsters as clear bad guys and make them into sacrifices. Two parties fight with each other because two parties fighting with each other become allies once the third party shows up. Storylines like these are indeed exciting. By adding a sacrifice, differing parties unite and become allies. To create the situation, there has to always be a third party, the sacrifice as well. I'm sure many of those who created such stories must have already noticed that. We always add a third enemy that can't possibly unite with us. To make up with each other, we try to find a common enemy. Am I the only one who feels that describes our world today? Right? That is very, very true. Because there's always, like, it doesn't matter where you look. There's always your side, whomever you're quote-unquote against, and then all of a sudden, a third party shows up out of nowhere to distract you of, like, whatever it is that you're fighting about. And then your focus goes to that instead. Anyway, I won't get into that. In reality, this world belongs only to humans. There are no aliens or devils or monsters. So for us to find an enemy, we'll have to fight each other forever. To make up with each other, we need a new enemy, so we just end up fighting someone else. In this chapter of Higurashi, I declared that to be the ogre of the world of man. With these explanations of this worldview here in mind, do you wonder if the resolution of defeating Takano is in fact an ideal resolution of the Matsuribayashi chapter? That's right. It's basically the same foolishness found in Tatari Goroshi. Right. According to that logic, the Mina Goroshi chapter isn't the best resolution for the problems that surround Satoko either. Do you understand? How can they make up with Takano? You wouldn't suggest to make Tokyo into a new enemy and let the club members join with Takano, would you? If I continue to talk about this issue, I will probably end up mentioning something religious, so let me just stop here. What kind of ending would be the best outcome following the worldview of Higurashi when they cry? Perhaps it's something better than the Matsuribayashi chapter. You can consider this a graduating question for Higurashi when they cry. Maybe I will leave it as my final gift to those who enjoyed this tale for 4.5 years. Thank you for reading this extremely complicated story. In the end, what was this all for? If I were to put the answer to that question in one word, it would be entertainment. It's not important if you were able to answer the riddles. After all, if you enjoyed yourself, you won. Yukishio-san will continue to challenge you. Higurashi when they cry ends here, but I hope I get to see you again in a different world. What kind of work do I want to create next? Maybe it's fitting to choose my next work from an infinite number of possibilities while listening to the chorus of the Higurashi. I want to express my gratitude to all the people who have supported me until today. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you all again soon. Ryukishio 7. I wonder if some of these messages will be carried on to Silent Hill F. Which again, it's why it's very important to kind of like check this series out. Alright, there's one more. Before we move on to it, let me bring this page up, just for the music. With that question of what would be the absolute best ending to, you know, Matsuribayashi, I actually had a similar ending to the one that we covered today. And that's something that I was thinking about throughout the playthrough. I was like, man, what if instead we're able to somehow go back in time? Like, my ideal ending, even if Takano loses her parents, instead of succumbing to like Tokyo and stuff like that, she ends up still getting some sort of sponsor that allows her to research the the Hinamizawa syndrome. And from there, she's able to just actually be a normal nurse with like EDA or someone else in the village. That would be my ideal resolution. Erika gets to live on, they get to have a normal life, And then, instead of becoming obsessed with proving her grandfather's worth, she ends up using that motivation to maybe save or help the people in the village. Something along those lines would be my ideal ending. This is still very good. But either way, we have one more room to discuss or to read through. So give me a second. Let me swap on over to that. So I need to actually exit Higurashi, Matsuribayashi, and we're going to load... sorry, When They Cry Ho Plus. Let me get that up real quick. And then we'll go from there. Which actually, I think we can maybe show the intro to this now. Because we haven't seen it. Once it actually loads. Oh. You didn't miss anything. You didn't miss anything from the intro, by the way. It was literally just a panning shot of the village when the music started. But here we have an older Rika, I assume. Right, on to the Omake and the secret staff room. So this is the last one for now that we're going to be looking at. The one for Matsuribayashi. Here goes. To all my friends going through this hell with me, I've been helped by so many people while creating Higurashi. But this is especially for you, those who helped me with this Matsuribayashi chapter. That intro spoiled like fucking everything. So I'm glad I never showed it until this moment, by the way. The helicopters, fucking Takano in her like waffen outfit, everything. Up until the previous day, Ryukishi 07 was enthusiastically writing the script despite just recovering from a cold that left him bedridden. Every single one of the staff members were in despair over the audacious and serious delays of the script. Though, from their perspective, it was the usual state of things before Comiket. The one decisive difference is that none of our staff could fight through the many worlds in an overwhelming span of time in order to achieve our goal. When Yatazakura said, "I've already used up all my paid time off, so if the schedule ends up like it did for last Winter Cat, we're 700% not making it on time, so be prepared for that." Oops. It bore far too much weight. Yeah, there's been one big change. Ryukishi 07 said he wants to go to the pool this summer. He wants to float around. The pool? When the master's copy's not even done yet? It was very refreshing to hear one staff member say coolly, "If you don't mind Tokyo Bay, we can float you out any time." He also said things like, "I want to play games. I'm still in the middle of Nobunaga's ambition. Hangame's Mahjong is great. Let's have an all-night Mahjong tournament this summer break. Curse you. Next up, I'll crush you with all of 07th. I won't cry when I play into a 3-color terminal set. And, he's too strong." There were no end to his dreams of things to do during summer break. Yes, For the first time, Ryukishi 07 made plans for after July 2006. After all, that would be the first summer break he'd have in 4.5 years. No wonder his heart was dancing over it. But for now, we're 72 hours away from the master up deadline at this very moment. It's probably best to hunt down typos than to dream right now. Though joking aside, will we really get a summer break once we hit master up? We won't just be crushed by the wave of work we've put off because of this hell, right? That can't happen. That can't happen. I'm sure it will be a lovely summer break. I'm getting sad talking about this, so let's change the subject. Let's talk about all the other people who fought alongside the Ryukishi 07. Apparently, Yatazakura has sworn to devote himself to gaming once Comic Head is over in order to burn through his backlog of games. Though, according to Ryukishi, the pace he buys games at is clearly faster than the pace he clears them at. Same? Dude, imagine if like... hold on. I shouldn't say that without... Hold on. Steam came out in 2003, but I don't think it wasn't nearly as big back then, and it was mainly just for Valve games, so Counter-Strike and the like. I think it wasn't until like the early 2010s that it started becoming like a game hosting platform where you could purchase games from there, or just a game store. So imagine if Yatazakura had access to that type of Steam then. Anyway. So the number of unopened games just keeps growing in his room, and it's doubtful he'll be able to burn through them. Though, our esteemed commander, Yatazakura would never die under a mountain of untouched games. I have a feeling that he'll find some incredible way to complete the CG sets and clear them one after another. I just pray it won't be illegal. Also, what kind of illegal program would that be? Install that on my stuff too. So he's already coming up with plans on how to play away and enjoy his last summer vacation. Thank you for everything thus far. Play lots and lots and replenish your spirits. After all, the next hell is just around the corner. Cry. BT is being prompted to continue managing our Circle's homepage. When we said that he'd eventually be our Circle's general manager, he hastily declined in a panic. The phrase general manager is truly dodgy. It's just a position that gets all the annoying work pushed onto it. So while we could have let it drop there, Ryukishi 07 chanted, "Boss, president, it's no use, lolue, over and over, so he got angry. Ryukishi 07 didn't understand why he got mad. He's as clueless as ever when it comes to people's feelings. But thanks to you, the homepage he's running is drawing quite a crowd. The homepage he once said would be worth celebrating if it got 80 hits a day has now received 20,000. Yeah, BT has passed away, right? He died a few years ago, if I recall. We covered this last year when I was just starting Higurashi. We were truly grateful he takes time out of his busy schedule. Also, he really helped us out by setting up our LAN. Yeah, mid-Umineko. I can say with certainty that we wouldn't have made it in time without that. I'm sorry. Also, it was so moe when Yatazakura didn't notice the air conditioner installed in this house, so he bought an electric fan. Dai-san also has been doing better and better. Even though he's only supposed to be helping with the music, when Ryukishi pitifully cried, "We're seriously in trouble this time around. We need help. Anyone will do. Please hold me." He answered the call and fell for a huge trap. We kept him confined for so many days that we were terrified his parents back home were going to assume we kidnapped him and file a missing persons report. Man, he seriously saved us. Honestly, thank you so much. Kawaguchi also surprised us with a divine save, discovering many bugs for us. Oh, and we heard about this from a certain company's president, but apparently it doesn't count as confinement if they're eating dinner out. So he was on house arrest, not confined, which makes it legal. Also, thanks so much for your amazing songs this time. Naruse Tsubaki was also growing more and more full of life. He was able to use a digital camera, and he can use Photoshop, and he's a professional chef specializing in Chinese food, so while his shrimp chili was good, so was his deep-fried tofu. He also took care of washing the dishes, taking out the trash, and cleaning our rooms. He's able to work as a seller and file our Circle application too. as well as hauling boxes, reserving bars, and everything else. If just one of his chromosomes were different, I might have proposed. It took me a tiny bit longer to get that, but I've also been fucking streaming for 9 hours. On top of that, he can hold his liquor, he's good at mahjong, and he has a success rate with his panya shots lately. The one thing I pity him for is his overly busy work shifts. When he said Labor Standards Act, is that edible? His words carried far too much weight. The hell I used to spend all alone with Yatazakura has suddenly come to see us over twice as many people. I really want to thank you all so much. I've said this a few times now too, but this isn't confinement, okay? We're still not at Master Up yet while I write this, but once we finish, let's go out for a barbecue. I'll treat you all today. Let's go all out. Oh, excuse me. Can you take out our order? Now, young lady, could you add first class in front of everything I'm about to order? There's a world of difference between a roast and a first class roast after all. Once we have our first class roast, all normal roasts will feel like dog food. Now, here's our order. First off, one namo, gukbap, yukoi for everyone here. Then, of course, a large serving of rice, served along with kimchi and kakdugi, and a bunch of those vegetables used to wrap up the meat. Also, can we get some soda? Order some meat. Some meat. Call me out on none of those. Sorry. Call me out on none of those being first class. I salute all my comrades in arms who shared this hell with me. Also, I salute the comrades in arms who brought us refreshment and support during this hell. This is why I can never get enough of this. Now to ride off into the sunset towards our next hell. Umineko. Now then, what kind of work should I create next? I'll probably get everyone together at a cafe and brainstorm ideas with each other while enjoying their drink bar again. I'm sure we'll come up with something while drinking that oddly diluted soda again. Now then, let us meet again, my comrades. For now, you should all get some rest. But the hell that awaits us next will be the true hell. Huh? The reason we face this hell is because I'm slow? I'll do my best to write it up sooner next time. Thank you for uncovering the secret staff room full of private messages. Now then, everyone, may we meet again. What a cute secret staff room. But alright, let's swap on over to the ending screen. Let's give final thoughts. Oh boy. What a series. We'll probably talk about this, or I will talk about this in more detail when we end up doing the post-chapter discussion. I don't know when that will be. Maybe it can be done next week. If not, maybe the week after that. We'll see. But we're definitely doing it at some point on a weekend. For now, with Higurashi, it has been quite the wild ride. In a good way. Also, this song sounds like it belongs in a PC98 title. Anyway, Higurashi has definitely been a wild ride. I think I talked about this not too long ago. I'm gonna double check real quick on my end. But I started Higurashi about a year ago, almost on the dot. We almost finished when I started, which is interesting. If I look at Onikakushi, if we look at the first chapter, this was posted on YouTube on September 4th, 2024. September 4th of last year was on what day? Let me just double check. September 4th was on a Wednesday. So yeah, I think that's exactly when I started. Actually, no, I think I started the week before. Probably. I don't remember if I uploaded and I edited and uploaded the VOD on that day. I do not remember. If I did, then that's exactly when I started. If I still had if I had access to like Twitch, sorry, if I could go back that far, through Twitch, I'd be able to check, but I can't. Because my Twitch mods, I believe, only remain for, I don't know, about like 3 months or some shit. But either way, my point is, I have essentially been playing this game for a year. And I finally finished it. I chipped away at it, probably excluding some of the days where I was busy, where I couldn't stream. I think I handled it, I don't know, relatively well. Some days I was doing 2 chapters, some streams were only 1 chapter because the chapter was pretty long. Some days were 3 chapters. It was quite something. And I was able to make this journey, you know, with all of you, hopefully. I know some people are enjoying the playthrough on YouTube. I know some people are just going, you know, whenever they get a chance to, because they can't make it to the streams. I'm happy that they actually enjoy watching them on YouTube. If you can't make it live for some reason, that's understandable. My stream times are not necessarily the best. They're what work best for me. And do remember, these are just my casual playthroughs. This is not me doing this to get like views or whatever. Otherwise, I would just pick better times, quote unquote. So that's what I would be doing. But yeah, for those of you who are watching on YouTube, for those of you who have joined me live whenever you get a chance to, I appreciate it. And hopefully you'll join me as well when we do the next Ryukishi title, which will be next week. We will be starting Silent Hill F, which is a game that was written by Ryukishi. I remember being told about this, like my friend Billy told me, hey, Silent Hill F is coming out, and there was this guy that was playing, he wanted to play through all of Higurashi because he's like, well, I should probably get familiar with the author's work. I have no idea what Ryukishi is all about. I really love Silent Hill. I should definitely maybe play Higurashi. Then he started playing Higurashi and he fucking fell in love with it. He started doing the post-chapter discussions as well, and that's kind of what inspired me to do the same thing. To get together with friends and talk to them about what I thought might be happening. And that's kind of one of Ryukishi's main messages throughout Higurashi as a whole, throughout the franchise, is play the game and then discuss it with people and see what theories you all can come up with. What do you think might be going on? And I feel like that was probably the best way to play this game, or read this novel. It was very, very, very interesting. So I can only wonder like what will come next. Like I said, we will be taking a tiny break from Higurashi after this point, just for a little bit. We'll be doing Silent Hill F when it comes out. I will be playing it early. It'll be on the 24th, which is on a Wednesday. I'm still deciding on whether or not I will stream that at night, like in the evening around this time, and then play it into the afternoon, or sorry, play it for like 4 hours or 5 hours or something. Just have a very long intro stream, or if I'm gonna play it in the morning, we'll see. But I will announce it on Twitter, I guess, whenever I go live, right? So just, you know, keep an eye out. Anyway, after we're done with Silent Hill F, I will more than likely play through Digimon Story Time Stranger. I don't think Silent Hill F will be that long, maybe 30 hours at most. But we'll try to definitely see if we can pick up any of the similarities to Higurashi from it. I'm sure that will be a lot of fun. Might be, I know there is a character that's supposed to be like a reference to Satoko already from some of the old character designs, or like the characters that they announced. But like, these are going to be your friends along the way. And one of them was like Satoko I don't remember the fucking name of her fucking name. I know her first name is Satoko. The last name was something like Hinamizawa or something. Okay. So yeah, about 12 hours. Yeah, so it's gonna be like Silent Hill F is gonna be a short game, that's for sure. Like, I know it's gonna be a few streams, and then we can probably do Digimon Story Time Stranger. Then after we're done with Time Stranger, we'll probably start the other Higurashi titles, or some of the other Higurashi games. There's I don't remember if Sai Koroshi or Kami Kashimashi were like continuations. I don't remember off the top of my head. But we'll either do those, or we will start Umineko. It was one of those. I wanted to keep going in order of like release date, so that we kind of, you know, get a general idea of how Ryukishi's writing evolved with time. So I'll give a more like solid answer later on. I don't want to think about that right now. I'm super fucking tired. I literally put in like a full shift just now streaming. We did chapter 9 and then we did the fucking the final chapter. And I'm really fucking tired. I've been streaming for 9.5 hours almost. If you're watching this on YouTube, you'll probably see that it's about 8 hours or so. That's because the first chapter kind of got cut up. And then I just started the finale because that's just by itself 7 hours minimum. We finished at like 7 hours and 4 minutes. So I finished under the predicted time, which is great. Because it was like, I think the predicted time I was given for chapter 7, or sorry, for chapter 10 was 7 hours and 15 minutes or something. 7 hours and 9 minutes. And I finished it at like 7 hours and 4 minutes, which is great. But either way, once more, thanks so much for joining me today. I really do appreciate it for all of you who have joined me on this series, throughout the series. It's been literally a year's journey, and it's been a lot of fun. We've had our ups and downs with like issues with streaming, other shit going on that I didn't have control over, but experiencing the story was still a lot of fun. Like at the very start of the stream, if I'm very honest, I was very tired and I was like, oh man, I really don't want to do this. But then, as always, as the story goes on, it's always wonderful. It like just sucks you in. Like I forgot that like midway through, I forgot, oh yeah, there's like 5 hours left. For the most part, I had to remind myself, oh yeah, I've been streaming only for 2 hours and we're barely at this point in the story. How's it gonna end? But anyway, hopefully you'll join me next time as we continue streaming. So until then, I will catch you all next time. See you for now.